Chapter 2780. Senior, you're wrong. Xiao Hua said in astonishment. Junior is indeed a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and I'm also the so-called terrifying Phoenix. Junior doesn't intend to hide this. Furthermore, when this junior was passing through the sword tomb, I once said this to a senior who transformed into a sword. How could junior be a sword cultivator? Moreover, the so-called divine sword's secret technique is nothing more than a false accusation by Qi Qingyi of the Seven Spirit Mountain. He wanted to borrow the hands of a group of illusory sword sect disciples to kill Junior. How could he carelessly give such an important secret technique to Junior? If he didn't give it to Junior, can't you snatch it? If Junior really did snatch it, how could he survive? Can he still return alive? Xiao Hua proudly retorted. Yes, yes. The woman nodded vigorously. Qi Qingyi is an illusory sword sect swordsman, and there are many Seven Spirit Mountain swordsmen following him. They even have their Brahma Pagoda formation. Even that can't stop you. And from your tone, you can even kill them all. Tell me, how could this sword not come? This. Xiao Hua didn't expect that he would still leave a bad impression and let this illusory sword sect swordsman feel that something was wrong. If Senior doesn't care about your reputation as a sword transformation senior and wants to deal with Junior, then, there's nothing I can do. As long as Senior doesn't spread the news and doesn't damage Senior's reputation, then it's fine. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Ha ha ha, didn't you just say it? If you were willing, you wouldn't have let Qi Qingyi spread the news about the divine sword's secret technique. The woman laughed. Why can't this sword say that? Senior is indeed qualified to say that. Xiao Hua's voice was still calm. However, does Senior have the confidence to keep Junior here? Why can't this sword keep you here? The woman coldly said, even if you have the ability to kill a third-stage illusory sword sect swordsman, can you escape from this sword's hands? Junior has no grievances with Senior. If Senior wants to bully the weak, Junior has nothing to say. The true essence around Xiao Hua's body slightly flowed, and his eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. No grievances? The woman sneered. This sword is Xue Mingcha of the Void Heaven Sword School. Let's not talk about the Dao sword competition. Just the fact that you killed my Void Heaven Sword School's Qin Jian is enough reason for me to kill you. I see. Hearing this woman call herself a swordsman of the Void Heaven Sword School, Xiao Hua immediately extinguished the hope in his heart. He pointed at the overturned the sea seal and created several hurricanes to suck in the surrounding spiritual energy. Haha. You're really bold. Seeing this, Xue Mingcha laughed and said, in the face of this sword, you actually didn't run away, nor did you surrender. You even want to put up a desperate struggle. If you don't have a nascent soul cultivation, who would dare to have such a plan? When, at this moment, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. He activated the seal of overturning sea and smashed it towards Xue Mingcha. Humph! Xue Mingcha put his index finger and middle finger together and pointed at the air. With a shing sound, like a sharp sword being unsheathed, a ray of sword light flew out from his fingers and hit the seal of ocean. With a crack sound, the ray of sword light was shattered into pieces. The seal of ocean only rolled slightly in the air and came down again. Not bad, not bad. Xue Mingcha nodded as if he was praising Xiao Hua. He looked at the seal of ocean surging with a strong imprisoning force. It set off several gusts of wind and shrouded the space around him. When Xiao Hua was still in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, the seal of ocean was already very powerful. Now that Xiao Hua was in the Gold Core realm, the spiritual energy in his body was as vast as the ice lake under his feet. The power of the seal of ocean had reached another level. The space around Xue Mingcha gradually solidified from top to bottom. Not even the slightest breeze could penetrate it. In fact, when the seal of overturning the sea was about 10 feet away from Xue Mingcha's head, the coiling dragon that had been coiling around the seal suddenly charged out. It roared as it charged towards Xue Mingcha with the seal in its mouth at lightning speed. Its great strength and indescribable power were so great that even a mountain would be smashed into pieces by it. However, Xue Mingcha, who hadn't moved all this time, revealed a mocking smile. Then, sword light shot out from her body in all directions. Every ray of sword light was a sharp flying sword. In an instant, they shattered the confinement of the Seal of Ocean. Moreover, Xue Mingcha stretched out both hands. 10 rays of sword light flew out from the 5 fingers of both hands and attacked the Seal of Ocean. With a cracked sound, several of the 10 rays of sword light blocked the Seal of Ocean. The Seal of Ocean rolled several times and couldn't fall down. The other rays of sword light were even more powerful. With a shwa 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 sound, they actually cut the roaring coiling dragon in half. The shadows flashed in the air and turned back into the shape of a dragon and landed on the seal. The attack of a sword is indeed powerful. Seeing that Xue Mingcha didn't turn into a sword and blocked the Seal of Ocean, Xiaohua sighed in his heart. The thought of using the Kunlun mirror was also extinguished. However, his body suddenly moved. He flew towards the distance. Where do you think you're going? Xue Mingcha naturally paid attention. Seeing that Xiaohua wanted to escape, she hurriedly waved her hand. Several rays of sword light appeared and surrounded Xiaohua from several directions. Hee, Xiaohua sneered. His body suddenly disappeared. Oh. Xue Mingcha frowned slightly. Her divine sense swept over like a waterfall. However, the area within 100 feet was empty. She didn't see Xiaohua at all. Humph, Xue Mingcha snorted coldly. The sword light around her body shone brightly. Her entire body gradually revealed the outline of a huge sword. Rays of flying swords flew out from the huge sword. It was as if 10,000 arrows had been shot at the same time. Kacha kacha. A series of crisp sounds came from several feet above Xue Mingcha's head. Then, 2 rays of sword light, one green and one red, flew out from the place where the crisp sounds came from. They flew towards Xue Mingcha's neck from top to bottom. The sword light was extremely fast, far faster than the sword light that Xue Mingcha sent out. The 2 rays of sword light even dodged the flying swords. Just as Xue Mingcha's gaze swept across the sky and saw Xiaohua's figure appear there, the green and red rays of sword light pierced between Xue Mingcha's neck. Xiaohua actually didn't escape far away. Instead, he closed in on Xue Mingcha in a moment. When he used the Devil Realm concealment technique, he sent out the spirit-slaying vital light. Kacha. The green and red rays of sword light flashed. However, the blood light that Xiaohua expected didn't appear with the flash of sword light. Instead, a light purple sword light appeared on Xue Mingcha's neck, blocking the spirit-slaying vital light outside of the sword light. Not good. This spirit-slaying vital light can't kill a sword. When Xiaohua saw that the spirit-slaying vital light couldn't do anything, his heart went cold. He hurriedly pointed at the sword gourd and was about to withdraw the spirit-slaying vital light. How dare you! Although the spirit-slaying vital light didn't hurt Xue Mingcha, it really gave Xue Mingcha a fright. In addition to being frightened, Xue Mingcha was also angry. His figure flew up, and his hands that had not yet transformed into swords suddenly stretched out. 2 thick sword lights were like pillars as they pierced straight towards Xiaohua's abdomen. At the same time, the sword light on her body flourished. A suction force was born from the sword light, and it actually sucked in the spirit-slaying vital light. Withdraw, Xiaohua was shocked. The golden core in his body suddenly surged and rushed into the sword gourd. A layer of silver appeared on the sword gourd, and even the golden threads that never appeared before were faintly discernible. Whoosh! The suction force inside the sword gourd increased greatly under Xiaohua's urging. Finally, the spirit-slaying vital light was absorbed into the sword gourd. Who's afraid of you? Seeing that the spirit-slaying vital light was withdrawn, Xiaohua's heart was a little relieved. With a flick of his sleeve, the sword gourd was absorbed into the space. He roared again, and his eyes flashed with fanaticism. He raised the wishful steel staff, and his figure suddenly accelerated towards the sword light. Rumble, a loud noise sounded. Xue Mingcha's eyes showed obvious surprise. Xiaohua's figure was not blown away by the sword pillar as she imagined. Instead, the thick sword pillar was actually defeated by the wishful steel staff. Xue Mingcha's surprise was only a flash, and then she waved her hands again. The pillar-shaped sword light disappeared, and a wave of sword light rushed towards Xiaohua like a tide beating the shore. Come on! Xiaohua roared, and the wishful steel staff also rolled, and like a countercurrent, it flew towards Xue Mingcha. A ray of sword light was shattered, and a piece of sword chi was scattered. Oh, you really have some skills. Although the yin-yang sword gourd was refined by you just now. Xue Mingcha's gaze fell on Xiaohua's wishful steel staff, and her thin voice now had a hint of a sword cry. But this demonic weapon is very powerful. I'm afraid that the disciples of the illusory sword sect have suffered a lot because of this demonic weapon. It's more than suffering a loss. Xiaohua sneered. This demonic weapon of this young master is stained with the blood of many swordsmen. Now, I'm going to taste the blood of the illusory sword sect. Ha ha ha, arrogant. It's simply arrogant to the extreme. This sword has never heard of a Dao sect cultivator actually using my sword gourd to kill the illusory sword sect. Xue Mingcha's voice was sharp, and wave after wave of sword flow rushed towards Xiaohua. The sword flow followed Xue Mingcha's voice and also showed a wave, smashing towards Xiaohua like a mountain. This mountain and this wave were composed of sword light, and it was somewhat similar to the sword condensing the world in the Golden Destruction Array. However, these sword shapes could only flow and could not be condensed. Obviously, Xue Mingcha's sword cultivation was advancing towards the sword condensing the world. Fight! Xiaohua was not afraid at all. He waved his arms and rose up in the sword flow. In this way, the two people confronted each other for half a cup of tea's time. Xiaohua was unable to get close to Xue Mingcha, and Xue Mingcha was also unable to injure Xiaohua. Seeing that this move was futile, Xiaohua waved his hand and collected the seal of turning the sea in midair. While one hand was still waving the wishful steel staff, the other hand displayed the thunder attraction technique. Kacha, in the sky, the sound of thunder was faintly heard, and a large number of dark clouds pressed down. As expected of the terrifying phoenix. Where is your Dharma body? Xue Mingcha's eyes revealed a trace of dignity as she coldly said. Why would I need to use the phoenix Dharma body to deal with a first-grade illusory swordsman like you? Xiaohua pulled his hand, and several thumb-sized heavenly thunder attraction technique struck the sword flow rushing towards him. Chapter 2781. With a loud rumble, a large area of sword light was destroyed by the heavenly thunder. Xiaohua took the opportunity to fly closer to Xue Mingcha. You want to fight with this sword with just this demonic weapon of yours? Xue Mingcha understood Xiaohua's intention and unconsciously laughed. This sword will let you know the ability of a first-grade sword transformation. Buzz, a fierce sword cry resounded. Xue Mingcha's figure gradually disappeared, and a huge sword finally appeared in midair. Fight! The sword essence in Xiaohua's body suddenly accelerated as Xue Mingcha transformed into a sword. Just like how the soul execution vital light was sucked away by the sword essence felt like it was coming out of his body. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He tried his best to stabilize the sword essence. He didn't use the wishful staff anymore. His hands formed seals, and the thunderbolts and heavenly thunder fell like rain. Rumble, the continuous sound of thunder and the rising and falling lightning struck the huge sword and the surrounding sword light. However, no matter how rampant the lightning was, no matter how the heavenly thunder struck, the sword light of the huge sword was still bright, and even had a feeling of becoming more and more glorious. Is sword transformation so powerful? Xiaohua's mouth was somewhat bitter. At this moment, he already understood that a swordsman who had entered the sword transformation realm not only had an attack power that surpassed that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, even the body that had transformed into a sword also had an extremely strong defense. Not to mention that he was not a true nascent soul cultivator. Even if he was, without a sharp magic treasure and attack method, it would be difficult for him to take advantage of this huge sword. Buzz, along with the sword cry, the huge sword transformed by Xue Mingcha moved. The movement of sword transformation was different from the movement of an illusory sword that used a secret technique to forcibly enter sword transformation. An extremely smooth sword arc flashed, and the huge sword had already crossed the sky. Then, like an antelope hanging its horn, a strong confinement and indescribable sharpness crossed the space of more than 10 zhang and fell in front of Xiao Hua. Even a feeling of being torn apart was born from Xiao Hua's skin. Xiao Hua had already seen this kind of sword transformation attack at Chicken Crow Mountain. Although Xue Mingcha's sword transformation was no match for the old man's sword transformation, the power behind this strike was definitely not simple. Xiao Hua felt that even if there was a mountain here, this strike would be able to flatten it. However, this power and this confinement were not what made Xiao Hua feel the most uncomfortable. What made Xiao Hua feel the most was the sword essence around him. It was like a moth flying into a flame. This sword essence was in tune with this sword light, and it was trying to force its way forward. Forget it, Xiao Hua understood in his heart that Xue Mingcha had somehow found out that he had sword origin in his body. This sword transformation attack had already taken into account his sword origin. The sword origin that he had forcefully cultivated in the sword catacomb had now become his burden. I'm going for broke. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth. Weng weng, at the same time, a sword hum was emitted from Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua no longer suppressed his sword origin. His entire body emitted an intense brilliance, and a heart-shaped great sword formed around Xiao Hua's body. As Xiao Hua forcefully transformed into a sword, the suction force of the giant sword was greatly reduced. However, Xue Mingcha's sword light was in front of him again. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He waved his entire sword light and went forward to meet it. However, just as the sword light flew out, the great sword that Xue Mingcha had transformed into suddenly crossed the space of several tens of feet and appeared within the sword light. Not good. How could Xiao Hua not know that this was definitely a sword transformation divine ability? At the same time that his figure hurriedly flew over, all the sword origin in his body surged out, and he was prepared to meet the great sword that Xue Mingcha had transformed into. Boom! An earth-shattering tremor resounded. The two soaring sword lights really did collide. Not only did the air wave sweep up the surroundings, even all the layers of ice on the ground were shattered by the air wave and the remnant sword light. Several tens of feet of real water waves were lifted up. Not only that, just as the two sword lights collided, Xue Mingcha's greatsword suddenly flashed. The greatsword grew by several feet, and the greatsword that Xiao Hua had transformed into was completely destroyed. Xiao Hua's figure was like a huge rock that was forcefully smashed into the ice lake by Xue Mingcha. Furthermore, the remnant sword chi even went past Xiao Hua and slashed at the iceberg that Xiao Hua was previously standing on. That huge iceberg was like a piece of condensed tofu, and was split into two halves. That powerful force even pressed down the iceberg by more than 2 feet, and then it floated up from the water. As for Xiao Hua, his figure fell into the ice-cold lake water. His Daoist robe had long been torn to shreds, and his body that was as hard as gold and stone had many bloody scars. These bloody scars were like the mouth of a baby. Some were an inch long, and some were a foot long. All of them were filled with flesh and blood. However, although these bloody scars looked extremely serious, not a single drop of blood seeped out. The bloody light only left on the skin, and there was a faint brilliance that wrapped around it. Moreover, these wounds were also slowly shrinking and slowly recovering. However, compared to the injuries on the surface of Xiao Hua's body, it seemed that the injuries on Xiao Hua's body were even more serious. Xiao Hua's body gently floated in the icy water, as if he was a walking corpse without feeling. In fact, it was indeed similar. Right now, his mind was violently shaking, and a kind of invisible sword cry was constantly flashing in his mind. Just now, Xue Mingcha's sword strike not only hit his sword body, but also hit his sword intent and the sword heart that had yet to take shape. The damage from the sword heart directly entered his primordial spirit. Although Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was already separated and independent, his body was still affected. In particular, the sword essence that was originally flowing in his body like mercury was now on the verge of being torn apart. The connection between the sword essence was faintly discernible, and even when it flowed, it was intermittent. Hugh, as if letting out a long breath, Xiao Hua's tightly closed eyes moved slightly. He was not unconscious, but the feeling of being hit by the sword was really uncomfortable. It was as if the whole world had been turned upside down. His whole body involuntarily turned over and over, but unfortunately, his body did not move. This feeling was really unbearable. Sword transformation, sword transformation. It's really extraordinary. This young master still underestimated sword transformation. Xiao Hua resisted the tearing pain of his body and the nauseating discomfort in his mind, and secretly thought, the reason why sword transformation is because she is a sword. How arrogant was that soul-slaying primary light, but when it touched Xue Mingcha's neck, it was actually unable to cut it. If I were to fight with her with the wishful staff, it would be considered as meeting force with force. But I'm also using my own unformed sword to fight with her. Isn't this like hitting a stone with an egg? In the future, I have to remember that using my own strength to overcome the enemy's weakness is the best strategy. Today's competitive spirit and hot-blooded desire to compete with the blue sky should be used less in the future. At this time, the eagerness in Xiao Hua's eyes had completely disappeared, and was replaced by a kind of regret. However, this regret had just flashed by, and that sharp sword intent was once again born from the surface of the lake. This guy is going to take my life today. Xiao Hua sensed the sword intent and hurriedly shook his incomparably heavy head. He urged his magic power and formed a water-repelling seal, and his figure flew away. That is, just as the magic power in his body surged, a strong confining force passed through the dozens of feet of ice water and directly enveloped him. Not to mention Xiao Hua, even within this dozens of feet range, the extremely fluctuating water ripples from before also calmed down. Although this area of water was not frozen, that kind of solidity was comparable to ice. Wang, the sword origin within Xiao Hua's body let out a mournful wail. Outside the ice lake, a sword hum resounded once again. Following that sword hum, a seemingly illusory yet seemingly corporeal sword chi swayed as it descended. Shwa! Almost ignoring the dozens of feet of ice water, that sword chi directly fell on the top of Xiao Hua's head. Seeing the sword chi chopping towards him, Xiao Hua was scared out of his wits. He did not expect the sword transformation's attack to be so fierce and its speed to be so fast. Even the water-repelling seal could not avoid the confinement of this attack. Even the meridians in his body and the golden core in his lower dantian were firmly suppressed by the confining force, and not a trace of magic power could be used. Moreover, this Xue Mingcha was not like those third-grade illusory swordsmen that Xiao Hua had met before. When she chopped down with her huge sword, the sword transformation's sword force was already contained within it. Xiao Hua was not a true nascent soul cultivator. Not to mention not releasing his pressure, even if he released it, how could he block this huge sword attack? Thinking about the various methods that Xiao Hua currently had, although there were many types and abnormal, if he really wanted to use them to fight against a sword transformation swordsman, it seemed that it would be difficult to use any of them. None of them could be compared to Xue Mingcha's sword transformation's attack. Xiao Hua, who could simultaneously kill 4 third-grade illusory swordsmen, was still somewhat delicate in front of Xue Mingcha. Therefore, at this time, Xiao Hua could no longer care about hiding anything. Wang, the dragon transformation art within Xiao Hua's body was madly activated, and a kacha sound was heard. Within Xiao Hua's lower dantian, the 2 lightning cores within the silver-white golden core emitted violent lightning. These lightning bolts struck Xiao Hua's golden core, causing the entire golden core to rapidly revolve. A huge amount of true essence gushed out from the golden core, and even caused the extremely condensed heaven and earth spiritual chi near the golden core to rush out. Like a torrential flood in a mountain valley, it poured into Xiaohua's meridians. As soon as this true essence entered Xiaohua's meridians, it was transformed into magic power. The golden light around Xiaohua's body flourished, and within this golden light, there were traces of lightning. Wu, a strange sound was emitted from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua, who had already been confined by the sword transformation's power and was unable to move, was suddenly surrounded by lightning bolts. With a raise of his hand, he defeated the confining force, and his figure flashed a string of afterimages along with the lightning bolts, flying towards the surface of the water. Oh! Xue Mingcha's sword was already less than 2 zhang away from Xiaohua. Under these circumstances, even if he was an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, Xue Mingcha was still confident that she could kill him. However, at this crucial moment, Xiaohua actually used the lightning evasion technique and forcibly escaped from her sword light. How could this not shock Xue Mingcha? Chapter 2782. Boom! Just as Xiaohua flew out of the confinement, it was as if a mountain ridge had fallen into an ice lake, or as if countless fireball talismans had exploded inside the ice lake. The sword's shadow flashed, and a wave of several dozen feet high was raised. A space of half a mu in size appeared inside the ice lake, and in this space, Xue Mingcha's camellia-like sword quietly floated. It was as if she had always been there, and would still be there in the future. The existence of her sword pushed away all the splashes of water. So close. Xiaohua did not have the time to comprehend the incomparable sword force of the sword transformation. After all, to push away the water of half a mu in size of the ice lake did not only rely on sword origin and sword force, but also the comprehension of the way of the sword. It was far from what Xiaohua, who had just touched the edge of the sword transformation, could compare with. If he could stay in this sword force for a long time, it would have a crucial effect on him stepping into the sword transformation realm. Unfortunately, compared to his life, this effect was as light as a feather. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief in his heart. His figure strangely followed Xue Mingcha's waves and airflow, rushing out of the water at an incomparably fast speed. With a series of thunderous rumbles, Xiaohua had already rushed out more than 100 feet. "Where do you think you're going?" A sharp sword cry sounded behind Xiaohua, and after a series of sword shadows flashed, a 5-feet-long flying sword soared into the sky. It chased after Xiaohua like a stream of light. The speed of that sword's shadow was extremely fast, and it did not seem to be inferior to Xiaohua's imperial thunder transformation in the slightest. "I'm going to die." Xiaohua saw that Xue Mingcha was actually chasing after him with one in front and one behind. His imperial thunder transformation was actually unable to gain the slightest advantage, and he unconsciously felt his soul fly out of his body. How could he dare to think about anything else? He recklessly activated the dragon transformation art and the celestial body empowerment technique, while absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while stimulating the true essence in his gold core, and using the lightning escape technique, he rushed forward. Just as mentioned before, when it came to escaping, Xiaohua was really experienced. Before he had even condensed his gold core, he had already fought with Daoist Jingru, who was a nascent soul cultivator. However, at that time, Xiaohua simply didn't dare to let Jingru get close to him. He could only keep a distance of a few dozen kilometers. But this time, when he faced Xue Mingcha, who was at the first-grade transformation sword stage, Xiaohua was able to retreat unscathed after a head-on collision. He should be proud of himself. What was special was that after flying for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua did not hesitate to change direction. The strange angle and sudden change of direction threw Xue Mingcha more than 100 zhang away. When Xue Mingcha changed direction again to pursue, Xiaohua had already flown several hundred zhang away. In the following half a day, Xiaohua made countless turns, rushed into the sky, rushed into the ground, and even plunged into the water, all in an attempt to shake off Xue Mingcha. Unfortunately, Xue Mingcha was different from Daoist Jing Si. She only maintained her sword form. Regardless of whether it was in the air, on the ground, or in the water, she was not affected by the environment at all. Damn it, this swordsman is indeed powerful. After tossing and turning for half a day, the shaking in Xiao Hua's mind gradually disappeared. That nauseating feeling also disappeared. Although he couldn't escape from Xue Mingcha's pursuit, Xue Mingcha didn't attack, so his life wasn't in danger for the time being. His brain began to ponder again. This young master's thunder evasion technique can already catch up to my Imperial Thunder sect master, but I still can't shake her off. What about the nascent soul cultivators of other sects? Don't even mention them. If I really encountered this guy, wouldn't I end up dead? But then again, this young master is only several hundred zhang away from this guy. If she really wanted to kill me, I'm afraid this young master still wouldn't be able to take that sword strike from before, right? While Xiao Hua was secretly astonished, Xue Mingcha's heart became even more depressed. In fact, Xiao Hua's thoughts weren't completely correct. Although the flying sword of a sword cultivator was extremely fast, far faster than cultivators of the same level, compared to the thunder evasion technique of the Imperial Thunder sect, there was still a gap. An ordinary second-grade sword transformation stage swordsman might not necessarily be able to catch up to Xiao Hua. Because this Xue Mingcha's flying sword was somewhat special, her flying speed was also much faster than ordinary swordsmen. This was also one of the reasons why she chased after Xiao Hua from so far away. But she didn't expect Xiao Hua's thunder evasion technique to be so powerful. Even if she used all of her sword origin, she still couldn't catch up to him. Now that she thought about it, Xiao Hua landed on the ice mountain not because he couldn't escape, but because he was waiting for her. This kind of waiting was either to give the other 3 Foundation Establishment stage swordsmen a chance to escape, or it was consistent with Xiao Hua's actions. Xiao Hua wanted to kill her. Thinking that Xiao Hua wanted to kill a first-grade sword transformation stage swordsman like her, Xue Mingcha sneered in her heart. If it wasn't for the cultivation of a middle nascent soul stage swordsman, it would be impossible to break through her sword transformation stage defense. Otherwise, it would be impossible to talk about injuries. And in the short fight just now, Xue Mingcha had already ascertained Xiao Hua's strength. He was only at the early nascent soul stage, far from being her opponent. However, even if Xiao Hua wasn't Xue Mingcha's opponent, Xue Mingcha wanting to kill Xiao Hua was the same as Xiao Hua wanting to kill Xue Mingcha. It could only be an idea, but it couldn't be realized. Of course, Xiao Hua wanted to kill Xue Mingcha, but he didn't have the strength. But if Xue Mingcha wanted to kill Xiao Hua, she had the will and the strength to do so, but the timing wasn't right. Yes, Xue Mingcha was following behind Xiao Hua, and her divine sense had also locked onto Xiao Hua. However, her sword origin had been completely activated, and nearly 80% of it had been invested into the flight of the flying sword. Even if the remaining sword origin could be used to launch an attack, Xue Mingcha understood in her heart that as long as she launched an attack, her flying speed would definitely be slowed down. And in the process of slowing down, Xiao Hua would have to fly extremely far away again. Moreover, whether Xue Mingcha's attack would be effective or not, she herself wasn't sure. Didn't she see how Xiao Hua had dodged the previous head-on attack and the attack that Xue Mingcha was extremely confident in? At this time, Xue Mingcha was relying on the fact that the sword origin in her body was far superior to Xiao Hua's. She was waiting for the true essence in Xiao Hua's body to be exhausted. Once the true essence was exhausted, the golden core wouldn't be able to provide any magic power. Xiao Hua's flying speed would slow down, and that would be the moment Xiao Hua would die. This idea was naturally a wise move for a high-level swordsman like Xue Mingcha, and it was the same for Daoist Jing Ru in the past. However, the early nascent soul stage Daoist Jing Ru couldn't catch Xiao Hua decades ago. Could the current Xue Mingcha do it? After flying like a headless fly for several days, Xiao Hua gradually had a plan in his heart. He also understood Xue Mingcha's difficulties. As for himself, he had the heavenly infusion technique to draw in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the outside world, and the dragon transformation art to refine the spiritual qi. He didn't even need to activate the golden core in his dantian. Instead, he could rely on medicinal pills and spiritual herbs to support the lightning evasion technique. Moreover, this kind of crazy activation of the technique was also a kind of test for Xiao Hua's newly created technique. It was also a kind of tempering for Xiao Hua's other set of meridians that hadn't fully matured yet. Xiao Hua even thought of chasing after Xue Mingcha like this until his golden core realm was completely stabilized before escaping. However, when he thought of Fairy Hongxia's concern, Xiao Hua decided to take a risk. He would first shake off Xue Mingcha, then head to the place where he had agreed to meet Fairy Hongxia in advance. After flying for another half a day, another ice lake appeared in front of him. This ice lake was very similar to the ice lake from before. Moreover, there were ripples on the surface of the lake, and there were very few icebergs. Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he suddenly plunged into the ripples. Xiao Hua had used this kind of trick many times in the past few days. When Xue Mingcha's divine sense moved, she didn't even think about it. Her flying sword also turned around and chased down the ice lake. With a loud boom, Xiao Hua rushed into the blue water, and in an instant, the icy water rose several zhang. The waves rushed into the air, and a string of water droplets appeared. These water droplets reflected a colorful brilliance under the clear sun. However, Xue Mingcha didn't care about this moment of beauty. Her sword flashed, and in an instant, she rushed into the blue water. However, just as she entered the water, and before the waves even fell, the divine sense that Xue Mingcha released was suddenly blocked. The divine sense mark that locked onto Xiao Hua also disappeared. It was as if Xiao Hua had never appeared. Xue Mingcha was greatly alarmed, and she hurriedly released her divine sense to search again. However, just as her divine sense swept out 10 zhang, she immediately felt that something was wrong. Because in her divine sense, there wasn't only icy water nearby, but there were many inexplicable things, whether it was foothills, or scenery, or indescribable cultivators, or countless swordsmen, not good. When Xue Mingcha saw this, how could she not know that she had fallen into Xiao Hua's trap? She hurriedly retracted her divine sense. However, when she retracted her divine sense, countless scenes flashed before her eyes. It was as if her divine sense had extended forward again. It wasn't retracting as she thought. Xue Mingcha didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and hurriedly used a secret technique. However, she felt a sharp pain in her mind, and the divine sense that swept out was cut off by her. At this time, the several zhang of blue water that Xiao Hua stirred up had already fallen, but the space within several zhang of Xue Mingcha was enveloped by a layer of innate primordial water that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Wang. Xue Mingcha didn't reveal her physical body, and her entire sword let out a buzzing sound. Clearly, she was extremely angry. The sword light flashed, and a sword ray mixed with angry sword chi rushed into the innate primordial water. Xue Mingcha actually wanted to destroy the innate primordial water at the risk of her sword being damaged. Boom! The innate primordial water was indeed broken by Xue Mingcha, and when the innate primordial water landed on the sword, it quickly corroded the sword light like thorns, and in an instant, some parts of the sword light were annihilated. However, that wasn't all. In the gaps between the innate primordial water droplets, wisps of spiritual fire also appeared, and landed on the sword light. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound was also extremely soft, and the sword light was actually ignited by the spiritual fire. Damn it. Xue Mingcha urged her sword origin, and tried her best to resist the corrosion of the innate primordial water. Her divine sense swept out again, and she already saw that Xiao Hua had already flown several li away. Chapter 2783. I must kill this bastard. Xue Mingcha was enraged at the thought of being injured in front of a cultivator. She cursed Xiao Hua in her heart. Just as she was about to activate her sword origin and soar into the sky again, she suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain from her back. When she scanned her back with her divine perception, she found that a thumb-sized flame had already ignited the sword light on her back. Moreover, the fire seemed to be spreading. Is this the innate true fire? Xue Mingcha was scared out of her wits. She didn't expect Xiao Hua to have innate true fire in the innate true water. Moreover, this true fire could actually ignite her sword light. Since this true fire could ignite the sword light, then the sword origin must be able to ignite it as well. And could she not be ignited as well? The most important thing was that when the flame burned the sword light, there was a bone-eroding pain. This pain forced Xue Mingcha to escape from the sword transformation realm. This was something Xue Mingcha didn't dare to imagine. However, how could Xue Mingcha dare to escape from the sword transformation realm? She could only activate her sword origin. Her body glowed brightly, and the sword light pierced the bottom of the flame, stopping it from spreading further. However, the sword light was only stopped for a moment. The sword light was ignited by the flame again, and the fire grew even stronger. Xue Mingcha suddenly thought of the innate true water that trapped her just now. Without hesitation, she rushed over again, wanting to use the innate true water to extinguish the spirit fire. Unfortunately, when the innate true water landed on the spirit fire seemed to be nothing. It even ignited the innate true water. This isn't the innate true fire. Xue Mingcha was shocked. When she realized that this strange flame wasn't the innate true fire, she panicked even more. This was something that could ignite the innate true water. How could she let it wreak havoc on her body? Xue Mingcha gritted his teeth. The sword light around his body flashed again, and the huge sword appeared again. However, this huge sword only appeared for a brief moment before it quickly shrunk. A slender camellia flower emerged from the light of the huge sword. The camellia flower fell into the air, and gradually revealed the figure of a naked woman. When the sword light faded away, Xue Mingcha, who had changed into another set of purple sword equipment, appeared with an ashen face. Xue Mingcha didn't have time to check the situation at the scene and immediately released her divine perception. As expected, there was no trace of Xiao Hua within 100 miles. If it wasn't that Xiao Hua was flying too fast, then it was that Xiao Hua had used a concealment technique. But no matter what, with Xue Mingcha's ability, it was already no different from ascending to the heavens if he wanted to discover and catch up to Xiao Hua now. This bastard is too cunning. Xue Mingcha unwillingly used her divine sense to scan the area in front of her again and again. Only when she felt that she had really lost track of Xiao Hua did she fiercely retract her divine sense. At this moment, her divine sense was still somewhat painful. This fire. The sword light that Xue Mingcha shed should have disappeared a long time ago because it didn't have sword origin. However, under the attachment of the spiritual fire, it continued to burn for a while. At this moment, Xue Mingcha looked again. Not only did the sword light disappear, even the spiritual fire had turned into a tiny wisp. This wisp of spiritual fire could only be seen with the naked eye, and Xue Mingcha's divine sense couldn't detect it. This fire doesn't seem to be as powerful as I imagined. Xue Mingcha suddenly realized something, and her heart was somewhat ashamed and angry. This bastard Xiao Hua is really cunning. He actually set up this thing after using the innate true water. So it was to set up a maze. And this sword actually used the golden cicada shell shedding secret technique and damaged the sword origin. But, if this sword didn't use the secret technique, how could it escape from this mysterious fire? Seeing the spiritual fire slowly fall down like a thin feather, Xue Mingcha's heart moved. She clapped her hands and took out a sword-shaped container from her chest. She pointed her finger, and the small sword flew under the spiritual fire. The tip of the small sword was an entrance, and she quietly waited for the spiritual fire to enter the container. However, something strange happened. That wisp of spiritual fire didn't seem to be material at all. It actually escaped from the small sword and slowly fell into the blue waves below the small sword. What kind of fire is this? Xue Mingcha was somewhat dumbfounded. She naturally knew that there were many strange things in the Tao sect, but she was still a sword. What kind of things hadn't she seen before? However, this was the first time she saw a spiritual fire that looked even stranger than the innate true fire. After using several methods to collect the spiritual fire, Xue Mingcha completely gave up. She really didn't understand how Xiao Hua kept and used this item. However, when she glanced at the innate primordial water that had shrunk into a few drops in mid-air, a smile appeared on Xue Mingcha's face. Fortunately, I didn't make a wasted trip this time. This sword needs innate true water to refine the sword body, and this Xiaohua actually sent a few drops. Speaking of innate true water, the matter of the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain was definitely caused by this bastard Xiaohua. Not only does this bastard have the Yin-Yang sword gourd, he also has innate true water. Where did he get it from? Sword Master Chong is really too much. He left a good innate true water and didn't let this sword take it. Now it's a mess because of that bastard. At this point, Xue Mingcha pointed her finger, and several sword lights flew out. They nimbly caught the few drops of innate true water and slowly sent them into the small sword-like container. Xue Mingcha frowned. However, what kind of elixir is Sword Master selling in his gourd? Not only did he not chase after Xiaohua, he even revealed this matter. It's as if the matter of the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain never happened. This is really troublesome. Why should this sword think about these troublesome matters? How many things are done by Sword Master's group of third-grade transformation Sword Masters? This sword doesn't need to go to the battlefield of the Great Sword War. The corner of Xue Mingcha's mouth curled up. She waved her hand and caught the small sword-like container. After carefully putting it away, she released her divine sense again and scanned the surroundings several times. Only then did her body release sword lights and soar into the sky in a certain direction, quickly disappearing. After several days, Xiaohua's figure strangely appeared in a place dozens of li away. This position was not only the direction Xiaohua had fled in, but the place was also very obvious. It was an ice mountain in the middle of an ice lake. In fact, after Xiaohua released the innate primordial water and spiritual fire, his Buddhist consciousness had been left in the ice lake. Seeing that Xue Mingcha had fallen into the innate primordial water, he immediately urged the true origin in his gold core to increase his speed. When Xue Mingcha's divine sense swept over again, he had already crossed the ice mountain. When Xue Mingcha discovered the spiritual fire, she didn't have time to follow Xiaohua. Xiaohua immediately withdrew his Buddhist consciousness and quickly flew back, hiding in the ice mountain. Xiaohua's concealment technique, the capital star array, and the maze he had set up, allowed Xue Mingcha to release her divine sense between dozens of li and hundreds of li. She simply didn't sweep this ice mountain. Alas, what a pity for those few drops of innate primordial water. Xiaohua flew above the ice lake and collected the spiritual fire that had fallen into it. He whispered with some regret, however, this young master's cultivation is still a bit lacking. I originally thought that with gold core, would be able to fight Reverend Jing Si. Looking at it now, it's better to be careful. If I can avoid that guy, it's better not to. If I really see him, it's better to run away as soon as possible. Following which, Xiaohua raised his head to look at the position of the sun. After identifying the direction slightly, he flew towards another direction. The astronomical phenomenon in the extreme north of Huan country was rather strange. In the beginning, the alternation of the sun and moon was normal. However, as one went deeper, the day and night gradually lengthened. In the end, the night and day would often not alternate for dozens of days. Now, it was daytime. After Xiaohua parted ways with Fairy Hong Xia and the rest, the pale white sun had been hanging in the east without any movement. Xiaohua was originally a directionally challenged person. At this moment it was already not easy for him to identify the direction by looking at the position of the sun. However, Xiaohua was still wrong. Although the sun had been hanging in the east and didn't seem to have moved, how could it not have moved for dozens of days? If it was a sword cultivator, they would definitely calculate and see which direction the sun was in. Then, they would fly towards the place they wanted to go. Furthermore, the other party would have other methods to determine the direction better. They would definitely not use the direction of the sun from dozens of days ago as the direction of today. Therefore, Xiaohua's flight was naturally different from the direction Fairy Hong Xia and the rest were heading towards. Xiao Hua flew for several days and didn't see any trace of Fairy Hongxia and the rest. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he was fighting with Xue Mingcha and flew extremely far away. Fairy Hongxia and the rest shouldn't be flying too close. However, after flying for dozens of days, seeing that the sun in the east was gradually setting, Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. Could it be? I was wrong again? Even if the three of them were rushing non-stop, with eyes escape technique, I should have found them long ago. Xiao Hua originally wanted to find a swordsman to ask about the location Fairy Hongxia mentioned before they left. However, in these dozens of days, he actually didn't meet a single person. I've really seen a ghost. Xiao Hua thought helplessly. Previously, I didn't want to meet any sword cultivators. However, there were dozens of them. They were dozens of illusory sword grade 3 swordsmen who didn't care about their lives and sent themselves to death. They even sent an old woman who was a grade 1 swordsman. They almost took this young master's life. Now, there's no need for any illusory sword cultivators. Can't any of them come out? Xiao Hua helplessly flew in mid-air and released his spiritual will and Buddhist awareness, hoping to find one or two figures so that he could find traces of Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Back then, when Fairy Hongxia and the rest were forced to part ways with Xiao Hua, they fled into the distance. Especially when Fairy Hongxia's spiritual will was near Xiao Hua and was forced back by Xue Mingcha's spiritual will. Although she didn't suffer any injuries, that sharp sword-like spiritual will left a deep impression on Fairy Hongxia. Chapter 2784. Furthermore, after Fairy Hongxia and the rest had flown more than 10 li away, Xue Mingcha's spiritual sense still chased after them. That spiritual sense scanned the three of them coldly, and even scanned Li Zongbao many times. However, after Xiao Hua flew far away, Xue Mingcha did not dare to stay for long, and only then did he retract his spiritual sense. Seeing this, Li Zongbao understood that Xue Mingcha's intentions were different from those illusory swordsmen. He was not here to snatch the divine sword's secret manual, but to find trouble with them. Li Zongbao thought of this, so did Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao. Fairy Hongxia was even more worried about Xiao Hua. Although she knew that he already had the strength of an early nascent soul stage, but he was facing an illusory sword after all. Unknowingly, Fairy Hongxia's flying speed slowed down. Seeing this, Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao, whose face was as cold as ice, and could only fly to Fairy Hongxia and whisper, "Senior sister. Big brother's cultivation." I don't know, but how could senior sister not know? He could easily kill 4 illusory sword grade 3 swordsmen. If he really met an illusory sword, he might not be at a disadvantage. Fairy Hongxia knew that Xiao Mao's words were reasonable, but she was still worried. She sighed and did not say anything, and turned back to look in the direction that Xiao Hua disappeared. Xiao Mao wanted to say something, but seeing Fairy Hongxia's absent-minded look, he did not know how to comfort her. "Junior sister." Li Zongbao's voice entered their ears. "Even if you look back 1,000,000 times, you still can't see Xiao Hua. Even if you think about it 1,000,000 times, you still can't help Xiao Hua. What you need to do now is to raise your cultivation. Only when you are pregnant and become a grandmaster, can you be Xiao Hua's assistant. Only then can you be qualified to worry about Xiao Hua." Saying this, Li Zongbao clapped his hands and took out his beloved Immortal slaughtering whip. He said in a calm and even somewhat jealous voice, "Look at this spiritual weapon, Immortal slaughtering whip. Although I have never seen a spiritual weapon before, I can clearly feel that this item is mine, and mine is this item. This feeling is many times stronger than the Immortal piercing whip. If this item is not a spiritual weapon, then what kind of treasure is it? Xiao Hua who can even refine such a spiritual weapon? You. If you don't raise your cultivation, how can you stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Don't you see that Imperial Thunder Sect disciple called Xue? Although she has something to do with Xiao Hua, she has only been cultivating in seclusion. Even when Xiao Hua went to Sky Patrol City to fight, she didn't come out to send him off. Do you think she doesn't want to? She did that for the sake of the future, for the sake of being together with Xiao Hua better. Junior sister's current cultivation can't even be compared to me. Even if you can fly to Xiao Hua's side, what can you help her with? The reason why you came all the way to Meng Mountains is to look for an opportunity. Xiao Hua lured away the transformation sword. Didn't he also want you to fulfill your wish? Now that you've lost your soul and are worried about Xiao Hua, what should you do? If you were Xue of the converted Thunder Palace, I'm afraid you would have already accompanied Xiao Hualai in his Dao sword battle, right? Not only are you unable to cultivate in seclusion by yourself, you're even being protected by Xiao Hua. Moreover, there's an even greater possibility that you'll perish in the great battle between Dao cultivators. How could you still have the carefree life of Xiao Hua? Sometimes, when you lose something, you know how precious it is, Li Zongbao sighed. His words were obviously meant to provoke her, and Fairy Hongxia understood it when she heard it. However, when Xue was mentioned, Fairy Hongxia's competitive spirit was uncontrollably born. She cupped her fists and said, "Thank you, senior brother. I understand now. I'll definitely keep senior brother's words in my heart." Actually, with Xiao Hua's cultivation base, he'll definitely be the brightest star in the great battle between Dao cultivators. However, he's been hiding it all this time. He must have his own secrets and difficulties. Therefore, in the future, in my opinion, the two of you will spend less time together and more time apart. If the two of you are of the same mind, then you should have the mentality of seeing the world as close as a stone's throw away. Junior sister's mentality right now is not good. Yes, junior sister understands. Fairy Hongxia nodded again. Moreover, Xiao Hua. In my opinion, his other divine abilities might not be able to catch the eyes of sword transformation. However, his ability to escape is definitely at the level of a mid-late nascent soul cultivator. Sword transformation may not be able to catch up with him. You don't have to worry today, and you don't have to worry in the future as well. We just have to hurry to mount millions of Meng Mountains. I'm sure it won't be long before he catches up with us. Yes, junior sister understands. After hearing Li Zongbao's words, Fairy Hongxia was still a little worried. However, she also understood that Li Zongbao's words were true. She was simply worried about Xiao Hua, and that was the inferior choice. Only by increasing her own cultivation base and not worrying Xiao Hua, and being able to help him, that would be the superior choice. It's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need. I'm afraid this is what it means. Fairy Hongxia suddenly thought to herself. Seeing Fairy Hongxia's thoughtful expression, Li Zongbao did not say much. This kind of thing would have to depend on Fairy Hongxia's own understanding. The only thing he could do was to remind her. After flying for another 10 days, Xiao Hua still did not appear. As a result, Fairy Hongxia was not the only one feeling uneasy. Even Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were surprised. Unfortunately, before they could stop and wait, a third-grade illusory sword divine sense swept over from the front. As soon as it discovered them, it immediately locked onto them. Without Xiao Mao, the highest cultivation base among the three was only at the late foundation establishment stage. Moreover, Li Zongbao's immortal slaying whip was still being nourished and could not be used. The three of them were no match for any illusory swordsman, let alone a third-grade illusory swordsman. Sensing this divine sense, Li Zongbao's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly pointed behind and said, "Quick, we don't have to go forward anymore. Let's turn back quickly. If we can meet Xiao Hua, it's fine. If not..." Without waiting for Li Zongbao to finish his words, Xiao Mao immediately turned the flowing cloud airship around, activated all the spiritual power in his body, and flew in the direction where the three of them came from. Li Zongbao was right, but he forgot that Xiao Hua was the best at getting lost. Even if they flew to the place where the four of them separated, how could they find Xiao Hua again? Moreover, would the third-grade illusory swordsman give them a chance to meet up with Xiao Hua? The flowing cloud airship had only flown for half a day when Li Zongbao's divine sense discovered the dark-faced sword cultivator chasing after the airship. Not only that, when Li Zongbao sensed that the swordsman was approaching him, another 5 strands of divine thoughts swept over from the direction where the swordsman came from. After discovering the airboat, the 5 strands of divine thoughts disappeared again. When the divine thoughts swept over the airboat again, Li Zongbao found that the 6 swordsmen of grade 3 illusory sword had surrounded the airboat and were closing in on it in a fan-shaped formation. Maybe, we really can't fly back. Li Zongbao retracted his divine sense, and his face was extremely ugly. He pointed at the 6 third-grade illusory swordsmen and said, "These 6 illusory swordsmen are obviously afraid of junior brother Shao. They also saw our intention to fly back, and now they have surrounded us, blocking our way from the side. The 3 swordsmen who are flying side by side with the airship are obviously flying very fast. They are chasing after the airship and outflanking us from the side. It seems that they are trying to stop us from flying back." Xiao Mao's divine sense was far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. At this time, he also realized that something was wrong, and his face was also pale. Fairy Hongxia knew that her divine sense was not as good as Li Zongbao's, so she did not release her divine sense. Instead, she said calmly, "Since we can't fly back, then, we can only fly in the direction away from them. As long as we can keep a distance from them. Let's go." Li Zongbao's body flashed brilliantly, and he poured his magic power into the flowing cloud airship. The flowing cloud airship accelerated again, and flew in another direction. Although Li Zongbao and the others tried their best, and the airship kept changing its direction, the 3 of them were, after all, just cultivators of the foundation establishment stage. Under the pursuit of 6 third-grade illusory swordsmen, they were still unable to catch up. In just a few days, the 6 swordsmen's figures were already in sight. In fact, according to the speed of the 6 swordsmen, they could have caught up with the airship 2 or 3 days ago. But for some reason, perhaps they thought that the 3 of them were like turtles in a jar, so they slowed down their speed. Seeing that the 6 swordsmen were only 2 or 3 miles away, Li Zongbao sighed softly in his heart. The 3 of them were really insignificant without Xiaohua. He looked up at the direction where Xiaohua should have come from, clapped his hands, and took out the immortal slaying whip. He whispered, "Junior sister, let's meet the enemy." "Oh. Okay." Fairy Hongxia hesitated for a moment, and then withdrew her hand from the control of the airship. She said, "Senior brother, it's better not to use the immortal slaying whip now." "Why?" Li Zongbao frowned slightly. "This item. Although it's a spiritual weapon, it's currently being cultivated, so it can't be used as a spiritual weapon. Moreover, if senior brother rashly uses it, the illusory swordsman might notice that something is wrong, and covet it. Even if they won't really kill us now, and maybe take us as hostages, with this item, we might not be able to keep our lives." "Oh," Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He didn't have any suitable magic weapons, so the first thing he thought of was the immortal slaying whip. Hearing Fairy Hongxia's words, he knew that she was right. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and kept the immortal slaying whip, and took out the yin-yang ring. He turned to Xiao Mao and said, "Junior brother Xiao, you guard this airship. There's no need to fight. We won't leave this airship either. Our main goal is to escape." "Yes, junior brother understands." Xiao Mao had originally stood up, but now he could only sit down. "Kaka. There are only 3 little kids here. Where's the horrifying phoenix?" A fierce voice came from the horizon. It was the grade 3 illusory swordsman who had first discovered the airship. Following that, a voice that was neither loud nor soft said coldly, "Left sword. Who cares where the horrifying phoenix went? Capture these 3 kids, aren't you afraid that the horrifying phoenix won't show up?" Chapter 2785. Li Zongbao looked around and saw that the voice belonged to the only female swordsman among the 6 swordsmen. She was also the fastest and was less than a mile away from the flying boat. Huang Ping. We've already searched the surrounding several hundred miles, but we didn't find any trace of the terrifying phoenix. Furthermore, these three brats are actually behind us on the flying boat. Could it be that we have already caught up to it? That terrifying phoenix escaped somewhere else? Why are you asking me? Huang Ping said calmly, let's capture these three and interrogate them carefully. Leave the interrogation to this old man. Another valiant sword cultivator approached and sneered, my High Wind Sword sect has a grudge with this Dao sect cultivator. The reason why I interrogated the three Dao cultivator disciples who fought in the battle was to vent the anger of the fallen disciples of the sword region. Wang Jingxiang. Your methods are too ruthless. Let me do it. On the other side, a scholarly-looking swordsman said eerily, this chick won't be able to withstand your vicious attacks. It would be a pity if she were to fall. Fairy Hongxia's expression changed when she heard that, even though she knew that they were just trying to scare her. Attack. Li Zongbao had been holding back for a long time. When he saw the four swordsmen approaching while the other two were still some distance away, he shouted and threw out the Yinyang hoop. The Yinyang hoop was a Dharma treasure used by Heng Zhao in his early years, so it was quite powerful. As the Yinyang hoop flew out, two rays of red and green light flew out from the hoop, transforming into two rings that shot towards Wujian, who was closest to the flying boat. Hee, I haven't made a move all this time because I feel like I'm bullying the younger generation. But now, you dare to provoke me first. Then I won't hold back. As Wujian laughed, he waved his hand and a silver-white sword light shot out from his left hand. The moment the sword light entered the air, it immediately turned into specks of stars. Each speck was a dazzling sword light, and these specks of stars descended on the green and red rings. Clap, 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 like cold water falling into a hot pot, every bit of sword light that fell on the ring emitted a strong brilliance and sword chi. That huge impact force shattered the ring. When the green and red rings disappeared, the remaining starry sword essence suddenly gathered together with the sword technique of the left sword, turning into a full moon that rushed straight toward the yin and yang ring in midair. Oh no! The genuine essence around Li Zongbao trembled violently, apparently affected by the backlash of the yin-yang hoop. As he cried out involuntarily, he hurriedly activated the yin-yang hoop. With a loud boom, the moon-like sword essence hit the center of the yin-yang hoop. The yin-yang hoop flashed with a strong green-red brilliance to resist, but the green-red brilliance was too inferior to the full moon sword essence and almost collapsed upon contact. The brilliance of the yin-yang hoop faded, and it was sent flying into the air by the fierce sword chi. The sharp sword essence once again transformed into a meteor and shot towards the flying boat. The gap between the late Foundation establishment stage and the third-grade illusory sword was so huge. Fairy Hongxia was helpless. She raised her shoulders and an ice phoenix celestial body flew out. A phoenix cry resounded in the air. Hee, this is a female phoenix. When Zhuo Jian saw Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body, his eyes narrowed into slits. If we capture her, we won't have to worry about the terrifying phoenix handing over the divine sword secret manual obediently. Wu, the ice phoenix spread its wings, and a hurricane blew out from between its wings. The wind blades that could blow boulders into the air were a joke in the eyes of the third-grade illusory swordsman. Sword radiance of different colors flashed around them, and they easily blocked the wind blades. Even the sword essence that flew close to them was not affected by the wind blades. Whoosh, the ice phoenix celestial body opened its mouth, and a thin layer of primordial water was spat out, blocking the sword essence. Tut tut tut, with a muffled sound, the sword essence rushed into the thin layer of primordial water, and disappeared after a slight ripple. Primordial water? As soon as Zhuo Jian's divine will came into contact with the primordial water, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He quickly retracted his divine will and was overjoyed. Fellow swordsman, I was the first to discover this primordial water. I have the right to claim it first. As he spoke, Zhuo Jian pointed his finger again, and a sword essence that looked like fireworks flew out again, turning into a nebula and rushing towards the primordial water. Everyone who saw it has a share. Wang Jingxiang and the others had covetous looks in their eyes. One of them had a sword essence that looked like a mountain, while the other had a sword essence that looked like a mountain flower. Both of them flew out first, and attacked the Ice Phoenix celestial body. Fairy Hongxia's Ice Phoenix celestial body was huge, and it covered the space around her for hundreds of feet. However, her celestial body was not like Xiaohua's Phoenix celestial body. It had the ability to control lightning, and could attack freely. It could only provide some benefits to Fairy Hongxia in terms of controlling her skill. If she released it, it would naturally be a target for the others. She was also indebted to the 2 third-grade illusory swordsmen for thinking highly of her and attacking her together. Rumble. 2 loud sounds rang out, and the Ice Phoenix celestial body flashed violently under the attack of the 2 sword essences. Although Fairy Hongxia controlled her celestial body to dodge, and the 2 illusory swords did not attack too deliberately, she could not help but cry out in pain. More than half of her Ice Phoenix celestial body was torn apart by the sword essence. And this was very different from the injuries she suffered in the Battle of the Sword Tomb. In the illusory sword essence, each sword essence was an individual flying sword. Fairy Hongxia's Ice Phoenix celestial body was hit by thousands of flying swords, and every detail of her celestial body was destroyed. It was not something that could be recovered with simple recuperation. Fairy Hongxia could not hold on any longer. She fell onto the flying boat, and the Ice Phoenix celestial body was absorbed back into her body. Fortunately, although the Ice Phoenix celestial body was absorbed, the primordial water was still outside the flying boat. Of course, the primordial water was not in a good state. The sword essence from Zhujian had rushed into the primordial water, and it was riddled with holes. It seemed like the primordial water would be destroyed with just a few more sword essences. Sigh, if my dear Xiao was here, the primordial water would not be in such a sorry state. Fairy Hongxia tried her best to control the primordial water, and thought to herself, although the primordial water is powerful, my cultivation is too weak, and I can't unleash the full power of the primordial water. Forget it. Success or failure depends on this battle. With that thought, Fairy Hongxia clenched her teeth, and a stream of water flew out. It was the primordial water from the tidal bead. This primordial water merged with the primordial water from before, and covered the entire flying boat. Ha ha ha, so there is so much primordial water. This old man and the rest will not be left empty-handed. At this moment, the other 2 illusory swords had also flown close. Seeing that Fairy Hongxia had taken out so much primordial water, they laughed. Since they knew that each of them would get a share of the primordial water, Zhujian and the rest naturally weakened their attacks. But at this moment, a loud roar came from the flying boat, from the primordial water, shameless scoundrels. 6 illusory swords besieging 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators. Even if you want the primordial water, you have to ask for my immortal slaying whip. Then, from the gap of the primordial water, a row of yellow whip shadows flew out. This row of whip shadows formed 6, and each of them smashed towards the 6 illusory swordsmen. Isn't this Li Zongbao, who was extremely famous in the Taoist sword war? How can the immortal piercing whip of the Utopia faction be a match for me? Wang Jingxiang was a swordsman from the Ling Feng sword sect. Naturally, he knew the situation of the Taoist sword war very well. Seeing the whip shadows approaching him, he laughed and pointed his finger casually. A sword light turned into a mountain peak, blocking the whip shadows. Unexpectedly, the moment the whip shadow came into contact with the mountain peak's sword intent, the whip shadow suddenly twisted like a spirit snake and penetrated the gap between the mountain peak's sword intent. It suddenly penetrated the sword intent and struck directly in front of Wang Jingxiang's eyes. Ouch! Every day, Wang Jingxiang saw the sound of magic weapons colliding with the sword will. When he saw the whip shadows forcibly bypassing the sword will, he was even more surprised. However, at the same time, he shrugged his shoulders casually. The sword light on his body turned into dozens of sword lights, blocking the whip shadows. This time, Wang Jingxiang was naturally careful. He didn't dare to be careless. The whip shadow actually lingered in front of the sword light for a moment, as if it was pondering. Although the yellow light on the whip shadow shone brightly, it suddenly struck towards a certain part of the sword light. Oh, no. Wang Jingxiang did not care about it at first. However, when the whip shadows fell on the sword lights, an unstoppable force was generated, and the sword lights collapsed. Wang Jingxiang turned pale with fright, not only because of the power of the whip shadows, but also because the place where the whip shadows hit was a flaw in the sword lights. When the whip shadows hit that spot, the sword lights were all destroyed. Boom! The sword lights around Wang Jingxiang shone brightly. His figure flashed, but the whip shadows still hit him before they dissipated. Although the whip shadows did not have much power on him, but Wang Jingxiang's face turned red. Not to mention that Li Zongbao was fighting against 6 people. Even if he was fighting against Wang Jingxiang alone, it would be a fierce slap to Wang Jingxiang's face if the whip hit him. Wang Jingxiang was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman whose cultivation was higher than Li Zongbao's master. There's something wrong with the immortal piercing whip. Instantly, Wang Jingxiang understood that Li Zongbao's cultivation could not have increased so much in such a short time. Looking at Zhuo Jian and the others, the 5 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen were all hit by the whip, and they all looked extremely embarrassed. At the same time, there was a trace of fanaticism in their eyes. However, the whole scene was somewhat stagnant. Even when Xiao Mao urged the flowing cloud airship, which was wrapped in innate primordial water, to escape through the gap between the 6 people, the 6 people did not stop him. It was as if they did not see him at all. Chase. Zhuo Jian's idea was not inferior to Wang Jingxiang's. He saw that everyone was a little afraid of each other. Some of the previous agreements had changed because of the appearance of the innate primordial water and the immortal piercing whip. Moreover, for some reason, no one wanted to be the first to face Li Zongbao. He could only wave his hand and fly up first, chasing after the flowing cloud airship at a speed that was not too fast. Chapter 2786. Yes, Li Zongbao was able to hit each of the 6 illusory swords. If he really used the immortal piercing whip on one of the illusory swords, then, what would happen? If there was only one illusory sword, it would be fine. But now, there were 6 of them. Who could guarantee that the others would not spread the news? If that happened, the one who was hit by the immortal piercing whip would lose a lot of face. Although the illusory swordsmen were criticizing the Taoist sect cultivators for being sanctimonious, when it came to their face, they had to be mindful of it. After all, they were illusory sword grade 3 swordsmen. Seeing Zhuo Jian flying away, Wang Jingxiang and the rest looked at each other and did not dare to delay. Like before, they fanned out and chased after him. While they were chasing, they were also communicating with each other, as if they were discussing something. Unfortunately, after chasing for half a day, the 6 of them did not increase their speed. Even though the flowing cloud airship did not hide like Xiaohua, they still maintained a certain distance from the airship. After all, the immortal piercing whip was not comparable to the innate primordial water or the divine sword mystic technique. There was only one of it. Whoever made the first move would get it. But who would make the first move? This was a bigger problem than the immortal piercing whip. Furthermore, the flowing cloud flying ship could not escape from their grasp. Even if they chased after Xiaohua like this, they could still fish him out. They could only focus on maintaining the current situation. The flowing cloud airship was covered by the innate primordial water, so the 6 illusory swordsmen could not see the situation on the airship. Among the 3 of them, besides Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were both injured. Not to mention Fairy Hongxia, her phoenix celestial body was destroyed by the 2 illusory swords and her bloodline was severely damaged. Not to mention using her dermic powers to cast spells, it was not easy for her to even sit cross-legged on the airship. Looking at Li Zongbao, he was also sitting there listlessly. His face was pale and his dermic powers were exhausted. Senior brother. Fairy Hongxia tried her best to activate her dermic body and maintain the innate primordial water to defend against the attacks of the illusory swords. She said weakly, "Your immortal slaying whip is not complete yet. Why do you have to use it? If I don't use it today, when will I?" Li Zongbao replied indifferently. "Do you want me to fall before you use it?" Then, he looked at the immortal slaying whip in his hand and smirked, "But this thing is really impressive. With my magic power, I can only use it once. If these illusory swords knew about this, I wonder what they would think. It's a spiritual weapon after all. How can an ordinary magic treasure compare to the amount of magic power it requires?" Xiao Mao also sighed and said, "Moreover, Senior Brother Li is forcefully activating an incomplete spirit artifact. I'm afraid that it will cause some damage to this spirit artifact, right?" Li Zongbao's mind was connected to the spiritual artifact, so he could naturally sense the wild and violent nature of the spiritual artifact that had not been completely nurtured. However, he glanced at Xiao Mao and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Where are those illusory swords? Why haven't they attacked after such a long time? They are only following outside the flying ship. They did not attack. They did not even close the distance." Fairy Hongxia said in a low voice. "Humph. A bunch of greedy old farts." Li Zongbao understood immediately. He snorted and said, "They must be thinking of a way to take away my immortal slaying whip." Fairy Hongxia was stunned for a moment. Then, she understood and smiled bitterly in her heart. She did not expect that Li Zongbao's rash use of the immortal slaying whip would cause the 6 illusory swords to be suspicious of each other, resulting in a stalemate. It saved the 3 of them from dying on the spot. This stalemate will not last long. Fairy Hongxia said in a low voice, Let's hold on for as long as we can." Li Zongbao said calmly, "As for our countermeasure, I'm afraid we can only rely on Xiao Mao to activate the flying ship." Sigh, that's true. Fairy Hongxia had already predicted this trip to Mount Million Meng. However, she did not expect that they would end up like this before they could even reach the border of Mount Million Meng. Therefore, she also understood why no one from the Kai family of Qin Yang had been able to go to Mount Million Meng and find the ancestral shrine of the Kai family. Unknowingly, a few days had passed. Xiao Mao, who had been controlling the flying ship, could not hold on any longer. On the other hand, Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao's injuries had recovered somewhat. This was because with the protection of the innate primordial water, Fairy Hongxia's empty fort strategy had not changed. Zhujian and the rest had seen through it. However, Zhujian and the rest were patient. The 6 of them discussed for a while and had come to a temporary conclusion. Xiang Mufeng of the Drifting Cloud Sword Manor activated his sword radiance and caught up with the flying ship. With a wave of his hand, a cloud-like sword will rushed out and entered the innate primordial water. With a loud bang, a series of ripples appeared on the innate primordial water that was flowing peacefully. Then, a crack appeared on the primordial water, and a yellow shadow of a whip flew out. Xiang Mufeng's face lit up with joy. The sword radiance around him shone brightly. Thousands of small swords shimmering in white light surrounded him like wisps of smoke. With a muffled sound, the shadow of the immortal slaying whip landed on the sword's shadow. It was very faint and did not make any special sound. Oh! Xiang Mufeng was a little stunned. He thought to himself, could it be, just as Zhujian said, that the Dharma power consumed by this magic treasure is not something that a foundation-building cultivator can support? Is Li Zongbao only strong on the outside but weak on the inside? However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, there was a loud roar that sounded like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. The shadow of the whip that landed on the sword radiance suddenly seemed to have come to life. The shadow of the whip suddenly expanded and even twisted like a yellow python and plunged into the shadow of the sword. The head of the shadow of the whip directly hit Xiang Mufeng's sword armor. The tail of the shadow of the whip even smashed the shadow of the sword into pieces. Oh no! When Xiang Mufeng saw that the shadow of the whip was close to him, he did not dare to hesitate anymore. The sword origin in his body quickly flowed out. His entire body gradually became transparent, and a giant sword appeared. Boom! As soon as the giant sword appeared, the shadow of the immortal slaying whip hit the giant sword. The sword radiance on the giant sword flickered slightly, and the shadow of the whip was smashed into pieces and fell into the air. Buzz! The giant sword made a slight sound, and Xiang Mufeng slowly returned to his human form. However, there was a hint of seriousness on his face. He was not as happy as he was when he blocked the immortal slaying whip. Fellow swordsman Xiang, how is it? The power of this immortal slaying whip. Zhuo Jian flew over from behind and asked loudly. That's right. It is indeed a supreme-grade magic treasure. Xiang Mufeng nodded and said, it even has the meaning of a legendary spiritual artifact. The shadow of the immortal slaying whip can actually identify the flaws in my sword will. If this magic treasure does not have a spirit, then Li Zongbao would be able to see through it. This Li Zongbao is also quite a character. Zhuo Jian said calmly as he raised his head and looked at the flying ship that was escaping in a panic. That's right. After all, the three of them were heroes in the Great War of Dao and Sword. If they did not have some tricks up their sleeves, how would they dare to come to my sword realm to train? Wang Jingxiang said coldly, moreover, that terrifying phoenix, which is even more powerful, actually colluded with the three of them to attack my sword realm illusory sword. If we don't kill them here, where will our dignity go? But it's been so many days, and that terrifying phoenix still hasn't shown up. Pu Qingfeng of the Flat Mountain Sword School also said somewhat anxiously, junior brother Sikong Yu of my humble sect died at his hands. If I don't kill Xiao Hua, I'm afraid I won't have the face to return to the mountains and become a senior of the Flat Mountain Sword School. Since things have come to this, there's no need for us to say anything more. Zhou Zhou of the Thousand Leaves Sword Sect gritted his teeth and said, let's just kill him. As for who will take the immortal slaying whip, it won't be too late to decide after Li Zongbao dies. Looks like that's the only way. Zhuo Jian smiled bitterly. The six of them had discussed this matter many times, but no one was satisfied with the result. If other sword friends come, it'll be even harder to deal with them. We'll do as you say, sword friend Zhua. Huang Ping of the Lunar Sun Sword Sect raised her eyes and looked at the towering and dangerous peak several dozen li away from the flying boat. She said, this sword will head to the sword peak and intercept the flying boat from the front. Let's settle this matter there. Good, we'll do as you say, sword friend Huang. Zhuo Jian looked at everyone. Wang Jingxiang and the others nodded, so he clapped his hands and said, as for who the immortal slaying whip belongs to, we can discuss it after these three die. Since everyone had come to an agreement, they all stepped on their flying swords and flew towards the flowing cloud flying ship, not showing any mercy. It seemed like they wanted to kill the three of them here, not to mention that Fairy Hong Xia had already fallen into a dangerous situation and was about to be killed by 6th grade 3 illusory swordsmen on the sword arrowhead peak. The lost Xiao Hua was like a headless fly, flying in all directions, trying to find a sword cultivator to ask for directions. However, after flying for a long time, Xiao Hua did not notice that the scenery around him had already changed. The ice field that was everywhere had gradually become less and more ripples appeared. The icebergs above the ripples had also become much smaller. Although there was no green vegetation, gray nameless thorns appeared in his field of vision. Although there were not many of these thorns, they still changed the pure white color of the ice field. Damn it, can someone come out? Xiao Hua scratched his ears and cheeks, constantly releasing his divine sense to search. At the same time, he thought anxiously, hasn't my luck always been excellent? Today. But just as this thought appeared in his mind, he was dumbfounded. He could not help but be dumbfounded. About 100 kilometers in front of him, he scanned with his divine sense and saw a swordsman. However, it was not just one swordsman, but many. So many that when Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense, he could not see how many there were. Are these sword cultivators here to kill me? This was the first thought that came to Xiao Hua's mind. However, When Xiao Hua switched to using his Buddhist sense and secretly peeked, he found that these swordsmen had their backs facing him. Moreover, there was a faint fluctuation of sword light in front of the swordsmen, like a sword array. It seemed like they were hiding their tracks. There was no sign of them chasing after him. Chapter 2787. Moreover, most of these swordsmen were disciples of the drawing sword sect. Only a small portion of them were disciples of the first or second grade of the illusory sword sect. How could they be here to kill him? This is strange. What are these swordsmen doing? Since I have to find someone to ask, I might as well go and take a look. Xiao Hua thought. His eyes turned, and he withdrew the Imperial Thunder Transformation's lightning escape technique. He quietly changed it to wind escape technique, and used the Devil Realm's concealment technique to stealthily approach those ambushing sword cultivators. However, before he could get close to those swordsmen, he saw that the swordsmen's bodies suddenly flashed with sword light. They all flew out from their hiding places and flew up into the sky like a swarm of locusts. Damn it, I'm afraid, there are tens of thousands of people. Xiao Hua was somewhat dumbstruck. They are fighting against my Dao sect cultivators? My Dao sect cultivators, when did they advance to this place? When Xiao Hua sensed the scene, he unconsciously stood in the air. His eyes stared straight ahead, and he muttered, "My goodness, why are there so many people? Who should I ask for directions?" Of course, right in front of Xiao Hua, there was a large plain. Although the plain was covered in snow, it was already different from the rest of Huan country. The snow was not frozen solid. Instead, it was similar to the snow that Xiao Hua had seen before. It was somewhat like cotton wool, fluffy and piled up on the ground. When one stepped on it, mud and snow would definitely splash up. It was no longer the solid ice of Huan country. Looking at the snowy plain again, there were actually two groups of people preparing to fight to the death. The ones closest to Xiao Hua, needless to say, were the tens of thousands of swordsmen who were lying in ambush just now. However, the ones confronting these tens of thousands of swordsmen were not the Dao sect cultivators that Xiao Hua had imagined. Instead, it was a group of people who not only dressed strangely, but also had a somewhat different appearance. These people who made Xiao Hua dumbfounded, there were probably tens of thousands of them. These people were all dark, thin, and short. Every one of them had strange patterns engraved on their bodies. Some of these patterns were like beasts, some were like birds, and some were like ferocious ghost faces and white ghastly holes. Looking at the attire of these people, it could be said that there were all kinds of strange things. Some only used some leaves to wrap around their waists, some used vines to wrap around their necks, and some even used something that looked like leaves to wrap around their heads. In short, none of them were wearing proper clothes, and none of them were wearing a complete robe. Looking at the hands of these people, they didn't have any flying swords, nor did they have any artifacts or treasures that Xiao Hua was familiar with. However, they weren't empty-handed either. Some of them were holding long white bones that had been polished until they were shiny and sharp. Some of them were holding several human skulls that were strung together. Each skull was painted with a strange color. There were even some people who were holding pieces of wood that had been carved. Some looked like snakes, while others looked like toads. These dark, thin people holding strange weapons were not standing on the ground, nor were they floating in the air. Instead, they were riding on the backs of strange spirit beasts. These spirit beasts were of different sizes. The small ones were about half a zhang in size, with jagged bones and flesh, and the big ones were several zhang in size, with huge bodies. However, no matter the size of the spirit beasts, each and every one of them was abnormally fierce. Each and every one of them roared with all their strength in place. If not for the restraints of the masters on their backs, they would have already rushed out. At this time, the sword cultivator had already flown into the air. With a flash of sword light, he had already launched an attack. But these dark, thin people did not seem to care at all, coldly watching. When they were about 100 zhang away from them, a strange sound came from somewhere among them. This sound was like the cry of cicadas, but also like the hiss of beasts, piercing straight into the horizon. Boom! Boom! As soon as the sound was heard, all the spirit beasts began to run. The loud noise immediately drowned out the sound of the command. The entire ground began to shake. The snow and mud mixed together and splashed high into the air. Wah wah wah. A similarly strange sound came from the mouths of the people on the spirit beasts. This sound had a strange rhythm. These people, are they stupid? Xiaohua stood blankly in the air, still muttering in a low voice, as if he had not woken up from the shock just now. They don't have any magic tools or flying swords. How can they fight against the sword cultivators who are attacking that side? But obviously, these dark, thin people were not idiots. Even the several tens of thousands of sword cultivators were somewhat afraid of these strange people riding on the backs of spirit beasts. The swordsmen did not want to form a sword formation like the cultivators, but rather arrange themselves in a neat formation, attacking from three sides. Not a single swordsman stepped out of the formation. Buzz buzz, the flying swords of the several tens of thousands of swordsmen could not be underestimated. The sword lights were almost connected into one, like the rising tide of the sea, slowly and courageously rushing toward the tide of spirit beasts. Woo 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 woo. Way woo woo. A strange sound with an obscure rhythm rang out. In the tide of spirit beasts, the several tens of thousands of dark, thin people opened their mouths at the same time. This sound was noisy at first, like the buzzing of bees, but then it gradually echoed, as if the same person was singing. Finally, just before the swordsman came into contact with them, layers of faint green brilliance emerged from the tide of spirit beasts. Soul cultivators. These are soul cultivators. Seeing this scene, how could Xiaohua, who practiced soul cultivation techniques, not see it? These several tens of thousands of dark, thin people were none other than the mysterious soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. Why did they run into the Han country, to fight against sword cultivators? Although Xiaohua had made countless guesses about the appearance of soul cultivators, and even imagined many scenarios of meeting soul cultivators, he did not expect this kind of soul cultivator to be like this. How could he ever have guessed that soul cultivators would be like this? Furthermore, he had encountered soul cultivators much earlier than he had expected. While Xiaohua was still in shock, the beast tide of soul cultivators had already collided with the sword cultivators. The faint green brilliance caused by the chanting of soul cultivators grew thicker and thicker. Like strands of tentacles, it penetrated deep into the sword formation of the sword cultivators. When the sword cultivators touched the faint green brilliance, the sword lights on their bodies were annihilated, and they fell from the sky with their eyes closed. When their corpses fell to the ground, many of them were trampled by the spirit beasts of soul cultivators. Some of them had their bones and flesh broken, and some of them had their blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, they were mixed with the snow and mud. Looking again, many of the swordsmen's sword lights had also pierced into the faint green brilliance, and the sword lights around these swordsmen had also blocked the corrosion of the faint green brilliance. All of the sword lights were aimed precisely at the soul cultivator's forehead, right in between his eyebrows. But as soon as the sword lights got close to the soul cultivator, a roar could be heard coming from the spirit beasts beneath the soul cultivator. From their mouths, noses, and feet, different colored lights could be seen shooting out from their mouths, noses, and feet to block the sword lights with a ding ding dang dang sound. Just like that, the incomparably sharp flying sword of the soul cultivator was blocked by the spirit beasts. While chanting, the soul cultivator swung the sword in his hand. A strange wave of energy came out from the soul armament to attack the sword cultivator. Bzz, some of the swordsmen were able to defend against the soul cultivator's attack, while others were unable to defend against the soul cultivator's attack. Some of the swordsmen were forced to retreat, while others fell from the sky as if they had lost consciousness. Of course, there were also powerful sword cultivators who managed to break through the soul cultivator's defense. Their sword lights were like lightning, and their sword lights were like rainbows as they pierced through the soul cultivator's forehead and killed him on top of his spirit beast. But strangely enough, the spirit beasts didn't break free from the soul cultivator's control because of the soul cultivator's death. Instead, they let out mournful howls, withered to the ground, and slowly lost their life force. Then, they launched their final attack and died under the sword cultivator's sword. Not a single one of them survived. The entire battlefield was filled with the sounds of battle, and the chanting of the soul cultivator grew louder and louder. Even though Xiao Hua was hidden in the distance, his forehead was still slightly swollen and trembling. It was even a little hot. So this is how soul cultivators fight. Xiao Hua was afraid of being discovered by the soul cultivators and sword cultivators, so he didn't dare to release his divine will and Buddhist awareness. Instead, he used the demon realm's concealment technique to hide in midair. As he observed carefully, he couldn't help but think to himself, this soul cultivator's technique is really mysterious. Even though this young master has cultivated the art of soul cultivation to the level of pure spirit heaven, I'm still confused. I don't know if this soul cultivator is using soul threads, or just relying on soul items. However, from now on, this young master somewhat understood that the physique of a soul cultivator is not as strong as that of a sword cultivator, and they don't have as many offensive techniques as the cultivators of my Dao sect. They also need to rely on the strength of spirit beasts to defend themselves. In fact, the life and death of these spirit beasts are tied together with the life and death of the soul cultivator. But, why don't these swordsmen form a powerful sword formation? Aren't the yin-yang sword formation and the 5-element splitting-edge sword formation extremely powerful? Also, these sword cultivators, aren't they too ostentatious? The battle between them and my Dao sect hasn't ended yet, and they've provoked the soul cultivators here. How many swordsmen do they have in Huan Kingdom? Can they resist the pincer attack of the Dao sect and millions of Meng mountains? While Xiao Hua was lost in thought, the battle raged on. Swordsmen fell one after another, and the dark and skinny soul cultivators fell as well. Sword cultivators and soul cultivators were tangled up in a melee, and corpses were being tossed to the ground one after another. However, the dark green aura didn't decline. Instead, as the number of vengeful souls increased, it became even redder. Of course, the sword cultivators who could fight until now all had some tricks up their sleeves. The ordinary tricks of soul cultivators were useless, and couldn't hurt their souls. Comparatively speaking, how could the soul cultivators be ordinary? They also had defensive techniques that could block the flying swords of the sword cultivators. Roughly 4 hours later, more than half of the tens of thousands of sword cultivators and soul cultivators had perished. The entire battle seemed to be in a stalemate. Coo coo, the ear-piercing cry of a bird pierced Xiao Hua's ears like a sharp sword. It was a very strange sound. Xiao Hua's body trembled, and he nearly broke free from his concealment technique. When he turned his head to look at the source of the sound, he was even more shocked. Chapter 2788. Behind the soul cultivator, there was a dense swarm of spirit fowl flying through the air. These spirit fowl were vastly different from the spirit fowl of the Dao school. Not only were their feathers not as bright and colorful, their bodies weren't as light either. The spirit fowl in front was roughly 30 meters long. The 80-meter-long body was as thick as a mountain and covered in dense patterns. Some of the patterns looked like eyes, some looked like skeletons, and there were even some that looked like corpses dripping with blood. The front of the spirit fowl had a small head that was flat and a tail that was about 20 meters long. The wings on the back of the spirit fowl were several meters long and shone with a grayish-black light. On top of the spirit fowl was a skinny soul warrior. He wore simple black armor and held a trident in his hand that was about a meter long. The soul warrior's eyes shone brightly. Even though the armor covered his face, Xiao Hua could still see the sharpness in his eyes. Behind the soul warrior were 100 or so other soul warriors. Their spirit fowl couldn't compare to the spirit fowl of the soul warrior in front, but they were still several meters long and had different patterns on them. Outside of the soul warrior's armor, his bare skin was covered in strange black and white patterns, just like the previous soul warriors. Behind them were several tens of thousands of soul warriors. They weren't wearing any armor. Aside from the spirit fowl they rode, they were all similar to the soul warriors fighting on the ground. That ear-piercing shriek came from the spirit bird at the front. The spirit bird's sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, and it let out a few goo-goo sounds. In an instant, the entire group of spirit birds became noisy. They did not even need the leader at the front to give the order, and they all swooped down. Whiz, whiz. The sword cultivators on the ground were terrified by the approach of the soul cultivators. Their swords let out a mournful wail as they flew up into the air, circled around in midair, and then charged in the opposite direction of the soul cultivators, disregarding everything else. As for the soul cultivators' spirit beasts, they were enormous in size, but also incredibly fast. Hundreds of spirit beasts led the charge, causing the air to tremble as they flew across the battlefield in pursuit of the soul cultivators. More and more swordsmen fell to the soul warriors' soul armaments and spirit beasts. The entire army of swordsmen was completely defeated, and the remaining tens of thousands of swordsmen fled in panic. All the soul warriors, regardless of whether they were on the ground or in the air, had to chase after them. Woo woo woo, an extremely cheerful cry came out from the spirit warrior's mouth. All of the soul cultivators stopped what they were doing, and all of the soul warriors began to cheer. Then, all of the soul warriors landed on the ground and began to dance. It was almost as if they were celebrating. Xiao Hua was very familiar with the way they danced. Wasn't it similar to the way the primordial spirit danced in the mysterious dark clouds? As for those spirit beasts, they were either dancing on the ground or dancing in the air. All of them were familiar with each other, and all of them cooperated harmoniously. Motherfucker, this is possible? Xiao Hua watched in disbelief as the limbs of these spirit warriors began to perform unimaginable movements. As the spirit warriors danced, their previously pale faces and even their shriveled bodies regained their vigor and vitality. Their bodies were also somewhat plump. I understand now. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. These soul cultivators need to use soul techniques in battle, and these soul warriors must have damaged their bodies. These soul cultivators are actually using the primordial spirit cultivation method on their bodies. This is a way to make up for the injuries they've suffered before. As expected, the green light that filled the battlefield had already dimmed. It seemed to have been absorbed by the soul cultivators and spirit beasts. The soul warriors rejoiced for at least an hour. Then, they cheered as they rushed into the mud and blood. They lifted up the bodies of the sword cultivators and swiftly cut off the heads. Then, they took the vines from their waists and strapped them to their chests. As for the bodies in storage bags, they placed them on the backs of the spirit beasts. For a moment, blood flowed out and dripped onto the bodies of the soul cultivators and spirit beasts. However, they simply turned a blind eye to it. Looking at their skillful selection and searching everywhere, Xiao Hua understood that these bodies were killed by the soul cultivators themselves. When everyone found the bodies of the swordsmen they had killed, they quietly looked at the soul cultivator in front of them. When the soul cultivator made a strange sound and raised his hand, everyone became even more frenzied. They were no longer as orderly as before. Instead, they began to snatch the bodies of the swordsmen. This time, not only were they snatching the bodies of the swordsmen, but they were also snatching the bodies of the soul cultivators and spirit beasts that had fallen. Alas, uncivilized people. A land of barbarians, Xiao Hua shook his head and sighed. No wonder the cultivators of my Dao sect, and even the swordsmen, don't put these millions of soul cultivators in their eyes. After the time it took to eat a meal, they saw that there was nothing but broken limbs, mud, and blood on the battlefield. Only then did all the soul cultivators regroup and slowly return to where they came from. Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry to show himself. Instead, he waited for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before he used the Devil World's concealment technique to fly towards the battlefield. He had just flown to a place a few dozen meters away from the battlefield when the smell of blood that soared to the sky filled his mouth and nose. Within this smell of blood that didn't disperse for a long time, there was even an incomparably vicious aura. Although Xiaohua didn't release the Buddha Saraira, he could still deeply feel the anguished wails of the fallen souls on the battlefield. Alas, Xiaohua sighed. Just as he was about to reveal himself and release the Buddha Saraira, he suddenly frowned and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Not far from where he was, he saw a woman with a slim figure flying toward him on a cloud. If he saw this woman anywhere else, Xiaohua might not have paid attention to her. But this place had just experienced a great battle between sword cultivators and soul cultivators, and the smell of blood had yet to dissipate. How could he not be astonished when this woman appeared? However, when the woman flew closer, Xiaohua unconsciously became a little absent-minded. The woman was in her early teens. Her delicate face was rosy and cute, and her eyes were as thin as the moon. Her two faint eyebrows hung above the crescent moon like a wisp of smoke. Coupled with her light red lips and small upturned nose, she was as elegant as an ink painting. Coupled with her two little braids, she was even prettier than the girls who walked out of the New Year's painting. If the woman's appearance was like this, then there was no need to talk about her figure. Her waist was as thin as a willow branch, and her upper body was dressed in a thin green robe. The slight bulge in front of her chest was a clear indication of her youthful beauty. As for the woman's lower body, she was dressed in a red dress. Under the dress, her snow-white calves were straight and delicate, and her bare ankles and feet were round and delicate. This woman was actually so alluring. Although she was still young, and there was still some immaturity between her eyebrows, in Xiaohua's eyes, his heart couldn't help but be stirred. See, this woman is a little strange. Xiaohua was absent-minded for a moment, then he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly shifted his gaze away from the woman's body. However, the woman's slim figure and white feet were still swaying in front of his eyes. It's still a little strange. Xiaohua regained his senses and suddenly came to a realization. After looking at her for a while, I only felt that this woman's eyes were full of spirit. But I actually didn't look carefully at her eyes. Sure enough, when Xiaohua carefully looked at the woman's eyes again, those moon-like eyes were really like smoke. The eyes in her eyes seemed to be there but not there. For a moment it was an ordinary pitch-black color, and for a moment, it was like a misty deep pool, and as Xiaohua focused his gaze seemed to be about to sink into the woman's eyes. See, Xiaohua's mind was slightly blurred, and God's guidance operated vigilantly. Xiaohua immediately came to his senses and hurriedly retracted his gaze, then sucked in a breath of cold air again. Strange. Where did this woman come from? Xiaohua secretly shouted, his heart was filled with doubts. This woman didn't realize that she was being spied on by Xiaohua, and while jumping, she flew onto the battlefield. When she saw the cruelty of the battlefield, the woman's brows slightly wrinkled. She hesitated for a moment in midair, then she actually descended a bit, slowly flying on the battlefield. As she flew, her lips slightly moved, and her gaze scanned the surroundings, as if she was looking for something. About the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the woman roughly looked over the battlefield once, then flew up again with some disappointment, looking around. It should be here. I can't be wrong. But there's nothing here. The woman's voice was like a silver bell, and even more so like a clear spring gurgling out of a mountain rock, cool and refreshing to the ear. What is this girl looking for? Xiaohua couldn't help but feel anxious for her, wishing that he could help her find it. Come out. I can see you. The woman shouted towards a certain place, as if she was playing hide-and-seek with someone else. Xiaohua hid there, and couldn't help but smile. He had always been here, but he had never seen anyone else hiding there. How could he not know that this was the woman's bluff? If it was somewhere else, Xiaohua might have flown out and said a few words to this woman. But this place was Huan country, and a great battle had just happened. This woman suddenly appeared, although she didn't have an inch of armor, and he couldn't see any special cultivation. Who knew what this woman's background was? Of course, Xiaohua was almost certain that this woman was definitely not a sword cultivator, nor was she a cultivator of the Dao sect, but was she a soul cultivator? Thinking about that ugly and barbaric soul cultivator just now, Xiaohua himself denied it. Were soul cultivators such beautiful people? Chapter 2789. How could this girl, who was still a budding flower but was already so attractive, be an unenlightened person like Wan Shan in Meng Mountain? But this girl wasn't a swordsman, nor was she a cultivator or a soul warrior. Who could she be? If she was an ordinary woman, no one would believe that she would be able to wear thin clothes in the cold weather of the Huan Kingdom, not to mention that she would be able to come here on a cloud. Since he couldn't see her cultivation level, then, it could be said that she was unfathomable. Even though Xiaohua didn't have any warning signs and didn't feel that this girl was a threat to him, he still didn't want to show himself. If worst comes to worst, I'll let her search here for half a day. If she doesn't see anyone, won't she leave? Although Xiaohua was somewhat anxious, he didn't dare to act rashly. He was really afraid that if he moved, he would be discovered by this strange girl. Unexpectedly, the girl circled around to the left and unexpectedly landed. She calmly sat down on a pile of snow and casually grabbed a clump of snow in her hand. Using a bit of strength, she squeezed it into a snowball. Looking left and right, she swung her arm and threw it out. Paw paw. It smashed into some gray vegetation on the snow. Immediately, the girl used her hands to support her cheek and lowered her head to look at the snow and mud. She seemed somewhat absent-minded. Seeing that the girl had actually sat there for half a day, Xiaohua somewhat couldn't bear it. He had no reason to accompany this girl who seemed to be playing here and wasting time for no reason. Since he couldn't ask for directions here, he might as well go somewhere else to look. Thinking, Xiaohua slightly moved and was about to use a concealment technique to leave. But just as he moved, the girl raised her head and looked at Xiaohua's location. She playfully said, "I see you, quickly come out." The girl raised her face and smiled like a flower. It was a kind of smile that came from the heart. "I've been waiting for you for so long, you actually didn't come out to see me? Are you willing to let me wait for you in this world of ice and snow?" Xiaohua sighed, knowing that he was still discovered by this girl. His figure flashed in midair, and he touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Little girl, the person you're looking for isn't here. I've already stopped here for half a day. Besides the soul cultivator and swordsman who were fighting just now, no one else has come. If you want to find someone, you should go somewhere else." "How did you know that I was looking for someone else?" The girl stood up, tilted her head and looked at Xiaohua. She smiled and said, "Why am I not looking for you?" "You. Are you looking for me?" Xiaohua was greatly surprised. "You and I have never met before. Why are you looking for me?" "Don't ask me why I'm looking for you." The girl chuckled. "Let me ask you first, are you looking for someone?" That's right. How do you know I'm looking for someone?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "But aren't you looking for someone too?" Don't ask me how I know you're looking for someone. I only know that I know you're looking for someone, just like how I know I'm looking for you. Moreover, I can only find you here." Although these words were extremely difficult to pronounce, this girl's words were very catchy and pleasant to listen to. "Well, since you know I'm looking for someone, then tell me where the person I'm looking for is." Xiaohua said helplessly, "Then, tell me why you're looking for me." The girl tilted her head slightly and said with a smile, "My name is Wuxia. What's your name?" "My name is Xiaohua." Xiaohua did not hide anything and replied. "Xiaohua? Strange. Why are you called Xiaohua?" Hearing Xiaohua's name, Wuxia was a little surprised. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Other than Xiaohua, do you have any other names?" "Oh." Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and asked curiously, "What do you think my name should be?" Looks like you're really called Xiaohua." Wuxia giggled and said, "But why did you, a Dao Sex Jindan stage cultivator, run to the sword domain? At this time, isn't the battle between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators going on in the Sky Patrol City? Aren't I looking for someone?" Xiaohua also smiled slightly. Nothing is more important than looking for someone. Don't you think so? Right, looking for someone is the most important thing. Jiu Xia said with a smile. Although I am Xiaohua and don't have any other names, but... Can you tell me where the person I'm looking for is? Xiaohua asked. Unfortunately, Jiu Xia shook her head slightly. Where is the person you're looking for? I don't know. But, I know where you should go. Where to? Xiaohua asked. Sword Peak. Jiu Xia replied without hesitation. Oh. Sword Peak? Where is that? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, and asked, is it near the Flowing Cloud Lake? Flowing Cloud Lake? Jiu Xia thought for a moment, then shook her head. The Flowing Cloud Lake is a place at the border between the Million Meng Mountains and the Sword Domain, but the Sword Peak is within the Sword Domain, and the two are in different directions. In which direction is the Flowing Cloud Lake? Xiaohua asked. Unfortunately, at this point, Jiu Xia did not answer, and instead asked, don't you want to know why I'm looking for you? Yes. Xiaohua answered without hesitation, but I want to know where the Flowing Cloud Lake is even more. Actually, I want to ask you for a favor. Jiu Xia hesitated slightly. However, I know that if I say it now, you will definitely refuse, so I can't tell you right now. Strange, you didn't say that I know if I can help you? If you want me to help you, you must tell me first. Xiaohua was even more puzzled. But Jiu Xia still shook her head. You don't have to ask this. I naturally know that you will refuse once I say it. Forget it, tell me where the Flowing Cloud Lake is. Xiaohua said helplessly. You don't have to go to the Flowing Cloud Lake, you can go directly to the Sword Peak. Jiu Xia did not tell Xiaohua the location of the Flowing Cloud Lake. Why should I listen to you? Xiaohua looked up and down at Jiu Xia. If you don't tell me the direction of the Flowing Cloud Lake, I can go to other places to ask. This is the battlefield of sword cultivators and soul cultivators. Jiu Xia said with a smile, I'm afraid you can't understand the words of soul cultivators. And sword cultivators are all in groups. You, a cultivator of the Tao sect, want to ask for directions. I'm afraid it won't be easy, right? Don't worry about that. Xiaohua snorted coldly. You should have a way to ask. Jiu Xia was not angry, and said indifferently, but, if you go to the Flowing Cloud Lake, then your beloved will lose her life. Only if you go to the Sword Peak and bring me along will your beloved be able to live. You. Do you believe it? You. Are you willing to bet? Why would I bet with you for no reason? Xiaohua was happy. Since you know everything, what else do you want to bet with me? Jiu Xia smiled slightly, with a face full of pride, and said, actually, I only know that I can find someone here, he can help me a lot. And I also know where to go next. As for the rest, it's all my own guesses. You guessed it yourself? Xiaohua was stunned. You said it so well, I thought you knew. But how did you know? Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Jiu Xia interrupted him and said, you, a cultivator of the Tao sect, actually took the risk of a great sword battle to accompany this person to the Sword Domain, and even went so deep. I'm afraid everyone knows about the dangers involved, right? Tell me, if it was just a normal friendship, would you take such a huge risk? This. Xiaohua laughed bitterly again, and couldn't help but rub his nose again. He was somewhat at a loss for words, and his previous abnormal vigilance had also relaxed a little. Although the true essence around his body was circulating from time to time, guarding against Jiu Xia's sneak attack at any time, Xiaohua really believed that she didn't have any ill intentions. You don't have to let your guard down like this. It's better to circulate the true essence protecting your body. Jiu Xia said mischievously. Who knows if I have any ulterior motives towards you? Xiaohua's mind moved, and his true essence slightly slackened. Jiu Xia sensed it, and said with a sharp mind. You. Xiaohua was helpless. This Wuxia was indeed very sensitive, as if she knew the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and even the movements of other people like the back of her hand. However, this sensitivity, when compared to her exquisite heart aperture, was extremely inferior. It was as if she could completely guess his thoughts with just a single sentence. However, don't worry, I still need to ask you for help, so how could I attack you? Wuxia said again, moreover, I can't see through your cultivation. If you want to escape, I definitely won't be able to catch up to you. Xiaohua saw that Wuxia was so confident, and just as he was about to say something, she didn't give him the time or opportunity to do so, and continued, moreover, when you saw me, you were only slightly absent-minded, and your mind wasn't lost at all. Either you practiced a secret technique, or you have a beloved Tao companion in your heart. For a young cultivator like you with a profound cultivation, the female cultivators chasing after you are like moths to a flame. Xiaohua opened his mouth again. Shoo. Wuxia stretched out her index finger and placed it on her lips. This action caused Xiaohua's heart to jump, and he couldn't help but stop talking, as if he was afraid of destroying the beauty within. Wait for me to finish speaking. That kind of coquettishness was very natural, but it was also extremely seductive and infectious. Xiaohua looked at her in a daze, and didn't say anything else. Wuxia was very satisfied, and said again, rather than believe that you practiced a secret technique, it's better to believe that you already have a beloved Tao companion in your heart. Moreover, you wanted to ask me for directions as soon as we met, so naturally, you're burning with impatience to find her. If it wasn't for your beloved, would you prepare to leave this place in such a hurry? You don't even want to say a few more words to me? Ordinary people have an old saying, as long as there are 3 reasons to do something, then it should be done. I can find so many reasons for this matter, so do you think I'm still not sure? Chapter 2790. You are really too smart. Xiaohua helplessly nodded his head. He shifted his gaze away from Wuxia's beautiful face, which was inferior to her intelligence. He muttered, although what you said is not correct, but your guess is correct. Where did I guess wrong? Wuxia asked in disbelief. No need. You don't know everything. Being able to guess the result is already very good. Xiaohua was powerless to argue with her. He waved his hand and said, since you already know that I am going to find my lover, then quickly tell me what I can help you with so that I can go to Flowing Cloud Lake. Wuxia shook her head and said, you are wrong. Didn't I just say it? If I say it now, you definitely won't help me. Why should I say it? Secondly, you definitely can't go to Flowing Cloud Lake. You are going to Sword Edge Peak. Moreover, when you go to Sword Edge Peak, you should also bring me along. Bring you along? Xiaohua was really puzzled. He looked at the exceptionally intelligent and mysterious Wuxia and said, I don't even know who you are, let alone where you came from. Why should I bring you along? My name is Wuxia. Didn't I just say it? Wuxia mischievously said, as for where I come from, is that important? Moreover, I am only following you to see what you can help me with. When I am able to ask you for help, I will ask you for help. So, you still don't know what you need my help with? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Yes. Wuxia slyly replied. I didn't promise to help you. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. What a joke. Even this mysterious Wuxia couldn't do it. How could he do it? He definitely couldn't agree to such a difficult task. You will definitely agree. Wuxia confidently replied. Impossible. Xiaohua shook his head like a rattledrum. Unexpectedly, Wuxia didn't argue with him like before. Instead, she smiled and said, it's okay. If you are not willing to help when I ask you for help, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Just pretend that you've never seen me alone. Xiaohua had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Hearing this girl's pitiful words, he hesitated and wanted to say something. Jioxia flew up first and said, "Let's go. Just now, we could dawdle for a while to dispel your suspicions. But now, we have to go. If you don't go now, your lover will be in trouble." "You're going too?" Xiaohua helplessly asked. "You just need to point in the direction of Flowing Cloud Lake." "Not only me, but the place we're going to isn't Flowing Cloud Lake either." Jioxia corrected him again, but this time, he spat out, "The Sword Edge Peak is a part of the Sword Domain, and it only takes a few days to reach there. The Flowing Cloud Lake is far, and you won't be able to reach there in less than 10 days. Could it be that you want to give up what's close at hand and seek what's far away?" "All right." Hearing that the Sword Edge Peak wasn't far, Xiaohua agreed. If he didn't meet Fairy Hongxia and the others at the Sword Edge Peak, he could still speed up and reach the Flowing Cloud Lake. Looking at Jioxia's mysterious appearance, if Fairy Hongxia really went to the Sword Edge Peak because of some accident and he didn't go to rescue her, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? However, seeing that Jioxia didn't turn back, it was as if she already knew that he had to go with her. Forget it. Xiaohua didn't have any countermeasures to deal with this seemingly harmless girl. He sighed and followed her. "Oh. You. Is this the lightning evasion technique? It's actually so powerful." Seeing Xiaohua using the lightning evasion technique to chase after her, Jioxia was somewhat astonished. I am a disciple of the Imperial Lightning sect in the country of Shi. Naturally, I know the lightning evasion technique. This wasn't considered a secret, so Xiaohua didn't hesitate to answer. "That is really strange." Jioxia didn't feel relieved because of Xiaohua's answer. Instead, she was somewhat puzzled and slightly frowned. This frown of Jioxia's seemed to be a casual action, but it was filled with endless charm. It actually made Xiaohua's heart ache slightly. I finally understand." Xiaohua hurriedly shifted his gaze away and sighed, "This Jioxia isn't too beautiful. It's just that her aura is truly superhuman. Moreover, there's a natural charm on top of her aura. This charm seeps into her bones and makes people involuntarily feel pity for her." After flying for a few days, seeing Jioxia constantly changing directions and not flying directly towards the sun, Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you flying directly towards the Sword Edge Peak?" "Why? Why do you keep changing directions?" "Change directions?" Jioxia was somewhat stunned. "When did I change directions? I've always been flying towards the Sword Edge Peak." Xiaohua pointed at the sun and said, "In these few days, you've already deviated from the sun several times." "The sun's direction?" Jioxia was even more shocked. She raised her head to look at the sun and then looked at the direction she was flying in. She was very puzzled. It seems that even with Jioxia's intelligence, she still couldn't understand Xiaohua's poor sense of direction. "You tell me the direction, I'll lead the way." Xiaohua said somewhat unconvinced. "Naturally, it's in front." Jioxia chuckled as she looked at Xiaohua and pointed. That's right." Xiaohua slapped his forehead. Facing Jioxia, he seemed to have really become an idiot. Immediately after, Xiaohua flew forward. However, because Jioxia was behind him, Xiaohua was afraid that he would fly in the wrong direction. After flying for a while, he peeked at the sun and then flew again. However, not long after flying, Jioxia flew up with a smile like a flower and said, "Don't fly, you've already flown in the wrong direction." "How is that possible?" Xiaohua looked at the sun in the sky in disbelief. The position didn't change at all. Although Jioxia had a smile on her face, she didn't have any intention of ridicule. She pointed at the sun in the sky and explained, "You're using the sun as the indicator, so naturally it's not wrong. However, the sun of the Sword Domain is different from the sun of the Cultivation 3 nations. Don't look at how it's always hanging there motionlessly. In fact, it has long changed its position. It's just that the sky is really big, so you didn't notice it. This sun is also changing its position. Xiao Hua was instantly exposed by Jiu Xia, but he didn't find it strange. He asked curiously, the Huan nation isn't that far from the Cultivation 3 nations. Why, is there such a big difference in the astronomical phenomena? As the secular people say, people in the same village have different sounds. Isn't that the case? Jiu Xia said very patiently, don't look at how the sword domain is close to the Shi nation and the Huan nation. The sword domain is a long and narrow territory like a curved canyon. It's also located in the extreme north. That sun, oh, there's no need to say more. Isn't the alternation of the sun and moon greatly different from the Shi nation? This is true. Xiao Hua nodded helplessly. This kind of phenomenon is common in the Dawn Rain continent. Perhaps you'll naturally know in the future. Jiu Xia didn't seem to like to explain, but she really needed Xiao Hua's help, so she patiently explained. However, she didn't want to say more, so she changed the topic. Besides, just now, didn't you feel that you were flying straight? Although you occasionally looked at the sun, the direction didn't change? How did you know I was going to say it? Xiao Hua was astonished. These words were exactly what he wanted to refute Jiu Xia, but after hearing Jiu Xia's explanation, he felt a little guilty and didn't dare to say anything. Don't tell me you know everything. This is also my guess. Jiu Xia seemed to like to show off her cleverness, and she was happy to explain this kind of extremely accurate guess. Actually, everyone's feeling is based on the things around them as a reference. Just now, you felt that you were flying straight, but in fact, you've been using the sun as a reference. The real you has already deviated from the real direction. Of course, even if there's no reference, when people are flying, 99% of them will deviate from their own direction. Believing in feelings is actually not reliable. It's just that there are some places to refer to, so you can correct your direction. Isn't that so? Xiao Hua thought for a bit. Not to mention that Jiu Xia's words were quite profound, even if it was based on his normal experience of finding his destination, Jiu Xia's words were extremely accurate. But, you came here to find me, isn't it just a feeling? Xiao Hua said rather unconvinced. My feeling is different from others. Jiu Xia said with a smile. I'm the one who's outside of the 99%. Jiu Xia was so happy, and in these few days, Xiao Hua's vigilance had been greatly reduced, almost treating her as the little sister next door. What else can you guess? Xiao Hua also tilted his head and asked. I can guess. Next, you'll let me lead the way. Jiu Xia covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. This seems like I can guess it myself. Xiao Hua was speechless. Let's go. Jiu Xia waved her hand and flew to the front. Only then was Xiao Hua truly convinced and obediently flew behind Jiu Xia. However, looking at Jiu Xia happily jumping and flying in front of him, and then looking at her graceful waist and smooth lines, it seems like it's not bad. Another 2 days passed, and a perfectly straight mountain peak appeared in front of him. It was like a treasured sword piercing into the sky from the ground. Xiao Hua understood that this should be the Sword Edge Peak. The miraculous creation of heaven and earth is nothing more than this. The 3 peaks of Taiqing sect, Tianzhu Peak of Lian country, and the Sword Edge Peak of Huan country are all similar. They are all so majestic. When Xiao Hua saw the Sword Edge Peak, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he recalled his encounter at Tianzhu Peak. Legend has it that the Sword Edge Peak of the Sword Domain was left behind by a sword god. At that time, a devil god from the upper realm escaped to the Sword Domain for some unknown reason. He ate swordsmen alive and wanted to turn the Sword Domain into a devil world. This sword god fought with the demonic god of the lower realm for dozens of days before finally defeating and killing the demonic god. However, the sword god himself died from heavy injuries. This Sword Edge Peak is formed from the divine sword in his hand. Jiu Xia explained with a smile as he flew ahead without turning his head. Chapter 2791. I don't care who created this sword peak. I just want to know where I can. Xiaohua had already released his divine sense, but he could not find any trace of Fairy Hong Xia and the others. Just as he was talking to Jiao Xia with a smile, he suddenly stopped. The smile froze on his face and disappeared in an instant. A layer of frost hung on his face. There are 6 third-grade illusory swordsmen over there. I can't guarantee that I can kill all of them at the same time. If you help me, I will definitely help you. Hee, I told you that you would definitely agree to help me. Jiao Xia laughed, but then she said, however, this is not my help. You don't have to promise me now. This kind of bullying, even if it was me, I would still take action. So, I won't take this opportunity to blackmail you. Up to you. Xiaohua's tone had already turned cold. The brilliance around his body flickered. Rumble. Thunder rumbled from under his feet. His entire figure streaked across the sky and flew towards a certain direction at lightning speed. Oh. Jiao Xia's small mouth opened slightly. She looked at Xiaohua's imperial thunder transformation with some surprise. Then, a burst of splendor appeared in her eyes. There was even a thoughtful look on her face. Sure enough, my calculation was right. This Xiaohua is indeed the person who can solve this predicament. But, how can he solve this huge predicament? This really makes me puzzled. Jiao Xia whispered, and flew away. Although she could not catch up with Xiaohua, she was not much slower. Senior brother. On the flowing cloud airship, Li Zongbao spat out a mouthful of blood. He could no longer support himself and collapsed on the flowing cloud airship. His face was pale gold, obviously the result of forcefully activating the Immortal slaying whip. Fairy Hong Xia could not help but cry out, reaching out to support Li Zongbao. Unfortunately, Fairy Hong Xia herself was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Even moving her body was difficult. Although Xiao Mao could move at this time, he did not dare to slack off. He also used the dragon transformation art. The true core strength in his body poured into the flowing cloud airship like it was a spirit stone. He tried his best to activate the airship, trying to escape from the siege of the 6 third-grade illusory swordsmen. I'm fine. Li Zongbao slumped on the flying boat and struggled to pull out a jade bottle. Senior brother, I still have some pills here. It's from Xiao Langxin. Fairy Hong Xia clapped her hands hurriedly and took out a jade bottle from her storage bag and handed it to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao coughed, and blood gushed out of his mouth as he took the spirit pill and said, ahem, this guy, he actually forgot about his friends for the sake of his lover. It's been so long, yet he still hasn't given me a spirit pill. Seeing Li Zongbao's rare teasing, Fairy Hong Xia blushed slightly and whispered, he has always been a careless person. If senior brother wants it, you can ask. He is generous to his own family. I don't want it. I want to see when he'll remember it. Li Zongbao took the pill. His complexion improved a little as he spoke indifferently. Fairy Hong Xia's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. If senior brother doesn't mention it, I'm afraid he'll never remember it for the rest of his life. Actually, there are times when this concubine is also puzzled. Darling Xiao is sometimes extremely stingy, but sometimes he is extremely generous. Sometimes he is extremely careless, but sometimes he is extremely meticulous. Sometimes his strength is frighteningly high, but sometimes his cultivation level is so low that it makes one laugh. Li Zongbao continued. Sometimes he is as shrewd as a merchant, but sometimes he is as careless as a child. Xiao Mao could not help but chime in as well. It seemed like the 3 of them knew that they were in danger and would not be able to escape. Xiaohua was thousands of miles away. Even if he wanted to rescue them, he would not be able to make it in time. Where did you tell Xiaohua to meet up? Li Zongbao closed his eyes and asked softly. Drifting Cloud Lake. Fairy Hong Xia answered without hesitation, that is the entrance to Million Meng Mountains from Huan Country. It is also a slightly safer passage to Million Meng Mountains. What a pity. Li Zongbao sighed. Xiaohua is the best at getting lost. If he could get lost from Drifting Cloud Lake to here, that would be great. He is a directionally challenged idiot. Fairy Hongxia said with a smile, unable to hide her love for Xiaohua. Li. Senior brother Li. Xiao Mao could not help but stutter. Senior sister, you guys listen. Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao were both injured. How could they be as strong as Xiao Mao? They glanced at each other in bewilderment. Thunder. Xiao Mao suddenly realized and shouted, this seems to be Big Brother's lightning escape technique. How is that possible? Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were both shocked. Drifting Cloud Lake was extremely far away. How could Xiaohua fly here? Quick, fly towards the thunder. Li Zongbao ordered loudly, perhaps Xiaohua is being chased by the sword. Once they thought of Xiaohua being chased by the sword, Li Zongbao and the rest were shocked. Xiaohua had separated from them in order to avoid the transformation sword. However, after the three of them circled around outside, they ran into this place again and ran into the transformation sword again. Xiao Mao hesitated. Let's go. Now that things have come to this, to die together, is also a blessing. Fairy Hongxia waved her hand and tried to open a small gap in the connate primordial water. Sure enough, in just a short moment, the sound of thunder resounded in the sky. Darling Xiao, Fairy Hongxia could not help but murmur, her eyes slightly hot. Terrifying phoenix. If Xiao Mao could hear it, how could the 6th grade 3 illusory swordsman not hear it? Xiang Mufeng, who was about to go around the sword edge peak, stopped in midair. His eyes flashed with hesitation. The divine sword mystic technique was what he wanted. Moreover, he had flown in front of everyone. Xiaohua was flying in front of him. If he could get the divine sword mystic technique before everyone else, he might be able to get some other benefits. After all, according to the news that came out from the 7 spiritual mountains, Xiaohua was able to break the Brahma Pagoda array of the 7 spiritual mountains. Naturally, there would be a jade slip inside the array in his storage pouch. Although the divine sword secret codex had already been discussed and all 6 of them had a share, that storage pouch, there was no discussion. Whoever could get it would get it. Thinking of this, Xiang Mufeng's heart became hot. He urged the sword under his feet to fly towards the direction of the sound of thunder. However, after flying for 100 feet, Xiang Mufeng calmed down and hesitated. Nonsense, it was not like he did not know the expression of the terrifying phoenix when it killed the 4 grade 3 illusory swordsman. Didn't he team up with Wang Jingqiang and the rest for this reason? How could he fly there alone? Wouldn't he be sending himself to death? Thinking of this, Xiang Mufeng hurriedly turned around and flew towards the direction of the flowing cloud flying ship. Chapter 2792. However, what scared Xiang Mufeng the most was that his flying speed was far slower than the rumbling thunder behind him. When he used his divine will to scan the area behind him, he was scared out of his wits. Behind Xiang Mufeng, thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. A tall and skinny cultivator was riding on the thunder. He could only see him through his divine will earlier, but now, he was already in Xiang Mufeng's field of vision. In fact, the moment Xiang Mufeng turned around, the cultivator with flashes of lightning around him had already caught up with him, as though he was the god of thunder himself. Save me! Xiang Mufeng was practically shouting for help in his heart. The lightning flashing around Xiaohua's body was the anger in his heart. Although he didn't release his aura or divine sense, the boundless anger in his heart had already been displayed through the lightning. Xiang Mufeng had long sensed it in his heart. Xiang Mufeng did not dare to be careless anymore. He activated the sword origin around him with all his might. The sword light trembled rapidly, as if Xiang Mufeng was frightened. As the sword light was released, a sword intent that resembled falling maple leaves flashed around him. Then, Xiang Mufeng's figure disappeared again, and a huge sword slowly appeared in midair. Of course, this huge sword flew extremely quickly. It left behind a yellow glow in midair, just like the traces of time. However, Xiang Mufeng's time was indeed too short. He had only flown a few hundred feet back, and before he could even get close to the flowing cloud-flying ship, he felt a violent aura and an indescribable sense of confinement descend from the sky. Although this restriction was not strong and was far from being able to restrict a third-grade illusory swordsman, once it got close to him, a sense of fear rose from the bottom of Xiang Mufeng's heart. It was as if he was born with it. Xiang Mufeng was a little puzzled. He didn't know what kind of mystical ability Xiaohua used to confine him. However, just as he was puzzled, more than 10 bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, answering his doubts. A bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb shot out from the dark clouds like a curved sword. It drew a beautiful arc in mid-air and struck the huge sword that Xiang Mufeng had transformed into. Hiss! An indescribable pain appeared all over Xiang Mufeng's body. Even his heart felt as if it was being pierced by dozens of small swords. Buzz! Xiang Mufeng's sword flashed, and the sound of his sword echoed through the sky. Amidst the lightning, he actually turned his sword around and slashed at Xiaohua. Humph! A cold snort came from the heavenly lightning. Even though the sound wasn't loud, the rolling heavenly lightning couldn't stop it. Xiaohua looked at Xiang Mufeng, who was charging towards him with sword qi, but he didn't even look at him. With a cold snort, he grabbed with his hand again. Dozens of heavenly lightning once again poured down like a waterfall. Moreover, with a slap of his hand, the yin-yang sword gourd flew out of the space. 2 green and red spirit-slaying primary rays flew out from the gourd and followed the falling heavenly lightning towards the giant sword. On the other hand, Xiaohua's figure did not stop in front of Xiang Mufeng's huge sword. Instead, he quickly flew towards the flowing cloud airship. This was because when Xiaohua appeared, Wang Jingxiang and the rest's expressions changed. The 5 of them transformed into swords and increased their flying speed, chasing after the flowing cloud airship. On the flowing cloud airship, the Xiantian primordial water that was originally protecting the airship was now gradually fading away. Fairy Hongxia had already held on for so long. When she saw Xiaohua appear, she immediately relaxed. This relaxation was not a big deal. The Xiantian primordial water could no longer hold on, and it was all sucked back into the ice phoenix celestial body. As for Xiao Mao, his magic power had long been depleted. He was also desperately holding on by consuming pills to activate the dragon transformation art. Now, just like Fairy Hongxia, his magic power had also collapsed. He could no longer draw out any magic power from his body. Just like that, the flowing cloud airship stopped in mid-air. Under the 5 sword qi, the 3 of them were like toddlers. They no longer had any strength to resist. "How dare you!" Xiaohua roared angrily. He waved his hands, and hundreds of lightning bolts rumbled and fell from mid-air. It was as if the heavenly river had burst open, carrying Xiaohua's fury as it struck the 5 sword qi. However, Xiaohua was still too far away. Although the lightning bolts fell, the 5 huge swords had already flown to about 100 feet away from the flowing cloud airship. Under the sword light, the 3 of them would be easily killed. The lightning bolts were a little too far away. "Go!" Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter flew out at the same time. The 2 flying swords activated each other, and as fast as lightning, they slashed towards 2 of the swordsmen. Xiaohua clapped his hands, and the Tingjiao shears, which he had not used for a long time, also appeared. Similarly, a yellow light flashed and struck towards one of the swordsmen. At this time, Xiaohua ignored Xiang Mufeng. Under the bombardment of the lightning bolts, it was difficult for him to maintain his sword qi form. The moment he revealed himself, the spirit-punishing vital light had already flown close. Xiang Mufeng only had time to spit out his natal sword before the spirit-punishing vital light chopped off his head. "Quick!" Xiaohua pointed his finger at the yin-yang sword gourd, and the spirit-punishing vital light flashed in mid-air again, chasing after the green and red sword light that was extremely close to it. As soon as Xiaohua saw him, he used all of his methods, wanting to save the flowing cloud-flying ship in a short period of time. If it were any other time, Xiaohua's methods could not be described as undeniably powerful, and they could not be described as unbelievably powerful. However, at this critical juncture, even with the Imperial Thunder transformation, Xiaohua's speed was still a little slow. Especially when Wang Jingxiang and the rest saw how easily Xiaohua killed Xiang Mufeng, they had already hardened their hearts. They would rather die here than to kill Fairy Hongxia and the rest on the airship. However, compared to Xiaohua's bloodshot eyes, Fairy Hongxia and the rest on the airship were abnormally calm. Especially Fairy Hongxia. Her eyes stared straight at Xiaohua. She saw her lover covered in heavenly lightning, his feet stepping on lightning bolts. Her gaze saw her lover's might, and even more so, she saw her lover's true love. In an instant, all of her fear, and even the murderous sword light in front of her disappeared. She only wanted to look at her lover to her heart's content, and imprint him deeply in her heart. When she had the chance in her next life, she would pick him out from the masses and be intimate with him, for the rest of her life. Meng. How could Xiaohua not see through Fairy Hongxia's gaze? His heart ached as he could not help but cry out. However, the strange thing was, this name was not Fairy Hongxia, but Meng. Aren't you tired? Why don't you stop and rest for a while, and let me tell you a story? Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out from behind Xiaohua. A pretty girl appeared outside the flashing heavenly lightning. And at the place where the voice fell, the huge swords of the 5 sword cultivators stopped abruptly, as if they were restrained by some powerful force. In fact, the sword light slowly dissipated, and the figures of the 5 sword cultivators were revealed. However, their eyes were filled with joy, and they were all looking at Jiu Xia, who appeared behind Xiaohua. They were like children who went to bed late, and when they heard their mother's call, they stopped playing and wanted to go into their mother's arms. Rumble, in that instant, dozens of bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, completely dispersing the sword light of the 5 people. At the same time, the joy in their eyes was also dispelled, and what replaced it was fear and confusion. However, their fear and confusion did not last long. The Dream Executor and Mountain Splitter came crashing down, piercing the foreheads of Left Jian of the Yin Yang Sword Sect and Huang Ping of the Lunar Sun Sword Sect respectively. The Spirit Executor Vital Ray came crashing down, decapitating Wang Jingxiang of the Soaring Wind Sword Sect. The Soaring Dragon Shears also flashed with a golden light, cutting Zhou Zhou of the Thousand Leaves Sword Sect in half. Pu Qingfeng of the Flat Mountain Sword Sect turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to flee, Xiaohua chased after him for hundreds of meters and smashed his spiked club into a pulp. Looking at Pu Qingfeng's corpse falling from the sky, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. That heart-wrenching pain gradually relaxed. Turning his head, he saw Fairy Hongxia staring at him with infatuation. Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile as he flew towards Fairy Hongxia. However, Xiaohua was still bewildered. Dream. Who is this? Jiu Xia did not fly down, but remained in the air. He looked up at the gradually dissipating dark clouds and the hidden lightning. He then looked at the Yin Yang sword gourd beside the flowing cloud airship, and the Dream Executor and Mountain Splitter flying swords. Finally, his gaze fell on the Soaring Dragon Shears, and a smile appeared on his face. My feelings. Can I be wrong? I'm not 99% of people. Jiu Xia's heart was filled with pride. Although I don't know how you can help me, but a cultivator with this kind of ability is actually an ordinary person? He will definitely be able to help me. Xiaohua. You're finally here. Fairy Hongxia said happily when she saw Xiaohua fly away. I've made you suffer. Xiaohua landed on the airship. He originally wanted to hug Fairy Hongxia, but seeing Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao with their eyes closed, he could only reach out and hold Fairy Hongxia's soft hands. It's good that you're here. Fairy Hongxia's eyes were still fixed on Xiaohua, unwilling to leave for a long time. These 6 people. I've already killed them. Xiaohua said softly. You don't have to be afraid anymore. With you, I'm not afraid no matter where I am. Good, Xiaohua let go. I'll go see Senior Li. Good, Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and smiled. But when Xiaohua turned around, he heard a dong sound. Fairy Hongxia fell on the airship and fainted. Hongxia. Xiaohua was shocked. He understood that the so-called cultivators were all people who trained their minds, and their minds were all tough. Fairy Hongxia was already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Her qi was restrained, and her mind was strong. Even if she was seriously injured, it would not be easy for her to faint. Her fainting was definitely not an ordinary injury. Xiaohua turned around and helped Fairy Hongxia up. He hugged her weak body and placed 2 fingers of his right hand on her meridians very naturally. In just a moment, Xiaohua frowned. Fairy Hongxia's qi and blood were both damaged, and her vitality was greatly damaged. Chapter 2793. Cough cough. Li Zongbao forced himself to open his eyes and whispered, Junior sister Hongxia's Dharma body is injured. It was almost completely destroyed by the 6 swords. Xiaohua immediately understood. A cultivator's Dharma body was formed from blood essence. Although it could increase one's magical power, if the Dharma body was injured, especially if it was destroyed, it was almost fatal. That was direct damage to one's blood essence. Even if he could save her and wake her up, she could cultivate in the future. Thinking about the elixirs he knew, none of them had such an effect. Even the Wu Xian pill might not be effective. She's your beloved? Not bad, sister. A clear voice came from behind Xiaohua, and Jiu Xia quietly appeared behind him again. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked over when they heard the voice, and they couldn't help but become extremely absent-minded. They only regained their senses after half a cup of tea's time, and their eyes were filled with fear. However, Jiu Xia didn't care about the 2 of them. Instead, she looked at Fairy Hongxia meaningfully and said, she has a Dharma body. It's the bloodline of a spiritual beast. Xiaohua was worried about Fairy Hongxia's injuries. He didn't care about Jiu Xia's gaze and only answered indifferently. If the Dharma body is injured or her vitality is damaged, I have a way. Jiu Xia was still confident, I have the confidence to heal her. But... oh. You can really do it? Xiaohua was overjoyed and said anxiously, as long as you heal her injuries, I will definitely. You don't have to promise anything. Jiu Xia shook her head, you still don't know what you need to help me with. It's too early to promise now. What if you can't help me in the future? Wouldn't it be a waste of words? Also, I have the confidence to heal her, is her Dharma body. As for whether she can cultivate again, this injury will affect her future achievements. I don't know. Unless what? Xiaohua said anxiously, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. I don't have any difficulties. Jiu Xia smiled, if you know how to refine pills, there won't be any difficulties. Yes, I know how to refine pills. Xiaohua said without hesitation. Jiu Xia's beautiful eyes looked up and down at Xiaohua and smiled, what I'm talking about is not a simple refining technique. At the very least. Speaking up to here, Jiu Xia seemed to be gathering his words. Xiaohua patted his storage bag and took out a medicinal pill, handing it to Jiu Xia. This was refined by this Xiao. Is it acceptable to you? Io? Jiu Xia showed a rare look of astonishment, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He took the pill and looked at it, then nodded and said, if this pill was refined by you, of course it's fine. Furthermore. At this point, Jiu Xia's eyes flickered as she smiled and said, moreover, I have a good idea. If you want this sister's cultivation to improve, then please wait a little longer. I will give you a pill formula that will satisfy you. All right. I will listen to your orders. Although Xiaohua didn't know what Jiu Xia was asking for, he knew that she had helped to save Fairy Hong Xia and the other two. He already owed her enough. She shouldn't be coveting him and the others. Of course, if he could save Fairy Hong Xia, Xiaohua would be more than happy to do so even if he had to put himself in danger. Hee, you can go now. Jiu Xia stretched out her hand and said, give sister to me. I will check on her. You go and save those two stinky men. This man with a green face, his meridians are badly damaged. He used a magic treasure that exceeded his cultivation. And this man has also exhausted his vital essence. This is the result of using the flying boat. If we don't treat them quickly, it will affect their future cultivation. Hearing this, what else could Xiaohua say? He obediently handed Fairy Hong Xia to Jiu Xia and walked to Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao's side. He first looked at Xiao Mao, checked him, then patted his shoulder and said, Xiao Mao, it's been hard on you. It's nothing, big brother. You should take a look at Senior Li first. He waved the Immortal slaying whip twice to block the illusory sword. Otherwise, we would have been dead. Xiao Mao said hurriedly. His cultivation was the weakest among the three, and he suffered the least damage. I know. Xiaohua sighed and took out a pile of medicinal pills and placed them in front of Xiao Mao, allowing him to take them himself. He then walked to Li Zongbao. Senior brother. At this time, Xiaohua no longer called Li Zongbao Senior Brother Li, and said in a low voice, thank you, Senior Brother. No need to thank me. Even without you, I would still do it. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiaohua without hesitation and stopped him from thanking him. Hee, I know. Xiaohua nodded, but no matter what, I still have to thank you. Give me your hand. Why? Li Zongbao was puzzled. Senior brother, don't worry about it. Xiaohua did not explain. Cultivators had never been close to each other. Xiaohua patted Xiao Mao's shoulder just now because he considered himself to be Xiao Mao's big brother. Letting Li Zongbao hand his wrist over to Xiaohua like this was tantamount to handing his life over to Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua also believed that his friendship with Li Zongbao should have reached the point where he could entrust his life to him. Sure enough, although Li Zongbao was puzzled, he still took out his hand and let Xiaohua place 2 fingers on his pulse. Jiu Xia placed Fairy Hong Xia in a corner of the flying boat and also stretched out 2 fingers. However, her 2 fingers were placed between Fairy Hong Xia's eyebrows. As for herself, she looked at Xiaohua's actions with interest. Xiaohua felt Fairy Hong Xia's pulse for a moment, nodded slightly and said, Senior brother, you used the Immortal slaying whip twice. That magic treasure is very demanding of true essence. Senior brother's magic power is insufficient, but you still forced yourself to use it. Not only are your meridians broken, even your dantian is damaged. Xiaohua's words were very serious, but his tone was calm. However, Li Zongbao's reaction was even more unexpected. No need to say so much. You should look at Fairy Hong Xia first. In the Battle of the Sword Tomb, her Dharma body was injured. Now that her Dharma body was defeated again, her injuries are several times worse than mine. I'm here. You don't have to worry about it. Jiu Xia said coldly, as if disdaining Li Zongbao's distrust. This is Jiu Xia. Only now did Xiaohua remember to end Jiu Xia and said, little brother got lost in Huan country. Thanks to her guidance, I came to Sword Peak. Otherwise, even if I didn't run to Flowing Cloud Lake, I definitely wouldn't be able to see you guys in a short period of time. You came to Sword Peak specially? Li Zongbao was shocked. Seeing Li Zongbao's shocked expression, Jiu Xia was very satisfied. She snorted coldly and no longer paid attention to Li Zongbao. Xiaohua gave Li Zongbao a meaningful glance and said, Jiu Xia is an extremely smart woman. She seems to be a strange person. Little brother also met her by chance. As for the details, little brother will slowly tell you in the future. You may know a person for a long time without understanding their heart. Li Zongbao said earnestly. I only know that if you don't hurry and treat her, not to mention cultivation, even your life won't last long. Jiu Xia said with disdain, at this time, you still want to guard against others and yourself. Aren't you tired? Hee big brother, don't talk anymore. Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out a spirit pill and said, this is the heaven-mending pill that little brother refined. There aren't many of them and I didn't give it to big brother. Hongxia also doesn't have it. What's the use of this spirit pill? Boo. Heaven-mending pill? You actually know how to refine heaven-mending pill? Li Zongbao was stunned and had a feeling of disbelief. Big brother still doesn't know? Other than giving birth, little brother knows how to do everything. Without a reason, I wouldn't refine this heaven-mending pill. Xiaohua said with a smile. Puchi, Jiu Xia in the distance laughed. This laughter was like a silver bell and that smile was like the bright and beautiful spring. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were both dumbfounded. Seeing the two of them in a daze, Jiu Xia was slightly proud. She rolled her eyes at the two of them and ignored them. Seeing Xiao Mao so absent-minded, Xiaohua still had some understanding. However, Li Zongbao was also the same. Xiaohua just didn't understand. It seemed that Jiu Xia had said before that if one already had a cultivation companion in one's heart or if one's love was deep, then one wouldn't be absent-minded. Could it be that Li Zongbao didn't have Wuxia in his heart? No, suddenly, a trace of understanding flashed through Xiaohua's mind. It's not that senior brother Li's willpower is insufficient, and it's also not that my willpower is greater than senior brother Li's. This was done deliberately by Jiu Xia. She is really powerful. She might really want my help, so she deliberately didn't leave a bad impression in front of me. Even when she showed her magical power in front of me, she didn't overdo it. This way, not only did she not make a fool of me, but she also made me feel proud. Just now, she made the 5 illusory swordsmen stop with just one sentence. What kind of cultivation do I have? How can I not be affected by her? Moreover, she didn't ask me to help her with anything, but she has always been kind to me. When it's time to help, can I refuse? Besides, she saved Hongxia Fairy, Xiao Mao, and senior brother Li's lives. Can I not help her? To be enemies with such a smart woman. It's really too dangerous. Xiaohua rejoiced as he thought, however, fortunately, the situation seems to be very advantageous to this Xiao. This woman can casually kill the illusory swordsman. Although she strangely appeared in the Huan country, didn't we also go deep into the Huan country to train? Didn't she say before? She specially came to Huan country to look for someone. I'm afraid that only my Dao sect has such a miraculous divination technique. She didn't tell me her background, so she must be a proud disciple of some master in the Cultivation 3 countries. Looking at this situation, it's more likely that we'll be friends and not enemies in the future. Junior brother Xiao, earlier, what kind of elixir did you give Xiao Mao? Li Zongbao regained his senses and saw that Xiaohua was also somewhat absent-minded. He asked in a low voice, that elixir's healing effect is very good. If it wasn't for the fact that it can't be compared to the legendary heaven-mending pill, I would almost think that it was the heaven-mending pill. Chapter 2794. Oh, Xiaohua also came back to his senses and said in surprise, I gave Xiao Mao a lot of medicinal pills. Which one is senior brother talking about? It's the kind that is ugly and doesn't have any fragrance. It's used to heal injuries. Xiao Mao said, in the Sword Tomb array, senior brother Li was injured, and many of the elders in the meeting hall were also exhausted. Senior sister gave it to senior brother Li to take. In the end, senior brother Li took all the medicinal pills given by big brother and gave them to the gold core elders. With that, Xiao Mao hurriedly flipped through the medicinal pills that Xiao Hua just gave him. He took out a medicinal pill and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, "Here, big brother, this is it." "Oh, this." Xiao Hua glanced at it and said disapprovingly, "This is the Luo Su pill. I refined it when I was practicing that day. It's a medicinal pill that nourishes the meridians and promotes true essence. There is also the dripping rain pill that was refined together with this blue sea pill. These two pills are about the same. I gave Xiao Mao and Hong Xia these two pills. Senior martial brother is referring to one of these two pills. This is the Luo Su pill, and the Shilin pill?" Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. He stretched out his hand and took the medicinal pill from Xiao Hua's hand. He looked at it carefully again. Sure enough, this was the medicinal pill that he took during the sword tomb battle. This thing was similar to the heaven-mending pill in his hand, but after looking at it carefully, it was still different. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. It's refined with common spiritual herbs like siming fruit. Because those spiritual herbs are cheap and not worth many spirit stones, I used it to practice. Have you seen the real Luo Su pill and Shilin pill? Li Zongbao's mood was a little agitated, and he looked straight at Xiao Hua and asked. Xiao Hua knew what Li Zongbao was talking about. He shook his head and said, "I don't have any spirit stones. Naturally, I won't spend a lot of money to buy those Luo Su pills and Shilin pills. However, I know that the ones refined by others are not the same as the ones refined by me. Of course, I don't know why they are different. If senior brother asks too many questions, little brother doesn't know how to answer." Xiao Hua immediately sealed Li Zongbao's mouth. Sigh. Li Zongbao threw the pill to Xiao Mao and sighed, "Whether it is the Luo Su pill or the Shilin pill, I have seen them before and have consumed them. However, junior brother Zhao's void-slaying pill was truly different from theirs. That day, I thought it was some kind of miracle medicine. And even showed off in front of Master and the various core formation masters. But I didn't expect that it was actually such an ordinary medicinal pill." Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart tightened and he raised his head to look at Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was also stunned for a moment before coming to his senses. He slightly shrugged his shoulders, put the medicinal pill into his mouth, and closed his eyes to cultivate. "Xiao Hua. You don't blame me. The situation on that day was that when the nest was overturned, no egg would remain intact? If even the core formation masters fall, then the foundation establishment and aura refining disciples will definitely not be able to survive." As soon as he saw Xiao Hua raise his eyebrows, Li Zongbao understood Xiao Hua's vigilance and immediately explained via voice transmission, "Actually, junior brother, with your cultivation and battle achievements, you are the #1 person in the Sword Dao Great War. Even if you have some difficulties, in the entire Dawn Rain continent, who dares to touch you? Not to mention that I and the others won't agree, even your Thunder Control sect. Can all the sects that are participating in the Sword Dao Great War agree? You also don't have to hide anything." Xiao Hua knew that this was Li Zongbao's good intentions, but he understood in his heart that how could he know about his own secrets and his enemies? Therefore, he also transmitted his voice, "These are all my secrets. I know what I'm doing." But Li Zongbao shook his head again. "There is no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. The current you can't hide anymore. I don't dare to say that there are people who know about it now, but I dare to say that in less than 5 years after the Dao Sword Great War, your actions, your heroic deeds, your fame, will definitely spread throughout the entire Dawn Rain continent." Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed. It was indeed so. Although he disguised himself as nameless and temporarily hid from the Dao sect and the sword cultivators, this trip to Huan country had already completely exposed his strength. Even if he didn't follow Fairy Hong Xia to Huan country, from Xue Mingcha's tone, there were already people among the sword cultivators who knew that he was nameless. One must know that Nameless' reputation was now 100 times more resounding than the terrifying phoenix. If the name of the terrifying phoenix was known, then so be it. But if the identity of John Doe was known, his strength was comparable to that of a Yuanying realm cultivator. He already had a certain status on the Dawn Rain continent. How could the powerful person who sealed her not have heard of her name? Furthermore, he didn't even know that it was the 3 nascent soul cultivators from Xunyan school and Qiqiao sect who killed Shang Huoming. How could they not know? Which one of these cultivators hadn't lived for thousands of years? Which one of them was scheming and astute? How could they not investigate his background and origin? When that time came, how could he still hide? Not to mention taking revenge for Xiao Yuehong and Gong Mingwei, even he would find it difficult to protect himself. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have participated in that Sword Dao Great War. Xiao Hua was somewhat regretful, but then he smiled bitterly. If he hadn't participated in the Sword Dao Great War, the cultivators of the Dao sect, would the number of people who died be limited to the current number? Not to mention the others, Cui Hongshan and the others would have died long ago. Junior brother, if you still have any hesitation, you might as well. Li Zongbao pondered for a moment, and still transmitted his voice. I have the special pardon order of the sect leader of the Utopia sect. I can plead with Reverend He Ping of the Utopia sect for you. Ha, thank you, senior brother. Xiaohua patted his chest and said, don't I also have the special pardon order of the Imperial Thunder sect? If you need anything, I can ask the sect leader of the Imperial Thunder sect for help. Alright, Li Zongbao knew that Xiaohua wasn't willing to explain clearly to him, and he couldn't force him. He nodded slightly, looked up at the millions of Meng mountains, and said in a low voice, actually, sometimes, I still miss the past. Unfortunately, this expression only stayed on his face for a moment, and then slowly disappeared. You'd better take the heavenly pill quickly. Jiao Xia said coldly from afar, if you delay any longer, you'll miss the past even more in the future. Li Zongbao glanced at Jiao Xia indifferently, sat down cross-legged, looked at the heavenly pill, opened it, and swallowed it, and began to regulate his breathing. Xiao Hua, come here for a moment. Jiao Xia said. All right, Xiao Hua agreed, and released his divine sense. He looked around, and then walked towards Jiao Xia. However, when he passed by Xiao Mao, he didn't forget to say, Xiao Mao, when you're done regulating your breathing, put away the 6 illusory swords just now. Then, without waiting for Xiao Mao's agreement, he walked quickly to Jiao Xia's side, squatted down, looked at Hongxia Ferry, and asked in a low voice, what plan do you have? Well, I've roughly looked at it, and I've also made some calculations. Jiao Xia said bluntly, as if she was an old acquaintance of Xiao Hua, sister's primordial qi has been greatly damaged, and her bloodline has been destroyed, which is indeed very serious. Originally, I thought that if I could repair her bloodline, her primordial qi would be slowly nourished, and her dharma body would also be able to recover. However, this method should be inferior, and it's not good for her Dao foundation, and it would be difficult for her dharma body to achieve great success in the future. Xiao Hua knew that Jiao Xia's thoughts were meticulous, and this was just a prelude, so he didn't reply, and quietly listened to her explanation. Compared to this inferior method, I have 2 other plans, the middle plan and the superior plan. Jiao Xia said again, however, this all depends on your alchemy skills. Let's see what kind of pills you can refine. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, and asked curiously, what do you mean? To tell you the truth, I have a pill formula and a secret technique here. This secret technique is used in conjunction with the pill. This pill is extremely difficult to refine, and it's already not bad for an ordinary alchemist to refine a first-grade pill. Of course, the spiritual herbs and other things in this pill formula can also be reduced, and the pill after the reduction is easy to refine. However, the difference in their effects was like heaven and earth. Moreover, it can't be used in conjunction with the secret technique. Previously, I thought that if you can refine the pill after the reduction, it can be regarded as a middle plan. It should be more beneficial for sisters' cultivation. However, looking at the appearance of your fellow apprentices, the pills you refine are actually not bad, so sister has another superior plan. Jiao Xia said with a smile, if you can refine a first-grade pill, sister's Dharma body will be able to be reconstructed, and it will be able to achieve great success in the future. After Jiao Xia finished speaking, Xiaohua frowned and asked, how many grades of pills are there? Pills are divided into 9 grades, and each grade has different effects. Then, do you have the spiritual herbs and other things to refine the pill? This pill, to be honest, I have always wanted to refine it. Jiao Xia didn't hide it from Xiaohua, and said, I have collected these spiritual herbs for many years, and most of them are complete, but a small part has never been found. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart turned cold, and he said with a bitter smile, you don't even have the spiritual herbs, how can I refine a first-grade pill? You fool. Jiao Xia said with a smile, I am talking about the spiritual herbs to refine a 9th-grade pill. How can that be refined by you? You only need to refine a first-grade pill, and sister will be saved. Xiaohua's heart shook, and he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at Jiao Xia's smiling face. Although this girl only has a budding face, under her smiling face, there is a hidden beauty hidden in her eyes, and even a little bit of it is unbearable for ordinary people. Jiao Xia looked at Xiaohua's embarrassed state, and then looked at Fairy Hongxia who was lying in her arms, and said with a smile, unfortunately, the situation is urgent, and I don't have any spiritual pills on me, so I can only make this plan in a hurry. Otherwise, based on sister's ability to control the innate primordial water, I can find a better secret technique. Spiritual pills to cultivate the innate primordial water? Xiaohua asked curiously, what I am going to refine, isn't this the spiritual pill? Chapter 2795. More or less. Jiao Xia was very patient with Xiaohua. However, that spirit pill is a bit overbearing. It would be better if you could use a milder pill to nourish your body and replenish your blood and qi. Replenish your blood and qi? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly as he probed, then is the parasol pill completed? Parasol pill? What kind of spirit pill is that? Jiao Xia was stunned. Xiaohua blinked and smiled. It's the blood and qi replenishing medicine commonly used by the Taoist sect. Oh. Jiao Xia nodded. That kind of low-level spirit pill naturally won't work. All right. Xiaohua nodded. If Jiao Xia wasn't beside him, he would definitely take out the parasol pill for Fairy Hongxia to consume. However, since he didn't know how to repair his Dharma body and Jiao Xia knew, he naturally couldn't blindly command her. Did you also refine it? At this moment, Jiao Xia smiled and said, take it out and let me see. It's also good to know your alchemy skills. Yes. Xiaohua touched his hand and took out the earliest parasol pill he refined. This pill was refined under Xiao Hongyue's supervision. If it wasn't a critical moment, he definitely wouldn't be willing to take it out. Looking at the parasol pill in Xiaohua's hand, shock appeared on Jiao Xia's face. She whispered, the medicinal fragrance is restrained, and the pill veins are faintly discernible. You can actually refine a first-grade spirit pill? Is this a first-grade spirit pill? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. He had never heard of a 9th-grade spirit pill before. Jiao Xia obviously didn't pay attention to the conversation between Xiaohua and Li Zongbao, so she naturally didn't look at the sky-mending pill in Li Zongbao's hand. At this moment, she stretched out her hand and said, let me see this parasol pill. Xiaohua handed the parasol pill to Jiao Xia. She held it in her hand and looked at it over and over again. Then, a 5-colored light flashed in her eyes. This light disappeared in a flash, and then Jiao Xia's face was really filled with shock. Let me see the spirit pill you gave your senior brother just now. Jiao Xia stretched out her hand and said again. Oh. What's wrong? Xiaohua didn't understand, but he still took out a spirit pill. Similarly, Jiao Xia's eyes shone with an illusory light. However, after that, Jiu Xia's face was filled with confusion. That small face frowned slightly, causing Xiao Hua's heart to ache slightly. Only after a long time did Jiu Xia ask again, "Do you still have this parasol pill? Can you give me one?" "Yes." Xiao Hua took one without hesitation. What a joke. Not to mention one, even if it was 10, Xiao Hua would still give it to him. "Many thanks." Jiu Xia looked at the parasol spring pill. It was exactly the same as the previous one. She then carefully kept it in her bosom and sent the parasol spring pill into Fairy Hongxia's mouth. She smiled and said, "Your parasol spring pill is even better than I expected. With this pill, things will be much easier in the future. Let sister rest for a few more days and let me think about it." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded, his heart at ease. He then looked at the other medicinal pill in Jiu Xia's hand and asked curiously, "Just now, did you see anything different about this medicinal pill? Don't you know the medicinal pills that you refined yourself?" Jiu Xia said with a chuckle. "Indeed, I don't know." "Please explain." Xiao Hua answered honestly. "This medicinal pill is a top-notch item." Jiu Xia held the medicinal pill in her hand and said with a smile, "Treat it as a first-grade spirit pill. It perfectly combines the spirit herbs and other ingredients used to refine spirit pills. Its effect is 30% greater than that of ordinary medicinal pills. And perhaps yours is even more. However, the parasol spring pill that I gave sister just now, although it was also a first-grade spirit pill, there was actually a strand of star power condensed inside for some reason. This star power is an extraterrestrial object, different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Xiaoyu continent. This star power can not only increase the medicinal effect of spirit pills, it can also cause them to mutate." "Mutate?" Xiao Hua suddenly realized. He immediately thought of the parasol spring pill that the Zhu mother and daughter had taken in Jinghua City. It can break the cursed talisman? Kill the taboo? And that's the general idea. Jiu Xia's eyes glowed with a strange light. "However, there are really too many mutations. I only know a little." "But..." Xiao Hua was puzzled again. "These two types of medicinal pills were refined by me personally. It seems that there isn't any special difference." Gugu. Jiu Xia covered her mouth and laughed. "I didn't ask you what the difference was when you refined them. I really don't know. Even if you asked me, I wouldn't be able to answer." Xiao Hua scratched his head. "Then you'd better think carefully." Jiu Xia said, "If you can refine another spirit pill that is similar to the parasol spring pill, the benefits to sister. I won't say more. You know it clearly in your heart." "And I know." Xiao Hua nodded. This matter involved Fairy Hongxia, so he naturally had to think carefully. In the following days, they spent their time on the airship, unable to find a suitable place to stay. Fortunately, there were no swordsmen here, nor were there any battles between soul cultivators and swordsmen. Xiao Mao's injuries were the lightest, and he would be able to move freely after 3 days. He collected the storage pouches of the sick swordsmen, and dealt with the corpses as usual. Then, he found a suitable place 100 miles away. After another 3 days, Li Zongbao was finally able to move. Only then did he activate the flowing cloud-flying ship and fly to this place. As for Fairy Hongxia, who was the most seriously injured, she still hadn't woken up. However, Xiao Hua believed in his parasol spring pill. Moreover, through taking her pulse, he knew that Fairy Hongxia was steadily recovering. Xiao Mao was looking for a valley at the bottom of 2 mountains. This was rarely seen in Huan country. Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao steered the flying boat to land at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Hua very naturally clapped his hands and took out the capital star array spirit talisman again. Jiu Xia was dumbfounded when he saw Xiao Hua casting out the talismans with great familiarity and the capital star formation slowly taking shape. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Xiao Hua, this is, the capital star formation? Oh. You really know everything. Xiao Hua was a little embarrassed. It was as if everything was no longer a secret in Jiu Xia's eyes. He had used talismans countless times to arrange them, but no one had ever discovered them. Before this star array was even arranged, it was seen through by Jiu Xia. It's the capital star array. Xiao Hua replied. You really have a lot of knowledge. You even know this. This array, where did you get it? Jiu Xia asked anxiously. I made it myself. Xiao Hua also planned to keep it a secret from Jiu Xia, so he blinked. You also know how to make talismans and array talismans? Jiu Xia was stunned. This answer was clearly out of her expectations. Yes, except for giving birth. After Xiao Hua said it, he felt that it was inappropriate. He lowered his voice and said, I know everything else. Jiu Xia didn't care at all. She said anxiously, then, can you help me make a set? After saying that, Jiu Xia was a little regretful. She said anxiously, forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. This item is so precious. Oh. You want to ask me for help? Xiao Hua asked. Alas, I don't even know what I want to ask you for help. Jiu Xia sighed. From this, maybe it's this array? Or maybe it's not. It's okay, this array is yours. Xiao Hua waved his hand. You saved Hongxia, this is my thanks. Xiao Hua, you are so nice. Jiu Xia happily jumped on the foothill. Her braids swayed behind her head, looking very cute. This moment of happiness really came from the bottom of her heart. It seemed that she hadn't felt like this for a long time. Her smile was as brilliant as a mountain flower and as graceful as the bright moonlight. The slyness and intelligence on her face had long been covered by this joy. This is how a little sister should be. Xiao Hua was also happy to see this. Xiao Mao was unhappy. He twisted his fingers and said, Big brother, you don't have to be so obvious. You have so many good things, why didn't you take them out earlier? Why didn't I take them out earlier? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at him and said, You have eyes but can't see. Fine, I won't argue with you. Xiao Mao said with a smile, You gave them to this one, you might as well give one to me. Cough cough, Li Zongbao, who was originally cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Although he was only coughing, his eyes were very obvious. From the looks of it, Li Zongbao had already learned a lesson from his experience with medicinal pills. As long as there was something good, then, it was better to open his mouth first. This is a spiritual talisman. Xiao Hua said with a little exasperation, without spiritual beast fur and blood, where do you want me to refine it for you? Spiritual talisman, Xiao Mao said with surprise, so Big Brother also knows how to refine spiritual talismans. This is the first time I've heard of it. And, not bad. Li Zongbao's meridians were damaged, and his mental cultivation methods seemed to have some flaws. Seeing that the two of them were only praising him and not refining the materials, Xiao Hua could only bitterly smile. I have some spiritual beast fur here, I don't know what you need. Jiu Xia was very obedient. She stretched out her hand and took out a storage bag. You don't need it. Xiao Hua said with a smile, you should quickly take a look at what Hongxia needs. I have already prepared this. Jiu Xia was not polite. She took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, according to what I discussed with you before, this is the pill formula of the Flying Shadow Pill. Moreover, I also listed the spiritual herbs, spiritual blood and other things needed to refine the Flying Shadow Pill from the 1st grade to the 6th grade. As long as I have it, I will mark it. You do as you see fit. Presumably, you are an alchemist, so you should have some things in your storage bag. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He didn't expect Jiu Xia to be so well prepared and so considerate. She was really meticulous. After taking the jade slip and probing it with his divine sense, Xiaohua was even more surprised. Inside was the pill formula of the flying shadow pill, but Xiaohua had never seen such a detailed pill formula in his life. Chapter 2796. This pill formula was divided into 6 grades. The main ingredients of each grade were similar, but the age of the main ingredients and the amount of each main ingredient were different. However, when it came to the supplementary ingredients, the differences were huge. The most important thing was that Jiu Xia had written down the reasons for these differences very clearly. Rather than saying that this was a flying shadow pill formula, it was better to say that this was a simple pill formula analysis technique. Many thanks, Xiaohua raised his head and said in a low voice. He, Jiu Xia pursed her lips and said, "Don't thank me, this is already made. I just showed it to you. Moreover, this pill formula doesn't have a refining method, so it's useless for others to have it. Of course, you can use this pill formula, but you can't leak it out. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. And I know what I'm doing." Xiaohua naturally knew the importance of this pill formula. It was probably a secret technique of Jiu Xia's sect. It was already good that he could refine this flying shadow pill, so how could he dare to leak it out? "I believe you." Jiu Xia nodded and took out a storage bag. "This is the material I collected in my early years. Take it." "Don't." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I'd better take a look first. There are many things in this pill formula that I've never seen before. I still need to ask you for advice." "All right." Jiu Xia tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "What you know is what you know, what you don't know is what you don't know. Xiaohua, with your cultivation method, you'll definitely go very far." After that, Xiaohua activated the capital star array and casually wrote down the method of setting up the capital star array on 3 jade slips. He threw 2 of them to Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao to shut their mouths, and handed the last one to Jiu Xia. Thus, the 4 of them each stayed in one place and started to comprehend the jade slips. The flying shadow pill's pill formula was extremely detailed, but it was also strange because there was spirit blood inside the pill formula. Jiu Xia had already said that it contained spiritual blood before he got the pill formula. However, Xiaohua didn't care. He even thought that he had misheard. When he had first obtained the jade slip, he had used his divine will to look at the spirit plants, as well as their names and shapes. Some of the spirit plants had different names, but based on their shapes, he could tell that they existed in the space. As for the spirit blood, he had ignored it. When he started looking at the first grade flying shadow pill, he realized that there was a type of spirit blood in each grade after the main ingredient, and each spirit blood had a different name. Damn it, Xiaohua suddenly realized something. This flying shadow pill. I'm afraid it uses spiritual blood as a catalyst to stimulate the cultivator's bloodline and create a dharma body. This is the secret technique that the cultivation aristocratic families really want. Jiu Xia, Xiaohua opened his eyes and asked in a low voice, "The spirit blood inside this flying shadow pill can only be used after it has been refined?" "Of course." Jiu Xia nodded matter-of-factly. "How can spirit blood be used if it isn't refined? You're an alchemist yourself, there's no reason you don't know, right?" But then, Jiu Xia suddenly froze and said with some realization, "Could it be, you don't know how to refine spirit blood?" Xiaohua bitterly smiled. He knew how to refine spirit blood, but he didn't know that there was also refining spirit blood in alchemy. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua said, "I know how to refine spirit blood, but I don't know if it's the same as what you're talking about." Jiu Xia shook his head. "I only know how to refine spirit blood, I don't know the specifics." "All right." Xiaohua was helpless and could only try his best. Since it was refining spirit blood, the demon realm's blood refining technique should be useful. Half a day later, Xiaohua and Jiu Xia didn't stay idle and finally thoroughly understood the flying shadow pill's pill formula. Normally, Xiaohua's alchemy skills were already very good, and he knew all the spirit plants like the back of his hand. However, the spirit plants in this pill formula were different from the ones he knew, so he had to ask them one by one. There were even some spirit plants that Xiaohua didn't have and Jiuxia didn't collect. According to the pill formula, Xiaohua found similar spirit plants in his space and discussed the effects of these spirit plants with Jiuxia. Jiuxia didn't know much about spirit blood, but he had some knowledge about spirit plants. After discussing with Xiaohua, they complemented each other. After half a day, not only did Xiaohua have a thorough understanding of the pill formula, he also had a new understanding of the planting and refining of some spirit plants. You're really old and learn. Xiaohua sighed, as if Jiuxia's words had opened a new door to alchemy for him. The cultivation foundation of this dawn rain continent is really unfathomable. Another half a day later, Xiaohua brought back the spirit herbs and spirit blood that Jiuxia had collected. He compared them with the pill recipe and the spirit herbs in his space. He sorted out the materials needed to refine the flying shadow pill and returned the bag of holding to Jiuxia. Jiuxia looked at the spiritual herbs that had barely been touched and the spiritual blood that had been taken away. Her heart was filled with astonishment. However, her face remained calm and she did not say anything. It was as if everything was within her calculations. After putting away the storage pouch, Jiuxia asked, "Are you ready? Are you going to refine pills on the flying boat? Have you found the reason for the difference in the pills?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. In these past few days, when he was looking at the pill formula, he was also thinking about the difference between the earliest parasol pill and the later pills. He was even thinking about the difference between the rejuvenation pill and the ageless pill. The rejuvenation pill and the ageless pill could be understood. After all, one was refined with the power of heavenly thunder and the other was refined with ordinary methods. The power of heavenly thunder was the reason why the rejuvenation pill could bring back the spring. However, Xiaohua couldn't understand the reason why the parasol pill was unique. It seemed there wasn't any difference. It wasn't until the end that Xiaohua recalled the details of his alchemy that he finally had an idea. When he was refining the parasol pill, he was guarding the side of the pill furnace. But when he was refining other pills, he wasn't completely guarding the side of the pill furnace. He even left the cave to go to other places. Maybe it's because my character is good and I can refine pills by guarding beside the pill furnace? Xiaohua could only wipe his face like this. Now that Jiuxia asked, he naturally couldn't say the reason. He only looked around and said, "Naturally, I can't refine pills on the flying boat. It's too noisy and will delay your cultivation. I'd better find a cave. As for the difference, I have some ideas. I can only give it a try. You take a drop of spirit blood for every pill. Are you planning to refine one pill for every pill?" Jiuxia asked tentatively. "Can you only refine one pill at a time?" Xiaohua asked back. "Oh. You can refine 2 pills?" Jiuxia was slightly puzzled. "Oh, I understand. Your pill formula has the weight of 1 flying shadow pill." Xiaohua suddenly understood. "That's right." Jiuxia nodded. "If you can refine 2 flying shadow pills at a time, the sun will rise from the west." "Ha ha ha, if you use 2 drops of spirit blood, you can naturally do it." Xiaohua laughed. "I can only use 1 drop of spirit blood." Jiuxia nodded seriously. "Can you refine 2 drops of spirit blood at a time?" This. Xiaohua was astonished. He had refined 9 drops of spirit blood at a time, but he didn't know if his refining method was the same as what Jiuxia said. "Try refining the first-grade flying shadow pill first." Jiuxia laughed. "If you fail, it doesn't matter. Sister can also use the ungraded flying shadow pill." Xiaohua knew that the ungraded flying shadow pill was a pill that didn't require spirit blood. It could only help Fairy Hongxia recover and repair her Dharma body. It couldn't achieve the effect of breaking and rebuilding. "For Hongxia, I will also refine the first-grade flying shadow pill." Xiaohua looked at the still unconscious Fairy Hongxia and said firmly. In fact, when Xiaohua took the Wu Xian pill, he wanted to wake Fairy Hongxia up. However, Jiu Xia insisted that he couldn't wake her up after using the pill. The longer she was unconscious, the better it was for the Dharma body's recovery. Xiaohua didn't quite understand the meaning of this, but he still listened to Jiu Xia's arrangement. I believe you. Jiu Xia nodded with a smile, as if she had returned to being the girl who had everything under control. In the valley, there were still small caves. Xiaohua found one a little further away. When he entered, he clapped his hands and took out several puppets. Looking at the puppets gradually enlarging the cave, Xiaohua casually waved his hands and prepared to take out the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace, but at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly froze. Cold sweat seeped out of his back. He looked at the puppets in front of him and shuddered. What's wrong with me? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask himself, this Jiu Xia. With such a remarkable ability and a mysterious origin, I should be extremely wary of her. We've only been friends for 10 days, and I actually revealed so many of my secrets to her. Even eldest senior brother and master don't know these things. How can I trust her so much? How can I tell her everything I know without holding anything back? That's right, ever since he met Jiu Xia, Xiaohua had been somewhat wary at the beginning. But gradually, this wariness disappeared. Not to mention Jiu Xia's beauty, even Jiu Xia's cuteness was deeply imprinted in Xiaohua's heart. He only treated Jiu Xia as someone he trusted. Not to mention Xiaohua's lightning escape technique, even dream execution, mountain splitting, spirit execution origin light, and soaring dragon scissors were all revealed to Jiu Xia. There was also the art of alchemy, the art of talisman creation. Jiu Xia saw through it all. Even the talisman of the heavenly star array, Xiaohua agreed without hesitation the moment Jiu Xia asked for it. This was even more inconceivable for the stingy Xiaohua. Now, Xiaohua actually wanted to refine the flying shadow pill in front of Jiu Xia and took out the puppets. Everything seemed to be out of Xiaohua's control, as if Jiu Xia had unknowingly taken control of it. What if Jiu Xia wanted to observe Xiaohua's alchemy later? Would Xiaohua agree or disagree? Chapter 2797. What scared Xiaohua the most was that Jiu Xia had let nature take its course. Everything was untraceable, and Xiaohua could not help but do it. It was true that Xiaohua had intended to reveal some of his cultivation, but he had never thought of revealing everything about himself. How could Xiaohua explain the several tens of thousands of years of medicinal age of the spiritual herbs used in alchemy? However, when Xiaohua left Jiu Xia's side, he came to a realization. However, when Xiaohua thought about it, it seemed that everything did not allow him to have any doubts. When Xiaohua first met Jiu Xia only asked for his help. She did not mention any rewards or conditions. Then, Jiu Xia said that he had to come to Sword Peak. Otherwise, Fairy Hongxia would lose her life. Although he was a little doubtful, he still came. When he met Fairy Hongxia and the rest in danger, although he did not show it, he already trusted Jiu Xia in his heart. After that, Jiu Xia's words saved Fairy Hongxia's life and death. However, Jiu Xia didn't even say a word of thanks. He even told Xiaohua very clearly that this had nothing to do with asking for his help. This was truly a righteous man. It made Xiaohua trust Jiu Xia again. After that, Jiu Xia took out the flying shadow pill formula that she had collected and came up with the best, middle, and worst plans to save Fairy Hongxia. This made Xiaohua shed tears of gratitude, and he had already let his guard down. However, when he thought about it again, while saving Fairy Hongxia, Jiu Xia was also making use of Xiaohua to refine pills? In this world, there has never been a lack of smart people. But to be so smart, to let someone be sold and help her count the spiritual stones, and even bargain for her, how many are there? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This does not seem to be smart. If it is the power of charm, or the art of seduction, that is the real deal. Thinking of this, Xiaohua secretly released his Buddhist awareness. Sure enough, Jiu Xia sat beside Fairy Hong Xia, guarding her. It was fine to say that she cared about Fairy Hong Xia, or that she wanted to kidnap Fairy Hong Xia, but she did not notice that Xiaohua was opening up a cave. She always did the most appropriate thing at the most appropriate time, and would not let others have too much suspicion. A cultivator who can kill 5 third-grade illusory sword cultivators with one sentence actually called a late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator sister. Isn't this a bit too much? Xiaohua thought of how Jiu Xia called Fairy Hong Xia sister. Previously, it was extremely intimate, but now he felt that it was too strange. But I am just Xiaohua. Even if I am nameless. What is worthy of Jiu Xia's desire? Xiaohua really couldn't figure it out. With some inexplicable apprehension and caution, Xiaohua activated the puppets a little more. Soon, he hastily opened up a cave. Taking advantage of the fact that Jiu Xia wasn't paying attention, he hurriedly put away the puppets. However, just as Xiaohua took out the pill furnace and was about to preheat it, Jiu Xia came. Xiaohua, can I see how you refine pills? Jiu Xia's smile was very beautiful, like a little sister talking to her brother calmly. Xiaohua hesitated, not daring to look at Jiu Xia's face. He lowered his head and said, "This Xiao has already thought about it. One of the differences between refining pills is that when Xiao Mao first refined the parasol pill, this Xiao refined it alone, and there was no one watching." "Oh? So that's the case, then I can only not watch." Jiu Xia did not have the slightest bit of awkwardness or displeasure. Her voice was still very pleasant to hear. "I still want to see how this first-grade pill is refined." "Hee, wait until this Xiao refines it, then you can see," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Okay, you refine it yourself." Jiu Xia skipped out again. When she reached the entrance of the cave, she laughed and said, "Leave big sister to me. I will also tidy up that secret technique and give it to you in a while." That secret technique also targets 6th-grade pills, so it is a bit different. You and sister are the closest, so you have to help her. This Jiu Xia. Should I trust her? Or should I not? Xiaohua only dared to raise his head at this time, looking at Jiu Xia's graceful back, and thought with some worry. At this time, although Xiaohua was a little confused and even worried about Fairy Hong Xia, his alchemy skills had reached the point of perfection, so refining the flying shadow pill was not difficult at all. He threw in the spiritual herbs one by one, and when the spiritual herbs turned into juice in the furnace, he waved a spell to quench the impurities inside. As the green smoke was produced in the furnace, wisps of medicinal fragrance rushed to his face, and Xiaohua's heart gradually calmed down again. After all, Jiu Xia looked like a budding girl, but her magical powers were unfathomable. Xiaohua was definitely not her opponent. Why would someone like her, who could easily kill him, want to scheme against him? Instead of being on tenterhooks, it was better to face her calmly. Perhaps, everything was just Xiaohua's own guess? Of course, even if she coveted the flying shadow pill, he would help her refine it and get the pill formula. Why not? In addition to being extra careful, Xiaohua was really at his wits' end. Spells were cast one after another, and the Samadhi true fire was like a dragon surging outside the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. This kind of fire control method was simply beyond the reach of ordinary alchemists. Even seeing that the pill furnace was fine for the time being, Xiaohua even diverted a bit of attention to refine the jade talisman. In fact, as early as when Xiaohua was refining the fire talisman, he wanted to refine the talisman of the capital star array into a jade talisman. Unfortunately, this guy never had time to do what he wanted to do, so he had been delaying it. Until now, when refining the flying shadow pill, he had leisure. After all of the medicinal liquids had been refined, Xiaohua began to fuse the pills according to his previous understanding of the flying shadow pill's pill formula. Generally speaking, fusing pills was the key to refining pills. The amount, order, and timing of each medicinal liquid were all related to whether or not the pill could be formed. The true pill formula contained the essence of the pill refining method. Without these specific methods, the possibility of refining a pill was next to none. Fortunately, Xiaohua's alchemy skills had always been self-taught. After the spiritual herbs of the flying shadow pill were replaced by him, he was even more confident. After a few days, he managed to fuse dozens of medicinal liquids into a fist-sized pill liquid. Up at this time, Xiaohua understood that the part he was familiar with had been completed. The next step was to refine the spiritual blood. Xiaohua secretly released a strand of Buddhist consciousness and looked at Jiuxia. Jiuxia was still sitting next to Red Dawn Fairy, and there was no change. On the contrary, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked at the cave impatiently, as if they were worried about him not coming out. Especially Xiao Mao, who was sniffing from time to time, as if he was inhaling the medicinal fragrance. Red Dawn, why hasn't she woken up yet? After so long, Xiaohua was puzzled again. Even if she was seriously injured, she should have woken up by now after taking the parasol pill. Could it be that this was done by Jiuxia? If I don't refine the flying shadow pill, Red Dawn won't be able to wake up. Withdrawing his Buddhist consciousness, Xiaohua helplessly released the spiritual fire to refine the drop of spiritual blood known as the Swift Sparrow. Xiaohua had already helped Li Zongbao refine his essence blood, so controlling the refining of this spiritual blood was not a difficult task. However, what shocked Xiaohua the most was that as the spirit fire tempered the spirit blood, a 3-foot-tall shadow gradually appeared within the rain-like spirit blood. The formation of this shadow was 10 times more difficult than the formation of the shadow within Li Zongbao's spirit blood. Xiaohua actually refined it for a total of 9 days, and after taking dozens of spiritual power replenishing pills, he finally refined the complete shadow. Lucky. Xiaohua secretly wiped away his cold sweat. Just the spiritual blood of a first-grade spirit pill is so difficult to refine. No wonder this flying shadow pill. Even Jiuxia couldn't refine it. Moreover, it's a good thing that I have already refined my essence blood, otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to complete it in 9 days. Furthermore, with my current pill refining skills, I can barely extend the time needed to refine the pill. I'm afraid that this pill will condense before I finish refining the spiritual blood, right? Go, Xiaohua urged the spiritual blood, and the shadow of the swift sparrow was about to enter the pill furnace. Quick, an indescribable cry came out from the shadow. The blood shadow of the swift sparrow that had been completely refined seemed to have gained some intelligence. It knew that the alchemy furnace was its only way out, so it started to struggle and wanted to escape from Xiaohua's control. The sound of the swift sparrow was extremely loud, and Jiuxia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao all heard it. Xiao Mao couldn't help but rush to the entrance of the cave, as if he wanted to help. As for Jiuxia, he didn't even frown, and his body naturally didn't move. He only slightly opened his eyes, and then closed them again. Li Zongbao turned around, looked at Jiuxia and Fairy Hongxia, and walked over to Xiao Mao's side, and whispered to him. The two of them knew that Xiaohua was refining pills inside the cave. Although they were worried, they didn't rush in. Seeing that the blood shadow of the swift sparrow was so unruly, Xiaohua wasn't alarmed, and was instead happy. This level of spiritual blood was the real spiritual blood. To deal with this kind of blood shadow, Xiaohua already had a method. Hundreds of soul strands were released from his law eyes, and tightly bound the blood shadow. Swift. The swift sparrow's shadow struggled a few times, but how could it be a match for Xiaohua's soul strands? Go, Xiaohua sneered, and urged the soul strands to pull the 3 qi-long shadow, and threw it into the pill furnace. Immediately after, several pill refining techniques were sent in, and a formless imprisonment was born from the pill furnace, enveloping the swift sparrow's blood shadow, and forcefully dragging it into the pill liquid. Good, seeing that the pill refining techniques were also effective against the blood shadow, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Immediately after, he sent the pill refining techniques into the pill furnace, and the magic power formed ripples that converged into the pill liquid, firmly imprisoning the swift sparrow's blood shadow inside. Chapter 2798. Not only that, the blood shadow of the swift sparrow struggled a few times in the pill elixir and gradually merged with the pill elixir. So that's how it is, Xiaohua's divine sense never left the pill furnace and even stayed near the pill elixir. He could clearly see that among the dozens of spirit herbs of the flying shadow pill, other than the sovereign, minister, and 5 elements, there was also the ability to melt and confine the spirit blood shadow. The different pill elixirs formed thin threads that tightly wrapped around the blood shadow and slowly seeped in. The art of alchemy is also limitless. Xiaohua sighed inwardly. Big brother. Xiao Mao's voice came several times. No matter. Xiaohua finally had the time to say, I'm very normal here. In a few days, I'll be able to form the pill. Good. Xiao Mao and the others heard and then nodded. On the contrary, Jiu Xia's indifferent face revealed some astonishment. The fusion of the flying shadow pill didn't need to be said. Because of the addition of the spirit blood, the time needed was also extended. In the end, it took a total of 49 days for the pill to be formed. When Xiaohua finally sent the pill-forming technique into the phoenix pattern 3-legged vermilion bird furnace, a clear sound rang out. The top of the phoenix pattern cauldron opened by itself. A fist-sized bird flew out of the cauldron and flew out of the cauldron. Good. As expected of the flying shadow pill. Xiaohua's divine sense clearly saw that the swift sparrow was a shadow. A successful flying shadow pill could actually have a shadow. This was the first time Xiaohua had seen it, so he definitely didn't expect it before. Xiaohua waved his sleeve and covered it with the heaven and earth sleeve. Without any suspense, the swift sparrow fell into Xiaohua's hand. A pill the size of a thumb was spinning in the air. This pill was different from the ones Xiaohua had refined before. On the outside of the pill, there were fine pill veins that were faintly discernible. These pill veins formed the figure of a swift sparrow, as if it would fly out at any moment. The pill was blood red, and there was a faint layer of blood red mist inside, protecting the pill. Even Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. The pill image of this first-grade flying shadow pill was actually so beautiful, completely different from the ugly pill that Xiaohua had refined earlier. Congratulations, Xiaohua. Jiu Xia stood at the entrance of the cave with a smile. He didn't step into the cave as he spoke loudly. I still have to thank fellow Taoist for the pill formula. Xiaohua glanced at the pill furnace that was still surrounded by the true samadhi fire and walked to the entrance of the cave. He placed the flying shadow pill in front of Jiu Xia and said, I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested in this pill? Jiu Xia did not stand on ceremony. He took the flying shadow pill and examined it. Then, he smiled and said, Your alchemy skills are indeed extraordinary. It far exceeds my expectations. This pill should be a first-grade high-grade pill. Then, 5 colors once again appeared in Jiu Xia's eyes. After the brilliance passed, Jiu Xia slightly frowned and said curiously, Xiaohua, although this flying shadow pill is very high quality, but it conforms to the norm. It is far from the star energy in the Wu Tsang pill from before. Ah. Is that so? Xiaohua stared blankly. He couldn't help but scratch his head as his brows wrinkled. This is already not bad. Jiu Xia hurriedly smiled and said, This pill can already be consumed. Do you want to continue refining the second-grade flying shadow pill? Or do you want me to wake sister up and consume it? As expected. Xiaohua thought to himself, Red Cloud's body, it was indeed Jiu Xia's doing. But she just admitted it. This makes me unable to. Do you think it's better to wake her up now? Or wake her up later? Xiaohua pushed the question to Jiu Xia. Naturally it's better to wake her up later. Jiu Xia smiled and said, In this way, not only will sister have a better harvest, I will also be able to obtain a first-grade flying shadow pill. Is she really fine? Xiao Hua asked worriedly. Of course. Jiu Xia nodded. Right now, sister is in hibernation. Although she is unconscious, her body is repairing itself. This kind of repair is far more effective than when a person is awake. Moreover, the effect on the body is far-reaching. Or rather, it is more in line with the heavenly Tao. That's right. Xiao Hua secretly nodded. This Jiu Xia is right. Big brother Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao spoke again after Jiu Xia. It was very obvious that Jiu Xia grasped the timing extremely well. When she should appear, she would definitely appear first. When she shouldn't appear, she would definitely not appear. It's fine. Little brother's spirit pill has already been formed. Xiao Hua looked at the two people's concern and said to Li Zongbao, Red Cloud's injury has the most basic guarantee. Little brother will discuss with Miss Jiu Xia and see if we can take another step. Stop before going too far. Li Zongbao said indifferently and turned his head. After taking 2 steps, another indifferent sentence floated over. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. If it was someone else, they would naturally think more and perhaps stop here. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had always pursued perfection. That day when he was condensing his core in the sword tomb, facing the baptism of the 3 gold lightning tribulation, he did not hesitate to take out his primordial spirit that could benefit from the light. Whatever flying sword, whatever small dipper, he gave it all out. To put it bluntly, he was a person who wanted to take advantage of the netherworld even after death. How could he stop? After resting for half a day, Xiao Hua threw the second batch of spirit herbs into the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace one by one. This time, Jiu Xia did not rush him at all. Even the first-grade flying shadow pill, Jiu Xia only appreciated it for a moment before returning it to Xiao Hua. She clearly said that she would definitely not accept the flying shadow pill if she did not have any extra flying shadow pills. Seeing Jiu Xia so upright, Xiao Hua almost doubted his own thoughts. Looking at the gradually forming liquid pill, Xiao Hua then took out some jade essence and was about to continue refining jade talismans. However, just as the jade essence melted into liquid, Xiao Hua suddenly froze. How could he know how to refine talismans when he was refining the Wuxia pill? Other than guarding the pill furnace and meditating, there was nothing else he could do. Furthermore, he had even dozed off in the pill room of Yellow Flower Ridge. Could it be related to meditating? Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then stretched out his hand and put the liquid jade into his space. He looked around himself and really closed his eyes to meditate. Outside the cave, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were comprehending the capital star array. Even Jiu Xia wanted this array, so Li Zongbao and the others naturally knew that this array was good stuff. Even though Jiu Xia was sitting beside Fairy Hong Xia with her eyes closed, looking calm on the surface, her heart was filled with an avalanche of emotions. Although Xiao Hua knew how to refine pills, he did not know the difficulty of refining the first-grade flying shadow pill, let alone Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. But Jiu Xia knew. She had collected so many materials for the flying shadow pill in her storage bag, so why was she still unable to refine the flying shadow pill? The fundamental reason was that she did not trust the alchemists she knew. In other words, as far as she knew, there were not many alchemists who could refine the flying shadow pill. But this Xiao Hua, this cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect whom she met for the first time, actually refined it so easily. Moreover, it was a first-grade spirit pill. In fact, when she told Xiao Hua about the flying shadow pill, Jiu Xia's original intention was to take out the pill formula for the non-grade flying shadow pill. She did not plan to tell him about the remaining 6th-grade pills. But it was also at that moment, in a flash, she felt that Xiao Hua was the person she was looking for, the person who could help her, who might be able to fulfill her wish. Or perhaps, she was also testing Xiao Hua. If she could not fulfill her wish, how could Xiao Hua help her complete such a difficult task? Although it seemed that Jiu Xia trusted Xiao Hua very much and told him everything, she did not hold back the pill formula for the flying shadow pill and even took out the spirit blood she had painstakingly collected. But in her heart, she really did not have any confidence. She did not have any confidence at all. And it wasn't that she didn't want to see how Xiaohua refined pills, and it wasn't that she didn't want to peek at Xiaohua's progress in refining pills, but she knew that at this time, she could only wait. She could only obtain Xiaohua's trust without arousing his suspicion and complete her important task. That task, she felt that it was almost impossible for her to complete. Just as Jiu Xia's thoughts were running wild, an inexplicable palpitation suddenly appeared in her heart. At the same time, a familiar aura appeared, star power. Jiu Xia almost did not need to open her eyes. That wild, tyrannical, and incomparably pure star power aura seeped into her body through this not far distance. Xiaohua can really draw the power of the outer realm's origin stars. Jiu Xia's heart was beating wildly. Who exactly is he? Even at this moment, Jiu Xia still didn't dare to pry into Xiaohua's actions in the cave. Xiaohua had given her too many surprises, and these surprises didn't seem like they should be counted as surprises. Perhaps, other than this extremely difficult matter in front of me, should also be able to land on him. Jiu Xia slightly opened her eyes and looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao in the distance, who did not know what was going on at all, and thought to herself. At the same time, the five-colored brilliance in Jiu Xia's eyes appeared again. Outside the cave where Xiaohua was, a faintly discernible brilliance was like a pillar of light that pierced the sky. It was the endless star power that fell into Xiaohua's body. Jiu Xia only took a glance and hurriedly closed her eyes. Her eyes returned to their original state. It's a pity, although Xiaohua has such a remarkable ability, his cultivation is really too weak. The difficult task in front of me, he might not be able to complete it, let alone my matter. Jiu Xia sighed slightly. I still have to wait. Then, Jiu Xia restrained her thoughts, as if she did not see the starlight at all. She did not dare to spy on what kind of remarkable ability Xiaohua was using in the cave. But if Jiu Xia really did spy on him, she was afraid her jaw would drop to the ground. Chapter 2799. This was because Xiaohua wasn't doing anything. He was even taking a nap with his eyes closed. The spirit blood of a second-grade flying shadow pill was a snow swallow, a spiritual bird that was 6 feet long. Although this spiritual bird was twice the size of a swift sparrow, its rebellious and struggling power was twice as strong. Xiaohua used his soul thread to drag the blood shadow of the snow swallow into the pill furnace. Seeing the blood shadow of the snow swallow fuse with the pill liquid, Xiaohua was a little confused. Jiu Xia, where did this spirit blood come from? Why is every drop of spirit blood so powerful? When Little White Dragon's soul was sent into the mysterious dark cloud, it didn't seem to be so strenuous. I've already cultivated to the clear spirit sky. If I were still in the surrounding chi sky, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to refine a first-grade spirit pill. The time to condense the pill was similar to the first time. It also took a total of 47 days to complete. The second-grade flying shadow pill was smaller than the first-grade flying shadow pill, but the shadow of the snow swallow was twice as big. Of course, the pattern on the flying shadow pill was also a snow swallow, and its color was a little thicker than blood. Congratulations, Xiaohua. Just after Xiaohua took the pill, Jiu Xia's smiling voice appeared outside the cave. Xiaohua proudly handed over the second-grade flying shadow pill and said with a smile, "Take a look. Does this spirit pill have star power?" "Okay." Jiu Xia took it, and her eyes flashed with 5 colors. She said happily, "This time there is star power." "Xiaohua, how did you do it?" "Hee, this is my private matter. Miss Jiu Xia, please don't blame me." Xiaohua smiled but didn't answer. Then, he clapped his hands and said, "This is a first-grade flying shadow pill. Please accept it." "All right." Jiao Xia stretched out his hand and received it. At the same time, he returned the flying shadow pill to Xiao Hua. Let's go. Xiao Hua took the second-grade flying shadow pill and waved his hand. Please wake Hongxia up and let her take this spirit pill. Oh. Jiao Xia was slightly surprised. You're not going to refine the third-grade flying shadow pill? No, Xiao Hua shook his head and said, this second-grade flying shadow pill is already troublesome to refine. I'm afraid that the third-grade flying shadow pill will fail. This Zhao's spirit grass is simple, but Mrs. Spirit Blood is very precious. Don't be scared, don't be scared. Jiao Xia waved her hand and said, although this third-grade cold goose spirit blood is precious, it can be refined into a flying shadow pill. It is perfectly compatible with Big Sister's Ice Phoenix bloodline. The effect was several times better than the Snow Swallow. Besides, I still want the second-grade spirit pill with star power that you just refined. You don't disappoint me and Big Sister. This. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and said, this Xiao really feels that it won't be easy to refine a third-grade spirit pill. There's a 70% chance that this cold goose spirit blood will be wasted. Hee, since you have 30% confidence, why not give it a try? Jiao Xia smiled. I think you can do it. I have 99% confidence in you. Seeing that Xiao Hua was hesitating, Jiao Xia thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll wake her up now and teach her the secret technique. If you're able to refine a third-grade spirit pill, give it to Big Sister on the day it's completed. Otherwise, let Big Sister take this second-grade spirit pill. It won't delay Big Sister's recovery. What do you think? Xiao Hua was most afraid of persuasion. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, all right, since you're not afraid that I'll spoil the flying shadow pill, what do I have to be afraid of? Good. Thank you for your trouble. Jiao Xia smiled and nodded. She looked deeply at Xiao Hua and turned around to wake Fairy Hongxia without hesitation. Jiao Xia walked to the side of Fairy Hongxia with her back facing Xiao Hua. Her eyes once again shone with the five-colored brilliance. Her right hand tapped on her forehead and pointed at Fairy Hongxia. Quick! A ray of five-colored brilliance landed on Fairy Hongxia's forehead. Ah! Fairy Hongxia moved slightly and a moan could be heard. Hongxia! Xiao Hua was too embarrassed to call Fairy Hongxia his wife in front of everyone. He called out in a low voice and walked over. Xiao Hua, Fairy Hongxia straightened her body. Her entire body was aching, and she felt an indescribable discomfort. There was an indescribable feeling between her bones. However, just as she called out to Xiao Hua, her gaze landed on Jiao Xia's face. Big Sister, Jiao Xia smiled and didn't bow. She said, my name is Jiao Xia. I've long heard of the rinsing flower sex Fairy Hongxia's beautiful name. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you. You truly live up to your name. Little sister is impressed. Jiao Xia. Before Fairy Hongxia fainted, she only saw Xiao Hua walking over on lightning. At that time, she only had Xiao Hua in her eyes. Even if Jiao Xia did appear, she might not even be worthy of her attention. But now, when she woke up, she saw such a beautiful woman in front of her. She even called her Big Sister. How could she not be vigilant? Hee, Hongxia, this is a fellow cultivator I met when I was lost in the Huan country. When Xiao Hua heard Fairy Hongxia's unfriendly tone, how could he not know what she was thinking? He hurriedly explained, Jiao Xia has the ability to predict the future. I came to the Sword Edge Mountain under her suggestion. Otherwise, I would still be on my way to Drifting Cloud Lake. Oh, Fairy Hongxia frowned. Jiao Xia looked very young, but her youthful vigor couldn't be concealed. When Fairy Hongxia first saw Jiao Xia, her heart skipped a beat. It was an indescribable feeling. This feeling made her reject Jiao Xia, but at the same time, she was slightly attracted to her. When she heard Xiaohua say that Jiu Xia had an inconceivable ability, how could she not think about it? Furthermore, those 6 illusory swordsmen were killed by Miss Jiu Xia. Xiaohua continued, if not for her, I wouldn't have been able to kill those 6 grade 3 illusory swordsmen. Also, Xiaohua continued, your Dharma body collapsed and your elemental energy was greatly damaged. Miss Jiu Xia took out her pill formula and secret technique to treat your injuries. I am preparing to refine the flying shadow pill. At this point, Xiaohua was stunned. It seemed that he didn't need to explain so much. Wouldn't the more he explained, the more suspicious Fairy Hongxia would be? Why would he feel guilty for no reason? Oh, so it's like this. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Jiu Xia. Fairy Hongxia's face was expressionless as she struggled to get up to thank Jiu Xia. Elder sister, look at you, your body hasn't recovered yet. There's no need to be so polite. Jiu Xia hurriedly supported Fairy Hongxia and said with a smile, little sister originally wanted to ask Xiaohua for help. Naturally, I had to do something for him first. Furthermore, elder sister is a peerless talent and a natural beauty. You are the leader of all the girls. Even if little sister isn't a man, I wouldn't be willing to let anything happen to elder sister. Little sister is doing something for elder sister. How could those stinky men understand? Fairy Hongxia was a little embarrassed by Jiu Xia's words. She said in a low voice, little sister's looks are 10 times better than elder sister's, and your temperament is 100 times better than elder sister's. Although you haven't grown up yet, you are already so dazzling. If you become an adult in the future, won't you be a charming beauty? Elder sister can't compare to you. The person elder sister is talking about, could it be elder sister? Jiu Xia smiled as she glanced at Xiaohua and said, only someone with elder sister's looks would have such a reputation. Huanhua Sec's Fairy Hongxia is extremely famous in the Cultivation 3 kingdoms. Little sister has never heard of anyone who can compare to elder sister. I'm afraid that only an intelligent woman like elder sister can match up to a cultivator like Xiaohua. I'm afraid that Xiaohua wouldn't even look at others. Elder sister, you don't know how anxious Xiaohua has been these few days. Jiu Xia's voice grew softer, but Fairy Hongxia's laughter grew louder. The two of them were even whispering to each other. How? You don't know this, but the Imperial Thunder sect has a person who enjoys the benefits of being in a favorable position. Fairy Hongxia's words were also transmitted over. Xiaohua stood by the side in a daze, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What are you talking about? Obviously, just a moment ago they were still on guard. How come in the blink of an eye, it's like they have known each other for a long time. Furthermore, is this the time to whisper? Shouldn't we be discussing the matter of healing her injuries first? While Xiaohua was feeling helpless, his heart became alert again. This Jiu Xia, her methods are really impressive. Although Fairy Hongxia's injuries have not healed and her state of mind is somewhat lacking, but ordinary people would not be able to gain her trust so easily. This Jiu Xia's bewitching technique is really powerful. Not only was Xiaohua stunned, even Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were watching from the side, speechless. They were the same as Xiaohua, although they were bewitched by Jiu Xia's beauty, they were still alert in their hearts. They had never spoken to someone so sincerely the moment they met. Who would have thought that after Fairy Hongxia woke up, she would be so intimate with Jiu Xia with just a few words, far surpassing their expectations. Darling Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao, not knowing how to remind him or find the time to transmit a message. Fairy Hongxia turned her head and smiled, you should go and refine the pills. Little sister Jiu Xia has already told me just now, my future cultivation will depend on darling Zhao's hard work. Also, little sister Jiu Xia is about to teach me the secret technique of Dharmakaya cultivation, you don't have to worry. Once I fully understand the secret technique, your pills will also be refined. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Fairy Hongxia emphasized the best of both worlds very much, and even winked at Xiaohua. Yes. Xiaohua's face was a little red, thinking that Fairy Hongxia mentioned the best of both worlds to imply that he already knew Jioxia. After hesitating for a while, he wanted to transmit a message to explain something. But just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly stunned, and then suddenly understood. Of course, who is Fairy Hongxia? She is a person who is said to be on par with Li Zongbao. Even if she is seriously injured, how can she not be alert? But when Fairy Hongxia heard that Jioxia helped Xiaohua when he killed the 6 illusory swords, she naturally had the thought of befriending her. Both sides are Dao sect cultivators, and they met in Huan country. No matter what her motive was, as long as they could support each other, she would be a strong ally. To Fairy Hongxia and the rest, to Jioxia, it was a good thing. This is what Fairy Hongxia meant by the best of both worlds. How is this the best of both worlds in Xiaohua's little abacus? Female cultivators, not to mention who they are, which one of them is not, beautiful on the outside and intelligent on the inside. Chapter 2800. I'll have to trouble Miss Jioxia to take care of Hongxia. The trace of doubt on Xiaohua's face was also swept away. He laughed loudly and turned around to enter the cave. Li Zongbao was naturally stunned, but after a little calculation, he roughly understood. He frowned and found a place to sit down and meditate alone. On the other hand, Xiao Mao was looking at this and that. He was really puzzled. Fairy Hongxia and Jioxia were whispering to each other. He wanted to ask Li Zongbao about it, but Li Zongbao ignored him. Thus, he could only helplessly sit cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, protecting Xiaohua. A few days later, a medicinal fragrance wafted from the entrance of the cave. This medicinal fragrance wafted for dozens of days. On this day, everyone closed their eyes to comprehend their own cultivation methods. Suddenly, a loud and clear cry of a wild goose sounded from within the cave. That sound was very arrogant, but at the same time, it was also very desolate. Jioxia heard the sound and opened her eyes. She looked at the cave and frowned slightly. This cry of a wild goose was obviously different from the previous 2 times. Others may not have heard it, but she heard it clearly. Sister, Fairy Hongxia naturally opened her eyes and was very sensitive to Jioxia's expression. She whispered, "Is Xiaohua all right?" "I'm afraid there is something wrong." Jioxia didn't hide anything and said in a low voice, "Just now, Xiaohua already said that when he was refining the 2nd-grade spirit pill, he was already somewhat unable to do it. However, in order to give big sister a higher grade 3rd-grade spirit pill, he still insisted on refining a 3rd spirit pill. I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to. Sister is really lucky to meet such a deeply affectionate Dao companion like Xiaohua. However, sister doesn't have to worry. The worst-case scenario is that he will waste a spirit pill. Nothing will happen to Xiaohua. Sigh, that's just how he is." Fairy Hongxia's eyes were filled with tenderness. If he can give others 10 points, he will definitely not give 9 points. Not just me, it's the same for others. After a long time, sister will know. Hee, how can I stay with sister and Xiaohua for long? After Xiaohua helps Mimi once, Mimi will leave this place. When will Mimi be able to see Jijia in the future? Mimi doesn't even know. Jioxia giggled. However, after chatting with elder sister for so many days, younger sister is really envious of elder sister and Xiaohua's feelings. I like being together with elder sister even more. Then, Jioxia's eyes became blurry as if she was looking into the distance. She muttered, "If only my younger sister had such an elder sister. How great would that be?" Seeing Jioxia's pitiful expression, Fairy Hongxia's heart could not help but ache. She even blurted out, "If you don't mind, it would be good for us to become sworn sisters." "Ah? Really?" Jioxia's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. That kind of surprise was like the birth of a bright moon in the night sky, making Fairy Hongxia's heart clear up again. "Of course." Fairy Hongxia said proudly, if those stinky men can become sworn brothers, why can't we women do the same? Good. Jiao Xia did not allow Fairy Hong Xia to continue speaking. She bowed and said, "Little sister Jiao Xia greets big sister Hong Xia. Little sister, please rise." Fairy Hong Xia smiled as she helped Jiao Xia up. Becoming sworn sisters is not only that, we also have to report it to the heavens and earth, and let the heavens and earth bear witness for us. I will listen to elder sister's instructions. Jiao Xia's face turned red. Little sister does not know much about this. Li Zongbao naturally heard the cries of the winter geese in the cave. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Fairy Hong Xia and Jiao Xia who were becoming sworn sisters. He did not know what to say. The development of this matter was far beyond his imagination. It was even a little inconceivable. If only Zhuo Xia was here, how great would that be? Li Zongbao thought to himself for no reason. Xiao Hua was not as unaffected as Jiao Xia had said. The shadow of the winter geese was at least 20 feet tall, and it covered the cave that was open temporarily. Just as Xiao Hua had expected, the moment the shadow of the winter geese was formed, a cold aura mixed with a faint savage aura seeped out from the shadow, enveloping the entire cave. Furthermore, the shadow of the winter geese flapped its wings, and a surge of energy carried the drop of blood, as if it was about to fly out of the cave above the geese's head. Xiao Hua's magic power surged, and he tried his best to control the spiritual fire, but he was unable to control the shadow. Xiao Hua had already released over 1,000 strands of spirit thread, firmly entangling the shadow. However, he was still unable to stop the shadow from struggling. Sigh, if the 3rd grade flying shadow pill is so difficult to refine, then what about the 6th grade? What about the 9th grade? Xiao Hua laughed bitterly. Looks like this 3rd batch of flying shadow pill is going to be wasted. It's really a pity for the 3rd drop of spirit blood. After all, Xiao Hua was controlling the spiritual fire to use the demon realm's blood fusion technique, and his control was not too skillful. Although the shadow of the winter geese could not really escape from the capital star's formation, the fusion of the pill was at this moment. After this moment, the flying shadow pill would be wasted, and the spirit blood of the winter geese would also be wasted. Little yellow? Little white? Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and felt that it was inappropriate. Little white was still weak and could not come out, and little yellow could only eat. He had never seen it spit out before. Moreover, there was Jiao Xia outside the cave, so how could Xiao Hua expose these secrets in front of her? Just as Xiao Hua was about to give up, his gaze fell on the drop of blood that was about to turn into green smoke under the shadow of the winter geese. Oh, can I give it a try? Xiao Hua was a little hesitant, but soon after, he opened his mouth and a drop of essence blood flew out and landed right beside the remnant blood. In almost an instant, the other spiritual flame also flew out from Xiao Hua's hand and charged into the essence blood, within the cave. The cry of the winter geese had been heard for the umpteenth time. Not only did the cry not have a trace of weakness, it was even louder than before, as if the shadow of the winter geese had not been consumed much in the past few days. Little sister, what is Xiao Hua doing? Fairy Hong Xia held Jiao Xia's small, boneless hand and asked in a low voice. Hee, big sister, why don't you use your spiritual sense to see for yourself? Jiao Xia said with a smile. There are no restrictions in his cave. That won't do. Fairy Hong Xia shook her head. This is Xiao Hua's secret, and if I use my spiritual sense to check, it might affect his pill refining. Big sister is right. Jiao Xia nodded with a smile. Little sister has not checked before, and I don't know how to refine pills, so I don't know what he is doing. But thinking about it, Xiao Hua is trying to subdue the spiritual bird's blood and send it into the flying shadow pill. The previous 2 times, it didn't take this long, right? Fairy Hong Xia was a little worried. And, the previous 2 times, it was done in one go. Jiao Xia nodded. I'm afraid there is a problem this time. Now that the winter geese have been crying for a few days, the the medicinal liquid in the cauldron must have reached its limit. If the cry of the geese is still there, this cauldron of pills will be wasted. Hee, Xiaohua is going to feel heartache now. Fairy Hongxia laughed when she heard that Xiaohua was not in any danger. Big sister, this is the spiritual blood that little sister has been collecting for a long time. Little sister's heart is aching. Jiu Xia rebuked. Big sister only has Xiaohua in your heart, you don't care about little sister. Good, good. Fairy Hongxia laughed. When there is a chance in the future, I will ask Xiaohua to make more for you. Hee, good. This is what big sister said. I will tell Xiaohua later. Jiu Xia laughed and almost jumped up. Where was the awe-inspiring aura that she had when she killed 5 illusory swords with a single sentence? Seeing how happy Jiu Xia was, Fairy Hongxia was also happy in her heart and a smile appeared on her face. Who wouldn't like such a cute little sister like Jiu Xia? At this moment, the winter geese cried out in grief. It was incomparably mournful. Following that, there was a series of flustered cries. Following that, there was a buzzing sound from the cauldron. Everything returned to silence. Although Fairy Hongxia did not know how to refine pills, when she heard the commotion, her heart was at ease. A strange expression appeared on Jiu Xia's face. This was a rarely seen expression on her face. Furthermore, ever since she met Xiaohua, this expression had appeared many times. However, this strange expression disappeared in a flash and a smile appeared on her face again. Nonsense, if this grade 3 flying shadow pill was refined, then wouldn't the grade 2 flying shadow pill be hers? No matter what angle she looked at it from, there was no way she would not want to refine this grade 3 pill. After another 9 days, a golden light shot up into the sky from within the cave and pierced through the mountain peak. After that, it shot up into the sky from the peak and did not stop for a long time. Within the cave, a few clear sounds could be heard, as though a water buffalo was sneezing. Suddenly, Xiaohua chanted a mantra and all the golden light disappeared. A strong medicinal fragrance rushed out and Xiaohua appeared at the entrance of the cave with a smile on his face. Darling Xiao, Fairy Hongxia walked over quickly. Her steps were light and light. Although she might not be able to use her flying technique, her recovery over the past few days could already be estimated. This is for you. Xiaohua stretched out his hand. It was not the same as before where it was just a spiritual pill. Instead, it was a jade box with a yellow talisman pasted on it. I heard from little sister Jiu Xia that this spiritual pill was something that you insisted on refining. Fairy Hongxia said with heartache, actually, the previous one was enough. Why did you have to waste your spiritual energy? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Following which, he saw Jiu Xia sticking out her tongue from behind Fairy Hongxia. Her scarlet tongue was very eye-catching. This Jiu Xia is really good at reading people's expressions. Xiaohua praised. Naturally, he could not deny it. He looked at Fairy Hongxia and said, I did not take good care of you and caused you to be injured. Naturally, I have to do my best to help you recover. This grade 3 flying shadow pill is very beneficial to your future cultivation. How can I let it go? Darling Xiao, you are the best. Fairy Hongxia said while biting her cherry lips. Brother-in-law. Jiu Xia did not miss the opportunity to shout, quickly let me see the pill image of this grade 3 flying shadow pill. Brother-in-law? Xiaohua was stunned. Chapter 2801. Hee. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and smiled. I have already become sisters with Jiu Xia. Naturally, she has to call you brother-in-law. Are you a little disappointed? Naturally, the last sentence was already similar to a voice transmission. How could I? Xiaohua did not pay attention and almost let it slip. Halfway through, he immediately changed his words and said, Great, great. This is the best thing that has happened to me since I entered Huan country. Congratulations, Red Cloud. Xiao Hua had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The mysterious Jiao Xia actually called him brother-in-law. Quickly give me the pill, brother-in-law. Jiao Xia was like a lively child as she jumped in front of Xiao Hua and stretched out her hand to ask for it. Here, Xiao Hua could only pass the jade box to Jiao Xia first. He then turned his head and asked, Red Cloud, the secret technique that Jiao Xia gave you, have you comprehended it? And, previously I comprehended the second-grade flying shadow technique. Fairy Hong Xia's face had a worried expression, but Xiao Hua actually refined the third-grade flying shadow pill. I have no choice but to comprehend the third-grade flying shadow technique again. Xiao Hua is making things difficult for me. Seeing that Fairy Hong Xia was actually so cute, Xiao Hua's heart was about to melt. He stretched out his hand, wanting to hold her hand. However, thinking that Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were still at the side, he was afraid that Fairy Hong Xia would be shy. Who knew that when Fairy Hong Xia raised her hand, she would hold Xiao Hua's hand? Her warm and soft hand was really Fairy Hong Xia's sweetheart. Xiao Hua's hand tightened as if he had grabbed onto happiness. The hard work of the past 100 days had already disappeared along with the golden light and the medicinal fragrance from earlier. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao did not pay attention to Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Hua at all. Their gazes were the same as Jiao Xia's, landing on the jade box. Inside the jade box was a golden pill with a pigeon egg inside. There was a layer of faint golden brilliance on it. That brilliance was so dazzling that it was like the yellow sun on the horizon. And this golden brilliance was emitted from the faint golden threads within the pill. In addition to the golden threads, the surface of the golden core was covered in fine runes, just like the previous 2 flying shadow pills. These runes formed the image of a cold goose. As the 5-colored brilliance flashed in Jiao Xia's eyes, an indescribable expression appeared on his face. There was even a hint of greed in his expression, or perhaps it was a longing that accompanied it. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were purely amateurs. They stared at it for a long time, but other than the golden light in their eyes, they didn't know what was so special about it. Xiao. Brother-in-law. Jiao Xia only opened her mouth after a long while. She stuck out her thumb and said, I don't know how to praise you. It seems like I can only give you don't know anything other than giving birth. I really can't think of any other title in this world that I can give you. He. Fairy Hong Xia's face was slightly red. She pinched Xiao Hua with one hand and covered her mouth with the other to laugh. Cough cough low key. Xiao Hua coughed twice and said, it's best not to use this shocking title. Otherwise, many cultivators won't have the face to appear in the cultivation world. Ha ha ha, Jiao Xia laughed happily. Her laughter flowed like a mountain spring into everyone's hearts. Everyone was infected and an indescribable joy was born from the bottom of their hearts. Even Li Zongbao revealed a rare smile. Sister, brother-in-law is really interesting. Jiao Xia almost wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. His third-grade flying shadow pill's quality has long surpassed the third grade. However, because it doesn't have Chao Ying's spirit blood, it can't reach the 4th grade. However, the mysterious golden thread inside has already raised this pill to the outer grade. Outer grade? Xiao Hua was also happy in his heart. However, after hearing Jiao Xia's evaluation of his pill, Xiao Hua was a bit confused. The outer grade is beyond the evaluation of the 9th grade. Jiao Xia smiled and said, just like the Wuxia pill and the 2nd grade flying shadow pill that brother-in-law refined earlier, they can all be classified as outer grade. However, the grades of these pills are too low, so there isn't any special distinction. How many spirit stones are these outer grade and inner grade spirit pills worth? Xiao Hua's heart calmed down and he revealed the face of a miser. Spirit stones? Jiao Xia asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, if little sister is willing to pay spirit stones, would brother-in-law be willing to sell this outer grade golden pill to little sister? Why, Is it impossible? Xiaohua originally wanted to say, how is it possible? But he immediately changed his words. Only an alchemy grandmaster like brother-in-law can have such boldness. Jiu Xia praised again, this inner grade pill or outer grade pill is a rare treasure. Who would take it out to trade without permission? Brother-in-law, have you ever seen a first grade pill in the auction of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? I really haven't. Xiaohua scratched his head and said doubtfully, furthermore, this Xiao seems to have never heard of pills being divided into 9 grades. Jiu Xia did not answer his question but nodded and said, that's right. Can spirit stones be used to exchange for pills that don't even appear in the auction? Then without explaining, he turned to Fairy Hongxia and said, Sister, you're lucky. With this outer grade flying shadow pill, you can practice the 3rd grade flying shadow technique. This avatar will definitely be famous in Dawn Rain continent in the future. But, as you said, this avatar needs to be reforged. Using Xiantian true water to forge an ice phoenix avatar is a bit too difficult. Fairy Hongxia looked at the golden pill and said hesitantly, Darling Xiao, you refined this golden pill with great difficulty. Don't waste it. With brother-in-law here, what are you afraid of? Jiu Xia chuckled and there was a mischievous look in that smile. Lone Yin does not give birth, Lone Yang does not grow. Brother-in-law's name of terrifying phoenix is not for nothing, right? Fairy Hongxia's face turned red. She did not expect Jiu Xia to be able to see through this. Xiaohua's face also turned red. Looking at the sky and the ground, Li Zongbao pointed to a corner in the distance and said to Xiao Mao, Junior brother Xiao, there seems to be something wrong with the Du Tian star array. You and I have been studying the array for a long time. Let's go and take a look. All right. Xiao Mao's face was also serious as he followed Li Zongbao. That, sister. Fairy Hongxia was a bit embarrassed but she had to say it now, Darling Zhao's phoenix avatar disappeared. How can an avatar disappear? Once the avatar is activated, if it is forced to dissipate, to the cultivator's cultivation, that, brother-in-law, you can still stand here? Jiu Xia's smile froze. She seemed to have never heard of an avatar disappearing. Cough cough, that is indeed the case. Xiaohua could not explain in detail and said softly, my avatar seems to have fallen into the void. Amazing. Brother-in-law, you are really amazing. Jiu Xia was speechless and gave him a thumbs up helplessly. Xiaohua was able to throw an avatar into the void. This was probably the first time Jiu Xia had seen someone like that. Let's see if there is any other way first. Xiaohua smacked his lips and urged. There is indeed a way. Jiu Xia smiled bitterly and said, the fusion of yin and yang is the best way to create an avatar. Sister, you have the innate primordial water here, so you must have the innate primordial fire. The best way to create the innate primordial fire is the best. That is why I thought of. At this point, Jiu Xia shut up. Because Xiaohua was holding a golden magic bottle in which the innate primordial fire was flickering. Brother-in-law, do you have any other innate items? Jiu Xia was a bit speechless. The more innate items of the 5 elements in this avatar, the better. Oh, Xiaohua raised his hand again and took out a ball of innate gold qi. He said embarrassedly, I only have these 3. Innate primordial wood and innate primordial earth. I really don't have any. Please excuse me. AI. Jiu Xia sighed and shook her head, I finally understand. How could I forget about this? You should have it. After he finished speaking, he actually looked at Xiaohua with a profound look. Xiaohua was already used to Jiu Xia's ability to predict the future. He did not pay attention to her gaze. Who knew that Jiu Xia would raise her hand again and said, take out your innate gold mother and innate jellyfish and let sister use them. Oh. Okay. Xiaohua hesitated and was about to take them out. Sister is really amazing. Fairy Hongxia saw Xiaohua nodding. How could she not know that Xiaohua actually had these things that she had never thought of before? She was really impressed by Jiao Xia's ability to predict the future. Her eyes flashed with astonishment as she said, Xiaohua has never mentioned these things to me before. You actually said it out loud. If I did not hear you say that you have such talent, would have thought that Xiaohua had told you before. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a bitter face, these things are useless to you. Why would I tell you? It is even more impossible for me to tell Jiao Xia. He he. Fairy Hongxia laughed and said, this concubine knows. It is all because Jiao Xia's ability is amazing. But Jiao Xia waved her hand as if she did not have any intention of being complacent. She said, brother-in-law, please don't. Oh. What do you want now? Xiaohua hurriedly said, I do not have any innate fire, mother. Even if you beat me to death, I would not be able to take it out. He, brother-in-law, do not be anxious. Jiao Xia did not have any intention of coveting Xiaohua's innate items. She explained, the Tao of the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. This is even more so for the innate 5 elements. Innate jellyfish and innate gold mother can produce innate primordial water and innate gold qi. When these two things mutually reinforce each other, they can produce a bit of innate true wood. Brother-in-law also has innate true fire. When combined with innate gold mother, you can forcefully produce a bit of innate true earth. Sister's Dharma body only needs to be constructed with the innate 5 elements. It does not need innate fire mother. Chapter 2802. Oh, I understand now. Xiaohua nods his head, but then he is suddenly shocked and says anxiously, this kind of Dharma body, doesn't that mean it has the innate 5 elements? Is that still a true blood Dharma body? He, of course not. Jiao Xia smiles like a crescent moon, this should be an innate spiritual body. Innate spiritual body? Xiaohua blinks his eyes and says in confusion, this name sounds very powerful, but what is so powerful about it? As for the specifics, I am not sure myself. At this moment, Jiao Xia does not say anything, as if she is trying to whet Xiaohua's appetite. All I know is that this spiritual body can cultivate by itself. If there is a coincidence, and, just like your Dharma body, it can enter the void and be separated from sister's body. Who knows, it might be another external incarnation. This, so powerful. Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia are both wild with joy. Is there still a need to say? Even if this spiritual body Dharma body cannot be separated from the body, if this spiritual body can cultivate in the future, wouldn't it be another Fairy Hongxia? In the future, if they were to fight with others, wouldn't the two of them fight together? Sister, you really have a good family background, right? Fairy Hongxia is really full of admiration for Jiao Xia. She had already asked about Jiao Xia's background, but Jiao Xia did not say anything. Fairy Hongxia thought for a long time but still could not think of Jiao Xia's background. Now it seems that Jiao Xia might be a direct disciple of one of the big sects in the cultivation world. It's just a so-so. Jiao Xia smiles, compared to the so-called I know everything except giving birth, at this point, Jiao Xia is stunned. It seems that only male cultivators can say such words. For a girl to say such words, it is extremely inappropriate. Xiaohua rarely sees Jiao Xia's awkwardness and laughs. Sister, Jiao Xia tugs on Fairy Hongxia's sleeve, unwilling to let it go. Cough cough, Fairy Hongxia glares at Xiaohua and rebukes, sister is still underage. Look at how much she has learned from you. Sweat, Xiaohua curls his lips. If Jiao Xia is underage, I am afraid that I am still a child. Let's go, sister. Sister, I will first tell sister the secret technique to refine the spiritual body Dharma body. Let those stinky men enjoy the wind outside. Jiao Xia giggled as she pulled Fairy Hongxia into the cave, leaving the two beautiful figures in Xiao Hua's line of sight. Junior brother Xiao Hua heard Li Zongbao's voice transmission beside his ear. This Jiu Xia is full of oddities. Junior sister being so intimate with her, I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Sigh, Xiao Hua walked towards the two people and said with a bitter smile, what can we do? Perhaps Hong Xia has her own plans. She wasn't a simple-minded person, so she would just treat it as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, even if Hong Xia falls into Jiu Xia's trap, what can you and I do? This Jiu Xia is unfathomable. Looks like this little girl doesn't have any bad intentions. Although Xiao Mao can't hear the two's voice transmission, seeing Li Zongbao's seriousness and Xiao Hua's helplessness, he immediately understands that Li Zongbao is telling Xiao Hua the same thing that he has nagged him countless times. What do you know? Xiao Hua glares at Xiao Mao, your eyeballs are about to fall to the ground. Can you tell that she has any bad intentions? This. Xiao Mao actually blushes. Looks like Xiao Hua is right. Senior brother, can you and Xiao Mao understand the array? If there is anything you don't understand, just say it. Xiao Hua looks at the cave and asks. Li Zongbao's face shows a trace of awkwardness. Xiao Mao hurriedly says, of course there is a lot that I don't understand. This is the capital star array, how can it be compared to an ordinary array? Big brother, quickly explain it to me. Senior brotherly can also tell me what you have learned. Then, the three brothers hid outside the cave, and explained the capital star array in detail. Although the two of them were a little confused, it was 100 times better than trying to figure it out by themselves. Seeing that Li Zongbao, the number one person under the golden core stage, doesn't understand the array, Xiao Hua is somewhat pensive. This capital star array in his heart is like a piece of cake, as if he has been comprehending it for a long time. Judging himself by others, Xiao Hua understands that his aptitude is not inferior to Li Zongbao's, or his cultivation time is not shorter than Li Zongbao's. But, during the Imperial Thunder Sect's apprenticeship test, the Bone Age test, didn't it show that I am only 20 years old? Could it be that the Imperial Thunder Sect spells are not good enough? Xiao Hua unconsciously thought of his background. For several days, Fairy Hong Xia and Jiu Xia did not come out. Xiao Hua knows that the secret technique to condense a spiritual body is definitely not that simple. So, Xiao Hua dug 2 more caves at the side. He hid in one of them to refine jade talismans, and left the other one for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. He does not dare to let the two of them stand outside in the cold wind. Who would have thought that this wait would take more than 100 days? Xiao Hua's technique of refining jade talismans is becoming more and more skillful. He actually managed to refine 2 sets of the hundreds of talismans of the capital star array. Moreover, he refined more than 10 talismans, patching up the flaws of the array. Xiao Hua tested it a little. The power of the jade talismans is indeed much stronger than the talismans. Not only is the defensive power 40% stronger, the speed of setting up the array is also more than double. If I recall all the other jade talismans of the capital star array, I won't be afraid of anyone on the Dawn Rain continent with just this array. Xiao Hua just thought of this, and he unconsciously felt a slight shock in his heart. Previously, he already had a thought, I can't be careless. The cultivator who sealed this young master must be incomparably powerful. Even with this star array, this young master was still not his opponent. Moreover, I've revealed too much in the Sword Dao battle. Just like what Li Zongbao said, even if I want to hide it, it will not be easy. I'm afraid I have to make other plans. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Mount Million Meng. That Ji Peng and Qing Xian must have come from Mount Million Meng and then possessed Yin Meng here. How did they come here? Could it be that the teleportation array within the universal shifting token was able to construct a teleportation array? If that's the case, I can use this teleportation array to reach the other side of Mount Million Meng. No matter how high the opponent's cultivation is, he can't do anything to me. But, second senior brother said it very clearly. This teleportation array must not be constructed successfully. Otherwise, Ji Peng will be here before I even reach there. Before this young master's enemy makes a move, this young master and second senior martial brother will be killed. Oh, Jiang Luer. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was shocked. This period of time was extremely dangerous. He had thrown Jiang Luer into the space and ignored her. Even if he occasionally took things from the space, Jiang Luer was thrown in an extremely remote place. He did not think of her at all. Fortunately, when Xiao Hua's consciousness entered the space, everything about Jiang Luer was still the same. Her face was not thin or fat, and it was still the same. Fortunately. Xiao Hua breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Jiang Luer here, would not be able to explain it to senior sister. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. At this moment, Jiao Xia's voice came from outside the cave. Alas, my cheap brother-in-law. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, responded, and flew out of the cave. Hee, brother-in-law's hands are not slow. In just a few days, you have actually created 2 cave residences. Jiao Xia laughed. Of course, I can't always stay outside and drink the northwest wind. Xiao Hua said unhappily. He looked at the cave and said, how is Hongxia? Can she finish comprehending it? Of course. Jiao Xia smiled, stretched out her hand and said, brother-in-law, you can give me the 2nd-grade flying shadow pill. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the 2nd-grade flying shadow pill and 3 drops of spiritual blood, which he wanted to give to Jiao Xia. I only want the 2nd-grade flying shadow pill. Jiao Xia stretched out her hand, took the pills and said, the rest of them are useless to me. Just take it as a reward. Xiao Hua knew that Jiao Xia was not willing to take more benefits from him. He was afraid that if she needed his help in the future, she would not be able to ask for his help. Immediately after, he sent a voice transmission. How confident are you in condensing the spiritual body? If it fails, will it have any effect on Hongxia? Jiao Xia smiled faintly and asked, now that it has come to this, do you have any leeway to retreat? Xiao Hua was startled and shook his head slightly. It seems that there is no leeway. Since there is no leeway, what's the use of asking so much? Jiao Xia looked at the cave that Xiao Hua flew out of and said, I will go there to rest. You can do whatever you want. I've already told her everything. When Jiao Xia said this, her expression was very serious, as if she did not have any intention of joking. However, when Xiao Hua heard the last sentence, his face turned red again. Facing this Jiao Xia who seemed to know everything, Xiao Hua felt a lot of pressure in his heart. The secret of dual cultivation, especially the secret between the phoenix celestial body and the ice phoenix celestial body, this Jiao Xia knew. What else did she not know? There is no array in this cave. Even if I do something, it will be like a fishbone stuck in my throat. How can I do whatever I want? However, when Xiao Hua walked into the cave, he realized that he was thinking too much. He saw Hongxia fairy flying in midair, her body slanted upwards. Her hands were spread open, and her perfectly round legs were slightly raised. Her sharp chin corresponded with her legs, and her posture was very strange. It was as if she was flying, but also as if she was dancing. However, on the surface of Fairy Hongxia's body, there was an inexplicable fluctuation of mana. This fluctuation flowed along the surface of Fairy Hongxia's body, from her chin to her arms, then from her arms to her back, to the tip of her feet, then from the tip of her feet to her lower abdomen, then back to her chin. Chapter 2803. Xiao Hua was in such a state, and Fairy Hongxia was even more so. Seeing the sound of the explosion fading, and the hurricane calming down, her eyes were filled with exhaustion and joy. At this moment, crack crack crack, an extremely discordant sound was heard amidst the explosion, as if something had cracked. And this sound seemed to spread, rapidly spreading to Fairy Hongxia's entire Dharma body. This is bad. Hearing such a sound, how could Xiaohua not know that something had gone wrong? With a sweep of his divine will, he understood that the 5 elements item that had been gradually fusing together was now showing signs of cracks. Obviously, the fusion was not successful. What should we do? Xiaohua frowned. Fairy Hongxia was also panicking, but that panic only lasted for a moment. She stared straight at Xiaohua's face, and her body glowed with a bloody light. Shua! It was as if all the essence blood in her body had been poured into the Ice Phoenix embodiment, and all the crystals were mixed with a trace of blood. My wife is staking it all on this one throw. Xiaohua was anxious. He knew that Fairy Hongxia had started the process of condensing the crystals in advance, but he could not do anything to stop it. He could only nod slightly, as if to encourage Fairy Hongxia. Another sound rang out, and the Ice Phoenix embodiment danced, like a bloody shadow dancing in the air. The flying shadow secret technique was like this. The bloody light in the crystals trembled along with the Ice Phoenix embodiment, trying its best to condense the 5 elements item. However, the situation was not so optimistic. The power of the bloodline could not withstand it, and with the power of the 5 elements, the cracks of the 5 elements were getting bigger and bigger. Despair, deep and bottomless despair. Whether it was Fairy Hongxia or Xiaohua, they both had such a feeling in their hearts. There was a limit to human strength, and this was not a lie. Sometimes, they felt that with just a little bit more, they could succeed. However, this little bit was like a natural moat. Even if there was Jiu Xia's mysterious flying shadow pill and flying shadow secret technique, even if there was Xiaohua's rare innate golden mother and innate jellyfish, even if there was Hongxia fairy and Xiaohua's mutual love, even if the two of them were determined to die together. But all of this could not change the outcome of Fairy Hongxia's embodiment disappearing. In fact, because of this effort, Fairy Hongxia's physical body and cultivation would suffer even more serious damage. All their efforts had been for naught. Xiaohua couldn't help but think of replacing Fairy Hongxia, even though he knew that it was just wishful thinking. However, to have such thoughts was also good. Fairy Hongxia could already feel that kind of love from Xiaohua's anxiety. Fairy Hongxia opened her mouth, as though she wanted to send a voice transmission. However, not a single word came out. It was as if she knew everything. Xiaohua also knew. She understood. Xiaohua also understood. All the words in the world were superfluous. Let's leave it to fate. All of a sudden, Fairy Hongxia came to a realization. Opportunities were something that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. How could an opportunity that could be created be called an opportunity? Xiaohua naturally felt the change in Fairy Hongxia's gaze. Although his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, he still smiled slightly. The husband follows the wife's lead, this was probably the case. But just as Fairy Hongxia was about to give up, the golden light within her avatar shone brightly. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. However, her face immediately lit up with joy. Within the blood-red light, the golden threads from the flying shadow elixir were now emerging from the blood-red light. They entwined around the 5 elemental items. The golden light from the golden threads was so strong that it condensed the 5 elemental items together. Great. Xiaohua was really ecstatic. He didn't expect that the method he used to refine the flying shadow elixir could still be used now. He looked at Fairy Hongxia again. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she ignored Xiaohua. The entire Ice Phoenix avatar began to tremble violently, and slowly sank into her physical body. In just a moment, Fairy Hongxia's pure white body emitted a holy light. Within this light, the hair that had been burnt off earlier slowly grew back. Moreover, within this light, a sparkling and translucent Ice Phoenix celestial body slowly rose up. It slowly spread its wings and slowly covered the entire mountain cave. Ka, the Ice Phoenix let out a soft, gentle cry that sounded both arrogant and as if it was whispering into one's ear. Great. When Xiaohua heard this cry, he felt as if a huge rock had fallen from his heart. He knew that the most difficult second stage had passed. Although there were still many secret techniques to refine the spirit body avatar in the future, those were secondary. Sure enough, Fairy Hongxia no longer maintained her previous posture. Instead, she began to make all sorts of weird movements in the air. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix celestial body was also constantly changing. From time to time, it would let out a phoenix cry as if it was extremely happy. Another 81 days passed, and Xiaohua didn't leave even a single step. He was always by Fairy Hongxia's side. Not to mention cultivating, he couldn't even bear to blink his eyes. In the end, the Ice Phoenix avatar suddenly expanded in mid-air and entered Fairy Hongxia's body. Fairy Hongxia's face was filled with joy as she threw herself into Xiaohua's embrace. A feeling of nirvana and rebirth arose in her heart, and it filled Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua hugged Fairy Hongxia, and his heart was filled with emotions. How could cultivation be done in a day? How could it be smooth sailing? Such a choice between life and death would probably be encountered frequently in the future. When Xiaohua accompanied Fairy Hongxia out of the cave, it was already a few days later. The entire valley was empty. Regardless of whether it was Jiu Xia, Li Zongbao, or Xiao Mao, they were all hiding in their own caves to cultivate. Even if Xiaohua didn't set up the capital star array, no one would be able to spy on them. Xiaohua's spiritual sense swept out, and the three of them were startled and walked out of their caves. Congratulations, elder sister. Jiu Xia skipped to Fairy Hongxia's side, held her hand, and said with a smile. All right, I have to thank younger sister for your secret technique. Fairy Hongxia's face also revealed a smile as she said gratefully. There's no need to thank me. Jiu Xia hurriedly waved her hand. I'm still waiting for brother-in-law to help me. Don't worry. If you have any orders, this Xiao will do it. Since Jiu Xia had said it so clearly, how could Xiaohua not express it? Now that things had developed to this point, even if Xiaohua didn't want to help, he probably wouldn't be able to decline, right? Congratulations, senior sister. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao also came over and congratulated each other. Xiao Mao said in astonishment, Senior sister, you seem to be a little different from before. Not to mention that you are even more beautiful than before, this aura, this, is indescribable. Is that so? Fairy Hongxia was the same as other female cultivators. She loved to hear others say that she was beautiful, and she couldn't help but be happy. Of course. Jiu Xia said proudly, elder sister is now a spiritual body. This spiritual body is formed from the Xiantian 5 elements, and the spiritual body is linked to the bloodline. Elder sister's physique and aptitude will also change under the influence of the spiritual body. Right now, this is just the beginning, and it is like changing to a new physical body. In the future, it will be even more different. As she said that, Jiu Xia seemed to intentionally or unintentionally glance at Xiaohua. Indeed, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Xiaohua suddenly felt his face heating up. A new physical body, that is indeed true. Xiaohua almost wanted to agree. Unfortunately, brother-in-law only has 3 of the 5 elements. If you have all 5 elements, elder sister's spiritual body will be complete. Elder sister's physical body will be even more. Hearing this, Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, this is enough. There is no need to talk about complete or not. Without your blessing, elder sister can refine her spiritual body again. Elder sister's state of mind is so good. Jiu Xia laughed, this state of mind will allow you to go the furthest on the path of cultivation. Fairy Hongxia laughed. This state of mind was not obtained for free, it was exchanged with her life. Oh, by the way, elder sister, this flying shadow technique was given to elder sister by me. Elder sister, other than not being able to spread it to others, there is no need to avoid it from your family. Jiu Xia winked at Fairy Hongxia. Elder sister knows. Fairy Hongxia blushed. However, Xiaohua pursed his lips. He knew what Jiu Xia meant, but he didn't say it out loud. He looked at the sky and said, Miss Wuxia, we have been waiting here for more than a year. Can we go to Million Mountain Meng now? If you want to go, then go. I just want to follow elder sister. Wuxia said with a smile. And, please keep this capital star formation that belongs to you so that we can hurry on with our journey. Xiaohua emphasized the words capital star formation that belongs to you. All right. Wuxia laughed and jumped up. She kept the capital star formation's talismans one by one with great familiarity. It seemed like she had already comprehended it and wanted to keep it. Sister, how do we go to Million Mountain Meng next? Fairy Hongxia knew Wuxia's ability and had to ask. Elder sister, just follow the previous arrangement. Wuxia looked at her talismans happily and said casually. She was like a young girl who had obtained her favorite item. She only had her mind on the talismans, why would she care about others? Alright, Fairy Hongxia was also helpless. She ordered Xiao Mao to bring out the drifting cloud flying ship. Everyone boarded the flying ship. Fairy Hongxia looked at the direction and led everyone towards the drifting cloud lake. Chapter 2804. Fairy Hongxia never expected that the journey to Million Meng Mountains would be peaceful, and she was even prepared to fight. However, the journey from Sword Edge Peak to Drifting Cloud Lake was not a peaceful one. Although Fairy Hongxia had Xiaohua and the mysterious Wuxia by her side, she still felt an indescribable fear in her heart. Yes, it was the same as what Xiaohua saw before he met Wuxia. Millions of Meng Mountain soul cultivators riding on soul beasts were fighting with the sword cultivators of Huan Country near Sword Edge Peak. Although the scale of the battle was not as large as the one between Dao sect cultivators and sword cultivators, there were many battlefields. Every battlefield had thousands or even tens of thousands of people. Adding them all up, Huan Country had sent a lot of swordsmen. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao controlled the drifting cloud airship and weaved between the battlefields. From time to time, they would be attacked by the flying swords of the sword cultivators and even the soul weapons of the soul cultivators. Fortunately, Xiaohua was on board the airship. The flying swords and soul weapons were easily blocked by Xiaohua and covered the group as they flew towards Drifting Cloud Lake. After passing through the battlefields of the soul cultivators and sword cultivators, there were new changes on the icy plains. When Fairy Hongxia flew over from Drifting Cloud Lake, although she was in a hurry, their impression was that there were only barren mountains and icy plains below the airship. They did not see any swordsmen of Huan Country. But now, there were many figures. There were even some simple wooden huts and sheds built on the side of the icy lake. Fairy Hongxia and the rest could tell with their divine sense that these people were no less than the sword cultivators of Huan Country. They were the kind of soul cultivators who looked dark and thin, with strange runes on their bodies and strange headwear on their heads. What is going on? Fairy Hongxia was completely stunned. When the airship stabilized, she turned to Li Zongbao and asked. Li Zongbao also frowned. He was not like Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not care about the great battle of Dao and sword and even turned a deaf ear to it. However, Li Zongbao was different. His master was a Jindan master in the conference hall, and he was on duty as a Jindan. He played a decisive role in the great battle of Dao and sword. Therefore, Li Zongbao's vision, thinking, and planning were higher than Xiaohua's. Of course, it could also be said that his scruples and considerations were different from Xiaohua's. If he were to encounter Tu Hong, his methods would definitely be different. Even if he could kill Tu Hong's cultivation, he would definitely not assassinate him, because killing Tu Hong would cause irreversible damage to the war between Dao cultivators. Naturally, this was also the reason why Fairy Hongxia looked at Li Zongbao instead of Xiaohua. The sword cultivators of Huan Country seemed to be planning far ahead. Li Zongbao sighed. The change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth will not only affect my Dao sect, but also the sword cultivators of Huan Country. Not only are they eyeing the territories of the three kingdoms of true cultivators, they are also eyeing millions of Meng mountains. Looks like they have suffered a setback, and were even attacked by millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains. This is what they call trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. Alas, that's right. The change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is no less than an abnormal disaster for us cultivators. All of us want to break through before the change is complete, and go as far as we can. During this period of time with Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao had heard a lot of things from Li Zongbao, so he had some insights. Looks like the sword cultivators of Huan country are even more anxious than us. Their Huan country has very few spirit stone veins to begin with, and after failing to seize the spirit veins of the three kingdoms of true cultivators, they are now eyeing the soul cultivators. Strange. Seeing Fairy Hongxia nod her head slightly, Xiao Hua was puzzled. Why aren't millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains attacking Huan country? Are all of you thinking that the sword cultivators are invading Meng mountains? Hee, junior brother. Although you see the soul cultivators invading Huan country, there is no reason for them to invade Huan country. Li Zongbao glanced at the silent Jiu Xia and tried to explain to Xiao Hua. Facing Jiu Xia, who was known to be everywhere, Li Zongbao felt a little guilty. What do you mean? Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, as if he didn't understand. It's very simple. First, junior brother, take a look at the climate around here. Is it different from the climate when we were fighting the swordsmen? Li Zongbao said patiently. Oh, yes. Xiao Hua nodded. The days here are very long, and the nights are also very long. We can have a good sleep. Pfft. Fairy Hongxia didn't say anything, but Jiu Xia laughed first. Her curved eyes were like an intoxicating deep pool. That's one thing. Another thing is that it's not as cold as before. There are ice lakes and vegetation on the icy plains. Li Zongbao said with a smile. This means that the closer we are to Meng mountains, the warmer the weather. Why do you think millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains don't live in such a good place, but come to Huan country where not even a blade of grass grows? Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. Li Zongbao was right. This is secondary. Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment, then said, as far as I know, soul cultivators don't rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or spirit stones to cultivate. The changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth have no effect on soul cultivators. Why would millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains attack Huan country at this time for no reason? If they could break into Huan country, they would have done so long ago. Huan country's swordsmen have been confronting soul cultivators for many years, and have never been at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the war between the two sides, they might not have been chased to this place. Moreover, in my opinion, when the war in Huan country comes to an end, Huan country's swordsmen will be able to concentrate on dealing with soul cultivators. The millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains will be blocked by Sword Edge Peak at most. If that's the case, the millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains may not be able to defeat Sword Edge Peak. Xiao Mao laughed. If Huan country is like that, those who wear such revealing clothes will definitely be frozen into popsicles. Miss Jiu Xia, do you think I'm right? Li Zongbao said and looked at Jiu Xia. Oh. These. Jiu Xia narrowed her eyes and smiled. These are all the thoughts of you stinky men. I don't know. I'm just thinking about how to get brother-in-law to help me. Once brother-in-law solves my big problem, I'll be free of worries. Brother-in-law even gave me a second-grade flying shadow pill. I'm still thinking about using it. Oh, Li Zongbao was a little disappointed, but he didn't ask any more questions. He turned to Fairy Hongxia and said, Junior sister, if that's the case, I'm afraid our route to Drifting Cloud Lake will have to be slightly modified. I understand. Fairy Hongxia nodded. If we follow the previous route, we'll definitely encounter many soul cultivators. Their soul techniques are unpredictable. Although we have Xiao Mao to protect us, it'll still be troublesome. Fairy Hongxia took out a jade amulet and looked at it carefully for a while. Then, she pointed at it and said, "Let's go in that direction." "Understood," Xiao Mao replied. He then activated the flowing cloud flying ship and left. Chapter 2805. Xiao Hua sat on the airship in a daze. He really couldn't understand what was the difference between going in one direction and going in another in this high altitude. Moreover, how could they come and go as they pleased in such an unfamiliar place? As Fairy Hongxia had said, the number of soul cultivators they had encountered along the way was much lower than it had been before. Xiao Hua was speechless. He wanted to ask about it, but when he saw Jiao Xia's knowing smile, he thought, "Fine, let's not ask about it, okay?" Drifting Cloud Lake was actually not a lake, but a huge deep pit. There seemed to be something strange about this deep pit. There was a lot of light smoke seeping out from the bottom and walls of the pit, covering the entire deep pit. Moreover, the light smoke was coming out from the pit and slowly drifting in the air like a cloud. That was why it was named Drifting Cloud Lake. It was night when Xiao Hua and the others arrived at Drifting Cloud Lake. The weather was a little gloomy, but it was unknown whether it was because of the dark clouds or because it was not yet time. There were no stars in the sky, and everything was quiet. Only the occasional bonfire on the ground gave out a few rays of light. Several people sat on the airship and watched the light smoke dance in the air like countless beautiful women. After admiring it for a moment, they controlled the airship to glide in the night, flying toward the mountain range in the distance of Drifting Cloud Lake. There's someone here. Xiao Hua stared at the mountain range in the distance like a monster. He felt a strange feeling in his heart, but suddenly, he turned his head and looked to the right of the airship. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads as well. Several divine senses swept in that direction at the same time. Sure enough, a few dark figures suddenly appeared in midair, heading in the same direction as Li Zongbao. As Li Zongbao and the others scanned the area with their divine will, those few figures were alerted as well, and sent their divine will over as well. Seeing that there was actually a flying boat with a few Dao sect cultivators on it, the few figures were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect to see people here, let alone Dao sect cultivators. Looking at the figures hovering in the air, Xiao Hua smiled. These people were all dressed in black, not in sword attire. However, there were faint, almost invisible sword lights flashing under their feet. If they were not sword cultivators, who could they be? What was the purpose of these sword cultivators heading to Million Meng Mountains in the middle of the night? Just thinking about it, Xiao Hua felt that it was interesting. It's him. At this moment, Li Zongbao gritted his teeth with hatred. Oh. Who is he? Xiao Hua was a little curious. Although these people were very far away, when he scanned them with his divine perception, he found that their faces were unfamiliar. Xiao Hua had never seen them before. During the Battle of the Sword Tomb, Lu Ruochang laid down the fourth sword formation of the Four Directions sword formation. Fairy Hongxia also came to a realization as she whispered, the fourth array is a spirit array. The person in charge of the array is the one in front. That day, he came with the intention of killing all the disciples of the Dao sect who survived the spirit-devouring array. However, the sword catacomb changed, and the sword cultivator's four-square sword formation was disrupted by Junior Uncle Wu Ming's pregnant baby, and that strange dragon roar. The soul formation was broken before it could be used. Who knows where the soul cultivator in charge of the formation went? Xiao Mao gritted his teeth. I didn't expect to see him here. He's a swordsman, not a soul warrior. Xiao Hua nodded. But, it seems like, he knows soul techniques. They're coming. Xiao Mao was a little nervous, as if he still had some lingering fear of what happened in the sword catacomb. To kill or not to kill? Xiao Hua didn't have any other thoughts, and only asked coldly. This. Although Li Zongbao had a deep impression of Yi Yu, but, after all, after Yi Yu had appeared, he had not started killing the Dao sect's disciples before being messed up by Xiaohua. Speaking of which, Yi Yu had not really contributed in the great battle of the Sword Tomb. What troubled Li Zongbao the most was that they had come to the Huan Kingdom under the slogan of gaining experience. They had even said that they had already left the Great War of Dao and Sword, and that they could not be viewed as enemies just because of the Great War of Dao and Sword. But now that they had met their old enemies on the battlefield, how could they go back on their words and draw their weapons to meet them? Fairy Hongxia seemed to have thought of this as well, and looked at Xiaohua with a troubled expression. To kill or not to kill? Xiaohua frowned. It's up to you. Let's wait and see. Fairy Hongxia sighed, and ordered Xiao Mao to stop the flying boat in midair. In the night, Yi Yu and the others almost blended into the night, and quietly flew to the front of the flying boat. Yi Yu stopped a few feet away, and cupped his hands. Everyone, I'm Yi Yu, I wonder if you... At this point, Yi Yu paused, and was a little surprised. But then he asked curiously, I seem to have seen you before? Could it be that you participated in the sword catacomb battle? Yi Yu. Your eyesight is not bad. Li Zongbao took half a step forward, and stood at the edge of the flying boat. He said coldly, we are the Dao sect disciples who survived the square sword formation. I'm Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. Previously, in the spirit-devouring array, I saw you standing on the soul weapon heroically. I see. Yi Yu's tone had returned to its previous calmness, and he said lightly, that was then, and this is now. Back then, you and I were enemies, and any means were not excessive. It's normal for me to kill you in the soul weapon formation, or for you to kill me. And now, you all, are you here to tour the Han country? If this you were to kill all of you, wouldn't that be bullying the weak? Now that you've come here, it seems, that you have this idea. Xiao Mao sneered. Are you also a disciple of the Utopia faction? Yi Yu glanced at Xiao Mao and said coldly, why would I want to kill you? It's just a piece of cake. How can a few cultivators in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage be a match for my third-grade illusory sword? Also, there's a mysterious soul cultivation art? Xiao Mao also retorted sarcastically, you're a rare genius who cultivates both sword and soul. Not at all, I'm not as good as you. Yi Yu sneered, a kid in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage of the Utopia faction dares to be arrogant in front of me. If it weren't for your traveling, I would have killed you here. I'm Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school. Xiao Mao sneered, if you want to kill me, just do it. Don't find any excuses. Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school. Nameless people. Yi Yu glanced at Xiaohua, Hongxia Fairy, and Zhou Xia, and asked indifferently, who are you? We're even more nameless people. Xiaohua said lazily, you've never heard of us even if we tell you, so it's better not to say it. All right. I've never had the habit of forcing others. Yi Yu was not angry. He just cupped his hands and said, millions of Meng mountains are just ahead. Even sword cultivators like us don't dare to enter without permission. If you want to travel, you can stop here. Sword cultivators don't dare to enter without permission, but what about you? Are you going to millions of Meng mountains? Xiaohua asked with a smile. You don't need to worry about where I'm going. Yi Yu sneered, you should worry about yourselves. I'm curious. Now that the Han country is at war with the soul cultivators of millions of Meng mountains, what are you planning to do by entering millions of Meng mountains at night? Could there be another soul formation in millions of Meng mountains? Li Zongbao asked. Do you want to die? Yi Yu sneered, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, although I don't bully the weak, if I'm provoked, I won't show mercy even if it's a senior, let alone a junior. Here, Yi Yu smiled bitterly, waved his hand and said, why am I telling you so much? Whether millions of Meng mountains are auspicious or inauspicious, you know as well as I do. I'm just advising you out of kindness because I was forced to kill some creatures in the sword catacomb battle. As for where you go, it's none of my business. After saying that, he turned around and waved his hand, leading a few people who were dressed in black like him and whose faces were almost unrecognizable, flying towards millions of Meng mountains. This Yu seems interesting. Xiao Mao was a little stunned. It doesn't seem as fierce as I imagined. Could it be that he was really forced to do it in the sword catacomb battle? Or... Tisk, just listen to his nonsense. Li Zongbao sneered, how can a soul cultivator who can control souls be easy to deal with? If that's the case, why would Lu Ruochang put him in the last layer of the Four Directions sword formation? The original plan of the soul formation was to kill all the cultivators of my Dao sect. Li Zongbao is right. Jiu Xia, who had been silent for a while, said with a smile, you've been in the sword domain for a few years and killed so many third-grade illusory swords, and Xiao Hua was able to escape from the hands of a transformed sword. This you didn't care about it before, but now that he met you, how could he not know where you came from? How could he not plan how to deal with you? Your fierce reputation forced him to take the initiative to come here. He was afraid that you would take the initiative to attack him, and he felt that he couldn't win against you. That's why he talked to you as a powerhouse, to make you feel that you can't fight with him. That's true. Xiao Mao suddenly realized. If it weren't for senior brother Li's kindness. Xiao Hua sneered, who cares what he said? Kill them all. It's not that easy. Jiu Xia smiled. Before he came, he had already planned it out. Didn't you hear him mention your training? First, he cut off the reason for you to attack him. This person is so cunning. Fairy Hongxia was shocked. He only stopped in mid-air for a moment, and he actually thought of so many things. This person is really powerful. In the future, when we fight with him, we have to be careful. That's all there is to it. Xiao Hua sneered, if it was me, I would directly kill him without a second word. Brother-in-law. Jiu Xia rebuked, sister is right. Things in this world can't be solved completely by killing. Just like this sword battle, why don't you just take out your transformed sword and nascent soul, and you kill me and I kill you? Why do you have to separate Jin Dan and illusory swords, nascent soul and transformed sword? Why do you need spirit stone veins and other schemes to lure the snake out of its hole? Chapter 2806. Jiu Xia spoke up for Fairy Hongxia, but Xiao Hua and the rest did not know how to reply. This was because Jiu Xia was always able to convince people with her words, leaving them speechless. Xiao Hua was helpless and said half-heartedly, however, all schemes and tricks are useless in front of cultivation and strength. Brother-in-law is right. But in this world, who dares to say that their strength is unrivaled? Jiu Xia seemed to be hurt by Xiao Hua's words as she said faintly, even those who can step into the tribulation stage and Mahayana stage would not dare to be as arrogant as brother-in-law. After all, there is always someone better than you. If you are careless. Jiu Xia's voice was so sad that everyone felt sorry for her. Fairy Hongxia quickly reached out her hand and said, Sister, sigh. It's all my fault. Jiu Xia quickly plastered a smile on her face as she looked at Yi Yu who was disappearing into the night and said, of course, if brother-in-law was facing this weak soul cultivator, he would be able to say the same thing. Jiu Xia's forced smile made everyone's heart soften. No one had the heart to say anything. Jiu Xia blinked her eyes and said, however, this is the time when sword cultivators and soul cultivators are fighting. Yi Yu is heading to Million Meng Mountains in the middle of the night. Brother-in-law, aren't you going to follow him? Xiao Hua and the rest came back to their senses. After thinking for a while, he smiled bitterly and said, this Yi Yu is so mysterious. Although I am not afraid of him, there is no reason for me to go looking for trouble. Besides, he is a swordsman. His dealings with soul cultivators have nothing to do with me. We still have important matters to attend to. Fine. Little sister was a little curious at first. However, since elder sister and brother-in-law are not going, I will not go either. Jiao Xia said with a smile. Her smile made everyone happy. Let's wait for a while. Fairy Hongxia waved her hand and said, we will enter Million Meng Mountains after Yi Yu leaves. Can't we go somewhere else? Xiaohua casually pointed at other places. Aren't they all mountains? There is no difference. Million Meng Mountains is a taboo for sword cultivators and soul cultivators. There must be something powerful about it. That is what is recorded in the Jade of my Kai family. It is better to follow orders. Fairy Hongxia shook her head slightly, denying Xiaohua's risk. Big brother, after thinking about it, I feel that this night rain is a little strange. While they were waiting, Xiao Mao whispered to Xiaohua, he is a sword cultivator, a great enemy of ours. Although he has some misgivings and doesn't dare to attack us, Millions of Meng Mountains is a dangerous place. How could he kindly warn us? He's probably looking forward to us dying here, isn't he? I reckon he's just a hypocrite. Fairy Hongxia whispered back. This night rain. He wants us to follow him into Million Meng Mountains. Jiao Xia said calmly. How is that possible? Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. No matter how stupid we are, we can't possibly follow him. That's right, this is where Night Rain's trick lies. Jiao Xia said, since we are standing in front of Drifting Cloud Lake, there are two possibilities. One is that we are just passing by, and the other is that we are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains. However, there are two possibilities for entering Millions of Meng Mountains. One is that we already know the route, and the other is that we are here by chance. Then, if it is an ordinary enemy who wants to take our lives, but is afraid of dying, he will naturally have to borrow Millions of Meng Mountains. But everyone knows how dangerous Millions of Meng Mountains are. Even if he wants to bewitch us, we won't enter Millions of Meng Mountains. Therefore, the enemy didn't even mention Millions of Meng Mountains, and was even vague about his purpose. And just now, Night Rain didn't even hesitate to tell us that Millions of Meng Mountains is in front of us, and that it is extremely dangerous. He doesn't want us to take the risk. Firstly, it gives us the demeanor of an elder, and secondly, it's a way to show off. He can go to such a dangerous place, but we can't. If there are people with extreme personalities, they will definitely rush into Millions of Meng Mountains on impulse. Of course, we are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains, but we don't necessarily have a safe route. Now that he has warned us in advance, the hint in his words is that if he can enter Millions of Meng Mountains, he has a safe route. Even if we don't want to go the same way as him, we might already agree with his route in our hearts, and most likely follow him in. Outside of Millions of Meng Mountains, he might not be able to deal with brother-in-law's divine ability, but once we enter, he might have a way to deal with us. We are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains, so of course we have a route. Why would we follow him? Xiao Mao said disdainfully. It wasn't easy for him to have a chance to refute Jiao Xia. He can't read our minds. Of course, he won't know what we are thinking. Jiao Xia said with a smile, why doesn't he try? Besides, if we don't follow him, he will know that we are really going to Millions of Meng Mountains, and have other matters to attend to. We are not just passing by, and we are not going to train in Huan Kingdom like you said before, right? So, that's the reason. Fairy Hongxia was suddenly enlightened. Night Rain's words were full of schemes. Even people like Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao didn't seem to think so much. But everyone was confused again. Li Zongbao asked, are we that important? But, even if we don't have a route in advance, we won't go with him. Xiao Mao said, still unconvinced. Maybe. Jiao Xia shrugged. His manner was similar to Xiaohua's, but he looked much more carefree than Xiaohua. He is just taking a gamble. Whether you can go or not, he might not even care. Xiao Mao was speechless. Jiao Xia was not easy to convince. Besides, this is just some idle chatter while we are waiting. I hope you don't mind it. After Jiao Xia concluded, Xiao Mao almost fell to the ground. Let's go. Fairy Hongxia urged at an inappropriate time, Night Rain has nothing to do with us. No matter what he is thinking, we have nothing to do with him. Don't bother with him. All right. Xiao Mao was a little unwilling, but until now, he still couldn't pierce through Jiao Xia's mask of omniscience. He had no choice but to follow Jiao Xia's instructions and fly towards millions of Meng mountains. Just as Jiao Xia said, after Night Rain flew into millions of Meng mountains, he didn't go far. Instead, he used his divine ability and hid somewhere, as if he was waiting for Xiao Hua and the others. After a long time, one of the subordinates became impatient. He asked, tactfully, Master. Why are we waiting here? If Master is willing, you could have just killed these Dao sect cultivators at Drifting Cloud Lake. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? What do you know? Yi Yu laughed icily, but there was no trace of impatience on his face. These Dao sect cultivators are clearly the terrifying Phoenix and the rest who have recently become famous in the Sword region. I don't have any confidence in being able to kill them. Can you do it? Hee, even with Master's ability, you don't have the confidence. How can we do it? That person smiled charmingly and whispered, however, Master's eyesight is really sharp. You only saw these people once in the Sword Catacomb battle, but you have such a deep impression of them. You really make us admire you. What do you know? Night Rain sneered. During the Sword Catacomb battle, there were hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. How can I recognize each and every one of them? I'm just trying to deceive them. If I don't take the initiative to go over, they will really attack. The situation is worrying. How is that possible? Another swordsman was unwilling to fall behind. He hurriedly came over and whispered, I heard from the side that Master has been enduring silently. I've made preparations to kill them all. You? Night Rain sneered, I'm afraid even 10 of you are no match for them. But they saw our whereabouts. How can we let them go? The swordsman from before was somewhat puzzled. Perhaps we don't have to kill them. They will die on their own? At this point, Night Rain's expression was somewhat absent-minded as he looked into the distance. Master, do you think they will follow us? Another person asked with some apprehension. I'd rather they follow us. Night Rain hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. Then, he said in an even lower voice, if they don't follow us, then it will be troublesome. However, after waiting for a long time, Xiaohua's airship still hadn't appeared in their field of vision. Yi Yu didn't dare to release her divine sense, so after thinking for a moment, she ordered another person, go back and check their whereabouts. Quickly report back. Yes. That person did not dare to delay. He hurriedly stepped on his flying sword and flew into the distance. Not long after, that person turned back. Night Rain obviously attached great importance to this matter. He hurriedly asked, how is it? Master. There are no traces of those cultivators near Drifting Cloud Lake. If they did not leave Drifting Cloud Lake and go to the other side of Sword Domain, then they must have entered Million Mountain Meng. How could they have gone to Drifting Cloud Lake for the so-called travel? Night Rain sneered, it seems that he has discovered the secret. He has already come to Million Mountain Meng to find the clues of that year. Master. The few people were somewhat puzzled. Forget it. Since he dares to chase after us, how can I let him go? Night Rain sneered, how many years has it been? Finally. At this point, Night Rain stopped abruptly. He looked at the sky and said coldly, let's go, we are going to Shibai Inner Stockade. Master. Without waiting for Night Rain to fly up, the two swordsmen hurriedly said, Shibai Inner Stockade, is it a place where Master can go now? Right now, Million Mountain Meng is at war with Sword Domain. It is already not easy for Master to come to Million Mountain Meng. If you come in contact with the people of Shibai Inner Stockade, you will be easily used by the other swordsmen of Sword Domain. That's right, Master. It was not easy for our Flying Dragon sword sect to revive in Sword Domain. It was not easy for us to get the dragon platform in our hands again. This great situation did not come easily. You must think more about it. This. When Knight Rain heard this, he also hesitated. Besides, Master does not see G-Man for the new year. G-Man did not seem to have summoned Master. If Master does not summon G-Man, I am afraid it will be disadvantageous to Master. Chapter 2807. Humph, she's just a G-Man. Does she really think she's a princess? Yi Yu sneered. I've only taken a fancy to. Hee, my lord, you're thinking too much. Before Yi Yu could finish, another swordsman hurriedly interrupted him. We have an important matter to attend to today. My lord, please think about it carefully. Fine. Yi Yu frowned slightly and whispered, 6, you have some connections in the Meng Mountains. I'll entrust this matter to you. Find out where these cultivators are going and follow them closely. Remember, don't let them discover you and... Then, he whispered a lot more. Hearing this, the other swordsman avoided him, not daring to listen carefully. The swordsman named 6 listened for a long time and nodded a few times. Then, he stepped on his sword and left. Yi Yu and the others continued to move forward, but obviously, Yi Yu was not as calm as before. Occasionally, he would look back, as if he was thinking about something. Little did Xiao Hua and his men know that their trip to Meng Mountains had actually caused Yi Yu a great confusion. The 5 of them had been flying on the flying ship for nearly half a day, but they still didn't see any ambush from Yi Yu and his men. When they saw a mountain range filled with withered branches in front of them, they stopped the flying ship. Fairy Hongxia looked ahead and pursed her lips. It seems, we shouldn't enter the Meng Mountains like this, right? Haha, of course. Xiao Hua looked at himself, then at the others, and laughed. We are obviously cultivators of the Dao sect. Won't we be targeted if we enter the Meng Mountains? But what if we change? Xiao Mao was a little distressed. I've never seen the appearance of the soul cultivators in the Meng Mountains. But at this point, a strange expression appeared on Xiao Mao's face. Who said they had never seen them before? Along the way, they had seen many soul cultivators and swordsmen fighting each other. How could they not know what a soul cultivator looked like? However, if they had to dress up in such a strange manner, how could they do it? Can we? Li Zongbao was still a little hopeful. If we sneak in like this, they might not know. Let's change our appearance. Jiu Xia smiled. The divine abilities of soul cultivators are not something we can guess. Flying in the air is far safer than hiding in the Meng Mountains. Modification? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. However, when he saw Jiu Xia smiling as she took out some clothes that didn't look strange, he came to a realization. According to what I know, within these millions of Meng Mountains, there are not only those weird-looking savages. There are still some people who look normal to us. Jiu Xia said with a smile, I collected these clothes in my early years. They're similar to those worn by soul cultivators, right? Not to mention Xiao Hua, even Xiao Mao, after looking at the clothes in Jiu Xia's hands, couldn't believe what Jiu Xia said. After all, Jiu Xia's ability to predict the future was too powerful. Xiao Mao almost thought that Jiu Xia had predicted that they would definitely enter Million Men Meng Mountains. Let's just wear it. Fairy Hongxia was not suspicious at all. She took the clothes from Jiu Xia and said, didn't you see that Knight's Rain? His clothes are also different from ordinary sword cultivators. What he's wearing should be what soul cultivators usually wear. When everyone changed into their clothes, they were all elated. Li Zongbao and the others were wearing jackets on their upper bodies and ordinary trousers on their lower bodies. However, the trousers were shorter than the ordinary ones, exposing their feet and calves. Furthermore, he was wearing something that looked like a sack on his head, which made him look very strange. Fairy Hongxia's clothes were different. She was wearing a beautiful red robe with many folds. On the folds, there were patterns of nymphs and eggs. Although the patterns were strange, the colors were colorful. Coupled with the green skirt and the exposed snow-white calves, it was exceptionally beautiful. Good. Seeing Fairy Hongxia finished changing, Jiu Xia clapped her hands and laughed. Big sister, after changing into these clothes, you look very similar to G-Man in Hun Stockade. You're incomparably beautiful. After saying that, she slapped her forehead and took out a red flower crown from her storage pouch. She called out, Big sister, don't forget this. As she said that, she put it on Fairy Hongxia's head. The flowers on the flower crown were extraordinarily beautiful. Together with Fairy Hongxia's snow-white skin, a strange kind of beauty arose spontaneously. Good, Xiao Mao praised, senior sister, after dressing up, you look even more beautiful than before. If the soul cultivators in Million Meng Mountains were even 10% as beautiful as you, the cultivators of Dao's sect would not see them as barbarians. What's G-Man? Li Zongbao glanced at Fairy Hongxia and asked Jiu Xia, also, is Hun Stockade a place where soul cultivators gather? Oh. These, you don't know? Jiu Xia was slightly surprised. Fairy Hongxia's face was flushed with shyness. She said in a low voice, we came to Million Meng Mountains based on the records of our clan's Yuzong. We thought it would be like the 10 perilous lands in the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. We could either use our cultivation to force our way in, or secretly follow the route recorded by our ancestors. But we didn't expect that soul cultivators would fight with sword cultivators. We also didn't expect. Hee, I understand now. Actually, you didn't prepare well. I'm afraid you used the opportunity of the Dao Sword War to come to Million Meng Mountains, right? Jiu Xia said with a smile before Fairy Hongxia could finish. That's true. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and smiled. Besides, the soul cultivators in Million Meng Mountains are really far away from our Shi Kingdom. We can't meet them normally. The records of our clan are missing. Fairy Hongxia stopped talking. Xiao Hua knew that even if the Kai clan of Qingyang had a complete record, Fairy Hongxia might not be able to see it. Actually, I don't know much about Million Meng Mountains. Jiu Xia said with a smile, it's just that I've always liked to hunt for novelties. I've read a lot of ancient books, so I know a little about it. As she said that, Jiu Xia stretched out her little finger and made a small fingernail. The crescent moon on the fingernail was unusually beautiful. Then tell me. Fairy Hongxia said with a smile, save us the trouble of not knowing what Million Meng Mountains looks like after coming here. Million Meng Mountains is huge. As for how big it is, no one seems to know. The corners of Jiu Xia's mouth curled up slightly, and he seemed very pleased with himself. He said, but on the side adjacent to the sword domain, there are many natives gathered. Everyone has seen how these natives look like before. They are the kind that fight with swordsmen. These natives are different from sword cultivators and cultivators. They're born with the power of soul cultivators. Almost every one of them is a soul warrior. It's just that the distance they can go on the path of soul cultivation is different. All of the natives live in a village. This village is called the Soul Village. Actually, according to the records, soul cultivators are not called soul villages, but shaman villages. Among the natives living in shaman villages, not all of them are uncivilized. After so many years, many of them have learned etiquette, shame, and how to cultivate. Those who walk in front of the ordinary natives are called shamans or soul warriors. In the battle we saw earlier, the commander should be the so-called shamans. These shamans are the real soul cultivators. Every shaman village naturally has a leader, just like the clan leader of a Daoist family or the head of a sect. They're called shaman elders. Shaman elders have supreme authority in the shaman village and can do whatever they want. No one can control them. Jiu Xia said again, besides shaman elders, the most respected person in the entire shaman village is G-Man. This G-Man is usually the daughter of shaman elders. If shaman elders don't have a daughter, they have to appoint a woman to be G-man. Eh? Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, since G-man is the most respected person besides shaman elders, then what happens after shaman elders die? Or, the next generation shaman elders? Hee, who told you that shaman elders have to be a man? Jiao Xia laughed, shaman elders can also be a woman. Oh, so. G-man became shaman elders when she grew old. Xiaohua suddenly understood, but then he asked again, shaman elders are women, G-man is also a woman, then, where did they come from? What about G-man's father? Hee, I didn't say that shaman elders have to be a woman. Jiao Xia said slyly again, shaman elders have both males and females. The male baby that G-man gives birth to will be shaman elders in the future. The female baby that G-man gives birth to will be G-man in the future. When G-man grows up, she naturally has to find Fu-man. The child of Fu-man and G-man is shaman elder or G-man. When shaman elder grows up, he naturally has to find Fu-ji. The daughter of shaman elder and Fu-ji is shaman elder or G-man. Jiao Xia's words were like the tinkling of a clear spring. What G-man, Fu-man, Fu-ji, shaman elder? Although Xiaohua heard it very pleasing to the ear, his mind was already in a mess. He was already vague about the seniority, and now he was even more confused. But Jiao Xia still didn't let them go, and continued, also, I heard that in some inner village, that G-man is even more important than shaman elders. G-man's daughter. Stop, Xiaohua didn't wait for Jiao Xia to finish and hurriedly waved his hand and said, please, whatever they do in the shaman village has nothing to do with us. They can do whatever they want. Ha ha ha, Jiao Xia covered her mouth and laughed, almost rocking back and forth. What else? Fairy Hongxia also covered her mouth and laughed, then asked. Unexpectedly, looking at everyone's questions, Jiao Xia said in a serious tone, there are other things, I don't know. That's all? Xiao Mao couldn't believe it, and blurted out. Yes. Jiao Xia shook her head and said, when I saw this, my head felt like it was going to explode, so I didn't continue reading. You didn't make a copy of the jade slip? Xiao Mao asked with a look of disappointment on his face. The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain are really far away from Shi. Normally, we can't even meet. Why would I make a copy of this jade slip? Jiao Xia imitated Fairy Hongxia's words, and said word by word, you're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.